I'd like to call to order the March 21st meeting of the Montecito Planning Commission. And let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, you want to do the announcement?
Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. And now for the roll call. Commissioner Overall. Commissioner Burrows. Commissioner Phillips.
Here.
Commissioner Bierig.
Here.
And for the record, Commissioner Godtstinker is absent.
Well, the first item on our agenda is the presentation of a resolution to Richard Tilsher. And Dick, it's great to see that you're here with us today. And I believe Diane Black is going to handle the presentation.
So you want to come up to the podium? It's my honor to read this resolution, Mr. Chair, this morning.
Thank you.
In the matter of commending Richard Tilsher, Santa Barbara Montecito Planning Commission Resolution 7-3. Whereas Richard Tilsher served on the Montecito Planning Commission since its inception in March 2003. There's fewer and fewer of you who can say that. And whereas Richard Tilsher, as the keeper of the Montecito hedges upon his retirement, has started a new fund to be called the Tilsher Hedge Fund. And whereas Richard Tilsher always competed with Commissioner Phillips to see who could turn their speaker light on first. And whereas Richard Tilsher endured numerous public hearings on planning projects, including the Music Academy of the West Master Plan, Westmont College Master Plan Update, and the Zoning Ordinance Reformatting Project. And whereas Richard Tilsher provided thorough and thoughtful comments and was complimentary of staff's hard work and dedication. Now therefore be it, and it is hereby ordered and resolved, that the Montecito Planning Commission, and on behalf of its staff and citizens of the county, expresses its appreciation and commends Richard Tilsher for his dedicated public service. And it's passed this day in March by unanimous vote, I'm presuming.
Yes, by unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Yep. You're Thank you very much. I don't get an opportunity to be on this side. It was yesterday I was walking my dog about 5 o'clock up on Mountain Drive, and Commissioner Overall stopped, and we chatted, and he said, how are you enjoying your retirement? And I said, oh, God, I love it. And as he drove away, I thought, you know, I don't miss walking into Vaughn's and looking around the aisles to see who's coming down the aisle, or the FedEx trucks coming down the driveway with those big boxes full of staff reports and EIRs, and a few sleepless nights worrying about some of the things we worried about, decisions that we had to make, But I do miss the people that I served with, and the staff, and Diane, who was so great, David Allen and Mary Ann Slutsky, County Council, and all my colleagues who were just fun to deal with and fun to work with, and very thoughtful, and put in a lot of time and effort. It was a lot of work, and the one thing I'm the most proudest of is my continuing ability to reach the microphone faster than Commissioner Phillips.
Not easy to do.
Yeah. You had 20 years junior on me, but I still beat you. But thank you very much. It was really a pleasure, and it was an honor to serve with you. And I wish you all lots of luck. Thank you.
It was, Dick, if I can make a couple remarks. I know I've said some of this before. You can sit down. It's fine. But I've enjoyed so much serving here with you, and you know, we had a chance to work together for a long period of time, and I really found your understanding of real estate and property issues, and combined with your love of Montecito, to make you, for me, one of the people I really look to get kind of my bearings as to how I might want to vote on certain projects. And I'm going to miss having your counsel here, and I'm also going to miss having your vision of Montecito as its history, because for me that was the other wonderful part of having you here. You know, we joke about the hedges thing, but it's a real issue, and it's a part of Montecito that's kind of going away. And I'm glad you've carried that flag, and I hope you continue to do so.
Chair,
Commissioner
thank you. Dick, I will miss you very much as well. I enjoyed sitting next to you for 4 years, was it? Has it been almost 4 years?
That's right.
Honored to have your chair down here. And we'll miss your unique input. Your view of the community was very helpful to me, and I know the whole community appreciated your tenure here, and you will be missed. Good luck to you.
I'll watch you on TV on Friday night.
Must see TV. That's right.
Yes. Thank you so much. I guess our next item is the agenda status report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 3 items on the agenda, and they're all ready to go forward today.
Okay. And how about on the projection report? Are we going to?
Yes. Mr. Chair, we do have a special meeting scheduled for next Thursday, March 29th. And we've got about 4 hours of work on it so far. And it certainly provides an opportunity if you need any additional time on items today to continue items.
Okay.
We have the Hearst appeal, the Stearns lot line adjustment, and Hammett lot split. Then your next meeting will be your regularly scheduled meeting in April, on April 18th. And on that day, I just wanted to highlight that we do have a briefing on MBAR issues and some other things we've been working on that I wanted to provide to the commission and the community. And I think Commissioner Overall has been involved in that effort, as have others. And so we just wanted to bring the whole commission up to speed. We think that'll probably take 30 minutes or so to go through and answer any questions. And other than that, I don't really have anything else to point out of note on the projection report.
Looking forward into the future, does it seem like are we going to need more special hearings, or does it look like it's paced out reasonably well?
Mr. Chair, I don't anticipate any in the near future, and I'll certainly keep you apprised as I see the agendas.
Okay. So this
move
next one
forward.
should pretty much catch
I
us up.
think it'll catch us up,
Okay.
and hopefully we won't have to have another special hearing for a while.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the director's report and hearing summary. Mr. Baker.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I provided to you today a copy of a memo that was given to the Board of Supervisors, and they discussed it a week ago yesterday. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of what was done and what was not done. I think it's important. I won't go through the entire memo because I think that it's self-explanatory, but there have been a number of accomplishments over this past year that the planning and development staff have accomplished, and I think it's nice to highlight those. There's been a lot of work done with the Montecito Association, the Montecito Bar, and representatives of your commission in conjunction with those other 2 groups to facilitate more effective policy implementation, particularly with regard to neighborhood compatibility, FARs, and that kind of stuff. And Diane's going to be reporting on that, as she said, at a future meeting. The last page of this memo contains 7 items, which, when I did the presentation back in November to the board with regard to fee increases, they asked me how we could come up with greater efficiencies. They're saying, why would we increase our fees? We need to make it more efficient in terms of our planning process. And so I said, if you really are serious about that, then we should maybe look at some of the policies that might be impacting our ability to be more efficient. And I picked off 7 of those items, which I say are in the last page of that memo. I prefaced it by saying to them, we have done no work on those items, no work. We're not going to do any work unless you say you want us to proceed on any of those items. And if you say don't proceed, then we will stop. There were 3 of them where they said, we like you to go forward and take a look at doing something that may help the efficiency. One related to the community plans and their format, but not changing content, and I underlined not changing content. The second one is community design guidelines, and again, format, but not changing content. And the last one, number 7 on that list, had to do with appeal fees. What we are seeing at times are projects that are brought forward to planning commissions, yours and to the county planning commission, that are redesigned as a result of that appeal process. Well, we only charge one flat fee for an appeal. And if we have a redesign taking place, we have a lot of staff time that will go back into that. And so our suggestion is that, we need to treat that as if it were a new project for the purposes of our fees. And they agreed that we should look at that. They haven't approved anything at this point, but we will be coming back with some suggestions on what to do with that. And I might note that in the body of the report that precedes that, I raised some issues with regard to the same thing happening with bars, where we have continuance after continuance after continuance with people that aren't necessarily following what the bar has suggested that they do. And as a result, once again, we have a single fee charge, but we can put in lots and lots of time. And frankly, it has the bars themselves putting in maybe time more than they need. And as a result, we have backlogs at times. So the idea is to try and smooth that stuff out and have people giving the bars what they need as quickly in the process as possible. So we will be pursuing that idea also. So I just want to make sure that you are aware, and if you start getting questions, I immediately got calls from Montecito saying, you're changing the community plans, and the answer is no. We were suggesting that there could be some efficiencies if that's what the board really wanted, and they gave us that direction, as I've already indicated. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we haven't had any appeals or anything going forward from your commission to the board for a while, and that's nice.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Overholt?
Mr. Baker, has any, if I understood by hearsay of what was presented to the Board of Supervisors, there's been no budget allocated at this juncture for any of the work, and you're going to go back with some kind of proposal. Is that correct?
We are going to see what we can do with the staff that we don't have that is not processing applications. That's where my biggest concern is that we don't slow down any application processes. We're not asking for a budget expansion, but we will include those items within our work, what we hope will be an approved work program by the board in June when they approve our budget. But we don't think we will need additional people to do this. It'll primarily be coming out of the admin staff as far as the fees, which they've already been looking at this. I mean, they're the ones that brought this forward in the first place to me. And secondly, we will use some of our I will call it administrative staff that's not dealing with applications to deal with these other 2 items. And we'll also be using, as I think we've done a consolidation of planning activities in the county, so that we now have agricultural planning, the RCS, the Regional Conservation Strategy, which has no impact that I know of yet, and hopefully it won't, in Montecito, which is the California tiger salamander issue, which is primarily in the North County. And we have the long-range planning folks are now going to be part of planning and development. And my intention would be to use with regard to formatting, because they're the ones that do the community plan work, is to utilize their staff significantly in the process of formatting of community plans. And they've already got some of their budget set aside for community plan activities, so we plan to use theirs.
I guess a follow-on question. The Planning Commission, to the best of my knowledge, had not had an opportunity to comment at all about these proposals. Do you envision bringing these ideas before the Planning Commission?
Yes. The reason that I didn't bring them initially was because we weren't going to do any work on them unless the board said we will give you a green light in terms of doing work on them, and we would just drop them. But once we go into changing any of them, then it would come back to the planning, either your commission or the county planning commission, depending on what those issues are for community plans. And we'll also be letting you know what happens with the fees, because you're part of that process that sends things maybe sometimes back for some redesign after through an appeal it comes to you.
Do you have any expected time frame for when work might begin on it?
Actually, I can just tell you that we'll begin work on them before the end of this fiscal year, but when we will complete them, we haven't laid out a schedule yet. We just got that kind of a go-ahead last week. Again, we did no work on them until we were given a green light.
Okay.
Commissioner Phillips.
Chair, thank you. Mr. Baker, I just want to ask your view of the following. It seems let me preface this by, I understand that P&D's goal is to provide a more efficient process, and as a planning commissioner, that is not inconsistent with my wishes. However, I celebrate the difference between community plans. I think they're critical. And the attempt to standardize design guidelines and community plans really is concerning. Isn't the very nature of the community plan a statement of uniqueness and not an attempt to be consistent with others?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Phillips, I would agree that it's a statement of uniqueness. Our feeling is that there are a number of things within plans that are already quite standard if we were to go through and standardize the language. The problem that we have is that the planners that are dealing with community plans have to go through stacks of documents in terms of getting something forward to you for your consideration. A number of those pieces that are in plans are very similar across the board, and if they were standardized because of, and without changing the impact or the content of what those plans are, it would be easier for our planners to process applications. That's the point. There are some things that are strictly unique, and we weren't even talking about addressing any of those things. Okay. But there, I think it's stated in the staff report, one of the things that we suggested was that any changes to community plans we would look at and say, only put those items in if they are unique. And if they're not, let's leave them in a land use code where then the planner knows that when he hits item of dealing with the California tiger salamander, this is the policy that applies. We don't need to have a different one that sits for Montecito and Goleta and Orchid if it is the same policy that we've got to apply. And people tend to wordsmith things when you put them into community plans, and that was our goal.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Director Baker. The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. If there's anyone that wishes to address the Planning Commission on any item that's not otherwise on the agenda, now would be the appropriate time. Not seeing anyone, I will close the public comment period, and we'll move on to the Commissioner's informational reports. I'll start with you, Commissioner Phillips. Do you have anything?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Burrows?
Well, I did visit 1265 Mesa. I attended the MPR meeting. I'm sorry I don't have that date, but I will get that for you.
Oh, yes. Watch your mic.
Thank you. I attended the MBAR meeting 2 weeks ago. I don't have that date with me, but I will get that for you. In fact, I saw you there. I visited the sites that are under consideration today, and I had a couple of phone calls, and that's my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Overall.
I did a couple of site visits, and I had a few phone conversations, nothing that wouldn't be covered by what we received in our materials.
For myself, same site visits for the projects before us today. Although I think normally in the past we've handled that as part of our individual, as each item is presented. And the only other thing I can think of is the Joint Chairs Committee or Task Force, whatever we call that, which is we're going to continue to meet bi-monthly, I believe, every 3 months, which is a good opportunity if we have issues that we want to try to address with the other boards here. It's a good format. Let's see. Yes.
I have
Commissioner Overall.
one addition. I did attend the meeting under the auspices of the First District with the MBAR, the Planning Commission, and the Association represented,
Right.
and staff.
Let's see, what have we got here? Okay, divisional briefings.
Mr. Chair, we don't have any divisional briefings this morning.
Okay, if not, then we'll move on to the minutes. Any comments or corrections to the minutes of February 21st? If not,
I have one.
oh, you do? Okay, good.
I don't know how significant it is, but on page 3, item 16, there was a second, and who seconded it was not identified. I don't know how important that is, but there wasn't a indication of who it was.
That was on page 3?
Yes. Mr. Chair, David's going to look at the market agenda, and we'll inform you of who that is so that
Okay.
you can take action. It should have been in there.
It should have been on there.
I missed it.
So, if there are no others, could we have a motion for approval with adding that item, the correction to the final product here?
So moved.
So seconded.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Moving on to the standard agenda, we're ready for our first item, 171 Olive Mill Lane, the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Susan M. Basham, attorney for the appellants, to consider the appeals case numbers 06 APL 22 and 06 APL 55, appeals filed on June 29th, 2006, of the Planning and Development Department's approval of a coastal development permit 05 CDP 139 and MBAR final approval 05 BAR 300.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Holly Bradbury. Before you this morning is the appeal of the Koja Venus Coastal Development Permit and MBAR approval. I will give you a brief presentation of the project description, the appeal issues raised, and will conclude with staff's recommendation. The project site is located at 171 Olive Mill Lane in the coastal zone. The original CDP and MBAR approval would result in a residence of 2,843 net square feet with no grading or tree removal required. The applicant has since revised the project description to eliminate the front exterior changes and reduce the total net square footage of the house slightly. No grading or tree removal is required as well. This is the revised site plan showing the footprint of the structure in relation to the property lines and drip lines of on-site oak trees. Here we have the MBAR approved front elevation. And here we have the revised front elevation, which eliminates the covered front entry and includes no change to the existing architecture. The lot is constrained by the presence of mature oak trees on site, and the highest point of the addition is 15 feet, with most of this project well under this figure. The first appeal issue is landscaping, to which the appellants state, the decision of the MBAR is not in accord with the provisions and the purposes of the Article 2 zoning ordinance and the Montecito Community Plan. The appellants are concerned the landscape plan approved by the MBAR does not adequately address their concerns. The landscape plan includes planting several large trees as outlined in Section 5.2 of the staff report. It is not the department's practice to impose bonds or any other landscape maintenance conditions on simple ministerial permits. The second appeal issue is utility pole relocation and tree removal. And essentially, the utility pole relocation and tree removals are activities which were deemed to be exempt from a coastal development permit and MBAR review. The coastal development permit findings are that the proposed development conforms to the applicable policies of the comprehensive plan and coastal land use plan, is on a legally created lot, and is in compliance with all laws, rules, and regulations pertaining to zoning uses, subdivisions, setbacks, and any other applicable provisions of Article 2. Though the BAR findings are not included in the staff report, I would like to include them in the record at this time. The pertinent finding in this case relates to landscaping, which is finding G highlighted in yellow, which reads, adequate landscaping will be provided in proportion to the project site with due regard to the preservation of specimen and landmark trees, existing vegetation, selection of plantings that are appropriate to the project, and adequate provisions have been made for maintenance of all landscaping. In conclusion, the project is consistent with applicable zoning and policy regulations. Utility pole relocation and tree removal are exempt from a CDP or MBAR review. And landscaping is appropriate for the site, and maintenance conditions are not imposed on simple ministerial permits. Staff's recommendation is that the Commission adopt the required findings, deny the appeals, and grant de novo approval of case number 05 CDP 139 and 05 BAR 300, subject to the conditions of approval. Thank you, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Bradbury. I assume normally, since this is an appeal, the appellant speaks first. Is that the correct procedure? So opening the hearing, we're ready for the appellant's presentation on this item.
Holly, do you have our PowerPoint? Thank you. That's great. Thanks very much. Good morning, Chair Bierig and members of the Commission. My name is Susan Basham. I'm an attorney with Price, Postel, and Parma, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the neighbors of the Cogevinus property at 171 Olive Mill Lane. And in fact, our clients own all of the properties that surround 171 Olive Mill Lane. They include Glenn Cuvion at 1265 Mesa Road, Susan and Brett Kane, 1295 Mesa Road, David and Terry Suding, 1255 Mesa Road, Peter and Patricia Morris at 195 Olive Mill Lane, and Robert Consuelo at 165 Olive Mill Lane. This morning, Dr. Cuvion, the Canes, and David Suding are here. Dr. Morris is a practicing physician and isn't able to attend, and Robert Consuelo is in Florida but has sent a letter, and I would like to read that into the record later in my remarks. We also have with us Phil Suding, who's a Suding Design landscape architect, and he is going to assist us in describing in a little better detail what's going on this site and what some of the recommendations might be here. I'd like to talk a little bit about what happened in this situation, because we think this project is a lot more than it appears to be, and frankly a lot more than is described in the staff report. Around May of 2005, the Cogevinuses purchased the property at 171 Olive Mill Lane. It's about a half-acre site, doesn't have a tremendous lot of open area, They clearly were contemplating adding on to their house at that point in time, and in order to develop the property, they systematically went about trying to move everything that was in their way out of the way. One of the things that was in their way was a utility pole. Now, they say it was in the middle of their yard. In fact, it was fairly close to the rear of their yard, but they considered it to be in their way. They contacted Edison and talked about what the alternatives would be, and at first they told their neighbors they were going to underground the wires, move the pole, and that would solve the issue. But in fact, instead they decided that they wanted to move the pole to a different location. The location they chose was where in the upper photograph you see tall cypress trees. These trees were about 45 feet tall, probably 60 years old, and there were probably a dozen of them according to the former owners. In the lower picture, you see what happened. The trees were removed and the pole was erected. And so this stand of trees, which had been a neighborhood feature for at least 60 years, all of a sudden was gone. And the neighbors woke up one day and saw in their place, a 45-foot utility pole with wires running in every direction. The problem here for the neighbors is that these trees were a focal point for all of their properties, and the power poles and wires that were in existence previously were essentially hidden by the vegetation, and now all they have to look at is this pole with absolutely no screening. They talked with the Cogevinuses about whether any screening would be possible, but because of the location of the pole, it's really not possible to put screening right around it or tall enough to mask its impact on the community. And so where there used to be a beautiful natural stand of trees, there's now a pole. Now this may seem to you like a neighborhood issue that ought to be resolved by the neighborhood, but that hasn't been possible for a variety of reasons. And so our clients are asking for your assistance here. What they're asking you to do is to add, if you approve the development, which they don't actually oppose, but if you approve the development, that you would ask Dr. Cogevinus to mitigate the damage done to the neighborhood by relocating this pole to a different location and by putting in additional screening. In fact, we think that he actually could put the pole back where it was previously located. It turns out, you see, that even though he wanted to build sort of lot line to lot line and went to the MBAR with a huge project, the MBAR scaled back the project, and so the project that staff has described to you this morning is actually a project that can be constructed with the pole in its previous location. So all of this tree removal and pole relocation was really for naught, at great sacrifice to the neighborhood. We think it's a community issue here. We hope you'll think it's a community issue, that projects like this are being piecemealed. Somebody goes in, rearranges the site, and then goes in with a project application that is not really the complete project. It's step 2 in the project. It's saying, you know, I have a perfectly adaptable site. Staff reported to you no tree removal is required. Well, in fact, tree removal was required. It was required in order to get this site ready for the development that's now being proposed. I also want to make a comment about a couple of other points in the staff report, just to clarify. Staff says that the tree removal occurred a year prior to the application for the project. In fact, it was only about 5 months. The property was purchased in May. The tree removal occurred at the end of June. And in fact, after the first trees were removed, Mr. Cogevinus had the tree removal people come back and remove the last couple of trees. I think Dr. Cuvion will talk to you about that a little bit. So by July, the trees were gone, and the application was in November. Staff also says that the project was, the tree removal and the pole location were exempt from permits. But that's not really the point here. The point is that they were subject to review. Commissioner Phillips has talked about the uniqueness of the community plan and the importance of the community plan. In fact, the Montecito Community Plan in Policy Bio M 1.15 says that these are specimen trees and they are they shall be preserved to the maximum extent feasible. Now, if the MBAR had looked at this project in its entirety, they surely would have applied that policy and had the opportunity to work on preserving those trees as part of this project, instead of receiving a clear-cut site and a project that was going to go on a clear-cut site. And finally, staff says that landscaping is adequate to screen and beautify the property. We think that that really begs the question of screening for whose benefit. in fact, there's no screening being provided for the neighbors. Every landscaping feature of this project, as we understand it, is designed to enhance the Cogevinus property, but it does nothing to mitigate the impact that this pole presents on to the neighborhood. If the Cogevinuses had respected the value of the natural features of this community to the same extent as their neighbors, we wouldn't be here today. This is a sad thing for the community. Montecito is a wonderful place to live. It's beautiful, and everybody values the natural features of this community. Trees that have been there for 60 years are now gone, and although the Cogevinuses will have the opportunity to develop their property in exactly the way they propose, it seems to us that the impact on the neighbors ought to be mitigated at the same time. I'm going to close my remarks at this moment, but I would like to reserve the opportunity to respond later if necessary. I'm going to also read the letter from Robert Consuelo, dated March 13th, 2007. It says, "I regret I will not be able to attend the meeting of the association." This was actually addressed to both the Montecito Association and the Commission. The meeting of the association, March 13th, 2007, and that of the Commission, March 21st, 2007, as I am in Florida at this time. My family greatly misses the specimen grove of cypress trees taken down by Mr. Cogevinus in the months past. Removal of a shorter electrical pole in his backyard to the corner adjacent to our property with its additional height is a tragic eyesore. We encourage you to support putting back the pole to its previous location so it can be hidden by a replanting of cypress trees, or to go underground with utilities. Mr. Cogevinus has made his initial problem with the pole when he purchased the property now a problem for his surrounding neighbors. And this is signed by Robert Consuelo. I'll pass that in. I neglected to mention also that we've communicated with Southern California Edison. Edison is able to do a number of things here by way of relocating the pole. They cost money. Our clients are willing to make a substantial contribution to that effort. They will talk a little bit about what they would prefer here, but what we are asking you to do is, in approving this project, if you are inclined to approve it, to include a condition of approval that would require the Cogevinuses to mitigate this damage. Thank you.
If you would hold on, I think we have Commissioner Phillips. Did you have a question of the
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Basham, your position is difficult for me. Let me ask you this. I live a mile or two away from this site, and I drive by, and I am impacted as well by the absence of the trees and the telephone pole, and that I see it. Would you represent me in objecting to that? Do you think I have standing to object?
As somebody who lives nearby,
As someone who doesn't live nearby but is in the community and drives by.
if you ask me to represent you, I would represent you. Do I think you have standing? You would have standing if you participated in the process and expressed your objection at the appropriate time.
Did your clients know that the specimen tree preservation only applies in the context of the permit process?
I don't believe that's the way the policy is written.
You
Specimen.
don't?
I don't. I think.
So there's an absolute prohibition
I
as
believe-
to taking down specimen trees, period.
No, I don't think that's the way the policy is written.
So you need a nexus between the tree removal and the permit process somewhere, right?
I think you need a nexus between the tree removal and an application that is subject to review. In other words, the policies are brought into play when a project comes up for review. And it's not a question of whether it's subject to a permit. For instance, oak trees, the removal of oak trees, that's a specific kind of permit requirement. It's an ordinance. They are specifically protected. But specimen trees are protected under a policy that makes the removal subject to review. So even though they don't need a specific permit, in fact, when a project requires the removal of trees, it should be subject to review under that policy that says they shall be protected to the maximum extent feasible. What we're saying here is that they were not subject to review because they were removed before the review began.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we're saying that they should have been subject to review because they were part of the project.
So in a permit review process, P&D should look back years, perhaps.
Well, they certainly should look at the entirety of the project. This wasn't years, this was 5 months. This was all in the same context. Property was purchased, trees were removed, and project application was filed. So no, I'm not saying look back years. That would, that wouldn't be possible. But to look at the immediate, the circumstances under which the application was developed and submitted.
So 6 months is close enough.
I think 6 months is close enough, at least in this instance.
How about a year?
Well, I think it depends on the
So
circumstances.
you see the problem we have.
I see the problem you have, but are you not, as representatives of the community, does it not interest you to want to know whether a site has been modified specifically associated with a development at whatever moment in time? When somebody contemplates a development and comes in, their site modification ought to be part of the plan that's submitted. They ought to come in and say, this is my property on today, and this will be my property when I'm finished. These are all the things I have to do to accomplish what I want to do here. Instead, what you got was a later view of, or what the MBAR got was a later view of the project, not the entire project.
Yeah, we can't second guess intent, though. We have a problem. We don't know that when those trees were removed, there was an intention to build. And, everyone here votes for the cypress trees and not the telephone pole, but there's a problem. I mean, this has to be within the context of the permit process, or we're changing everything.
Well, I'm not asking you to change everything. I'm asking you to look at damage done and look at ways to mitigate it, which is within your authority. You can actually ask that something be done here. Regardless of whether you agree with us on the intent issue, you still have the authority to decide that there's some damage that needs to be rectified in the interest of the community and particularly in the interest of these neighbors.
Commissioner Phillips, may I add a little bit to that answer? Chip Wilbrand, also with Price, Postell, and Parma. I think that you do have something of a quandary here, but I think that you need to inject yourself into this quandary. Otherwise, you are going to have the circumstance that those who are coming to the community, and the difficult thing with Montecito is essentially a built-out community, and it was built out in a particular way. And I think you all enjoy that Montecito was built out in a particular way. And in 1993, nearly 15 years ago, there was a community plan adopted which had an intent to preserve certain things about that community that are enjoyed by those who live there. One of those things was the shell language that Ms. Basham read. And that shell language is intended to protect certain trees. These trees clearly qualify under that shell language. It's unfortunate that someone at the county didn't tell Mr. Kojovinas, it's not okay in this community to clear cut your property in anticipation and preparation for an application. I suspect that whoever it was that Mr. Kojovinas talked to didn't know that he was going to be coming in with an application. Dr. Kojovinas clearly knew he was going to be coming in with an application. He bought the property with the expectation of making changes. He told the sellers that he was going to make changes. The sellers actually contacted their neighbors because they were so concerned about the changes that the person they just sold to was planning to make. I think that if you don't act in this instance, and I don't know where you do draw the line, I don't know if it's 6 months, if it's 8 months, if it's a year, if it's on some other basis, but this instance, with the facts that are in front of you, clearly show that there was an action in anticipation of an application, that if the application had first been submitted, the county would not have allowed, the community would not have allowed. And Commissioner Phillips, I must say, I believe that you absolutely would have standing as a member of the community. I think that members of the community expect that that shell provision in the community plan protects the entire community's interests. And I think you gave a wonderful explanation of why our communities are different and why there needs to be a Montecito community plan. And your commission is the entity which is charged with making sure that that community plan is in fact carried out. And given the facts and circumstances here, and I'm sure you're going to hear from Dr. Kojovinas, I'm sure you're going to hear from his attorney that, oh no, they just did this for safety reasons. Oh no, they just did this for all sorts of other reasons. It is fairly clear from the initial application. The pole was part of the problem. The power lines that ran from the pole were a bigger part of the problem, because the power lines, when you track how the lines ran from this pole to another pole on their property, went over an area of the property that they wanted to develop. And that's an unfortunate thing about this property. It's probably an unfortunate thing that should have been reflected in the purchase price. The neighbors didn't have poles on their property, and I suspect that whenever they bought their properties, the purchase price reflected the fact that they didn't have the pole on their property. Again, this was a property that had some beautiful big trees, a wonderful thing. I suspect certain buyers would have found that just an absolute attractant to the property, and I've talked to the neighbors. They found that a great attractant to the neighborhood. The property also had a pole that was hidden by those trees. The property was already developed, had a house on it, had a house that was compliant with the neighborhood. I know could be redeveloped with a house that didn't require removal of the trees or replacement of the pole. And in fact, the thing that the MBAR ended up approving was a house that could have been built with the pole in its original location and the trees in their original location. And I just must say that most of those who move to Montecito, and in particular those who buy a property with big skyline trees, love the big skyline trees. There are people in the world, I understand there are people in the world who have fear of trees, have worry about trees. If I were one of those people, I simply wouldn't buy a property that had giant trees on it, and there are lots of properties available.
But you agree that the owner had the right to take those trees down before the permit, or assume that no permit was filed and there was no attempt to build, alter, change, whatever. He had the right to take those trees down.
Mr. Chair,
And
Commissioner
that we
Phillips,
as neighbors have no right to enjoy the view of his trees.
Commissioner Phillips, I hope that is not in fact the case. Again,
Really?
I'm not
well-
I'm not sitting in your place, and so I don't have the ability to decide where along the path you decide community interests and private property interests
Exactly.
diverge. But I do believe that those who adopted, the Board of Supervisors, when it adopted the Montecito Community Plan, had an intent to protect certain trees. There are essentially heritage trees in Montecito. These were amongst those trees that were to be protected.
Yeah.
I think that those who worked on the 1993 Community Plan would tell you that they intended protection of these trees, and I think that they would be greatly disappointed if the community changes because you send a message that it is okay to cut down the trees at a pre-application phase, because at the pre-application phase you haven't yet had to get a permit. I guess I would say that if that is the read of your commission, and if your commission is going to go to that kind of a very hard line standard, I would urge you to direct your staff to start working on a tree protection ordinance that requires permits before removal of certain kinds of trees. And I would say these definitely were the kinds of trees. I actually suspect there is such an effort now going on. I think it's unfortunate that you have to go to that level. I think that your commission has the ability to exercise discretion in certain areas. I have sat on planning commissions, I've exercised discretion. Again, you are very qualified to do that. You look at the facts and circumstances. All that's being asked for in this instance is that there be mitigation of the impacts of the removal of these trees and relocation. We all know we can't put back in the skyline trees, but something needs to happen to make up for the fact that those skyline trees were removed. And there are a lot of somethings that could happen. Again, if the applicants were willing. The applicants, though, have a very similar private property view to that which I think is too private property related. Their view was they bought the property, they could do anything they wanted, as long as there was not a very specific permit required for that action. And I think that is not the heart and soul of Montecito, and I would urge you to instead preserve the heart and soul of Montecito as it is embodied in the Montecito Community Plan, which, again, has shall language for protection of these kinds of trees, and at least mitigate the impact. I'd note at least on a per tree basis, the former owners tell us there were 12 of these very large trees. The plan doesn't even have 12 little trees to replace them back there. There needs to be something which is along the lines of mitigating the impact as it actually occurs. And again, you're going to hear from our landscape architect who has at least started with a plan down that direction. I met on the property site last year, March 16th, my birthday. I had expected that we were going to be hearing more from the Kojovinuses and from their attorney. It's now been over a year, and we did not have that kind of productive dialogue. I've mentioned to Dr. Kojovinus that I had been hoping and expecting for that kind of productive dialogue, and the neighbors are willing to participate in the fix to the problem that Dr. Kojovinus has created. I think that you need to direct the Kojovinuses to work to get that fix done. Thank you.
One last question. Would you have a position that, would you argue that should we mitigate and replant and we pick a certain kind of tree, do you think the neighbors have the right to determine the kind of tree, or is any tree okay?
I don't think any tree is okay.
No?
I don't think that it is the neighbors who decide. I think if the neighbors decided that they wanted a row of palm trees, that would not be appropriate. I think that it is the county's job to come up with a type of tree that appropriately and adequately mitigates for the impact. And I think it's very easy to see the impact.
Yeah.
The top photo is what was there. The
Sure.
bottom photo is what's there now. I'd note it's not just the loss of the cypresses. You're going to hear that there were a lot of oak trees that were also trimmed, and because of the relocation of the pole, and the relocation of the pole is a big deal because it's not only the pole, but the wires attached. Where the pole used to go and where the wires used to go, they went one place through one set of air. Now they go through a set of oak trees, which are the oak trees that are at the bottom corner here. So those oak trees now have been trimmed as I understand, by Edison. They will be continued to be trimmed by Edison because Edison has a position that its lines have to be protected from trees. Again, one of the odd things about Montecito is you have a lot of power poles and a lot of power lines. I was surprised that the effort to underground power poles and power lines throughout Montecito did not move forward a couple of years ago. I think that's a shame. It's disappointing. Unfortunately, it didn't. I suspect if everyone saw the power poles and power lines as the neighbors now see in this instance, there would have been much more support for community-wide undergrounding. And it's the urban forest in Montecito which helps hide those poles. I mean, this is one of those you can't see the pole for the trees, and now you can see the new pole for the lack of trees. It is a community-wide impact that has occurred here. It's unfortunate. I suspect it may be something you're having to deal with or will have to deal with more and more as people are expecting to be able to have a greater level of development on relatively small lots. Again, by Montecito standards, this is a relatively small lot. People pay, unfortunately, a lot of money for these relatively small lots and then have an expectation that they're going to have their relatively estate-like project on a relatively small lot because they paid so much for it. I think it's your job to make sure that the private property interests don't destroy the community. And here is an opportunity for you, both on a project-specific basis and on a community-wide basis, to send the message that it's not okay to clear cut first, and if you do, at least you're going to have to mitigate those impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Overall, before you speak, I think Secretary Black wanted to make a point. You want to do that now? Or you want to hold off?
I think I'll wait until we get through all the public comment.
Commissioner Overall.
Yes, I had a question for Mr. Wilbrand. It seems to me there are two things that you're asking for. One relates to the pole, the other relates to replanting of trees. And I just had a question. If the pole were removed, underground or located in a place not visible, would you still feel a need, do the neighbors still feel a need for a substantial amount of replanting? Because from sitting here looking at that bottom picture, it looks like there's a fair amount of vegetation that exists. Granted, it's not enough to hide the pole, but if the pole were gone, I reiterate my question, would that be acceptable to the neighbors?
I have not posited that question to the neighbors. I suspect if the pole were gone and the power line went underground, and again, I would note the power line going underground is not going to be an easy thing for the other neighbors because it means that it has to cross over a couple of neighbors' properties through some fairly, Dr. Kuvion, as you'll hear, has done some very, I think, relatively simple, tasteful, but major beautification of his property. The Canes next door have recently done a significant remodel of their outdoor landscaping in the area that the power line would need to go through. But I think that to not have the giant pole in their face, they're willing to do nearly anything. I think that if the giant pole is not there, and if the power lines attached to the giant pole are not there, then the oak trees, which are mostly still there, someday eventually will grow back in because Edison won't be going out and hacking up the oak trees. I think that it still would be appropriate to have some level of landscaping. I think the MBAR required some level of landscaping, and I don't think that in the grand scheme of things, a few trees really are pretty cheap. But I think that if the pole wasn't there, the neighbors are not going to have as big a problem. And I think that if this applicant is required to participate in undergrounding, the next person who buys a property that they decide to change before coming in for an application will get the message that instead they're going to need to address all of the issues related to their application no matter what they do beforehand. The county goes through pendulum swings, and you're at one particular end of the pendulum right now. I represent applicants as well as people concerned about projects. To a certain extent, I guess as an applicant's representative, I'm happy with some of the pendulum changes that have happened. But this is an instance where 4 or 5 years ago, I can't imagine anyone having the idea that it would have been okay to come in and clear cut these kind of trees before submitting a project application. They just wouldn't have done it because they would have known that the county would have just jumped all over them with, both feet and all sorts of other stuff. Again, the pendulum is going a particular direction. I don't know if it has reached the edge of its swing or if it's going to keep going that direction. I'm concerned. If you say that this is okay because they took the trees down and changed the neighborhood before submitting any application, I suspect the pendulum will keep going a particular direction. And if this isn't the one that you say this isn't okay, you're going to have a more egregious circumstance where eventually you're going to have to say that's not okay. Or, again, as I said, you're going to need to adopt an ordinance that says we're going to go out and we're going to spot every single tree in Montecito. And if anybody wants to touch any of those trees, we're going to make them get a permit because that's the only way to protect the urban forest in Montecito. And again, I don't think that that's the answer. I think the answer is in implementation. There may need to be, or there probably should be, some additional ordinance review activity related to Edison's participation. I don't know that Edison, I'm sure their initial reaction will be very negative to that idea. I think eventually you could work something out where Edison could have a review process or at least a public notification process that could avoid the Edison part of this impact. But as to the removal of the trees, again, I just think you need to send the message, which is it's not okay to first clear cut the site. Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. I do want to go on record as saying it's most unfortunate that those trees were removed. And I don't for a moment Am I on? I don't for a moment think that that the people and citizens and property owners of Montecito support property owners going out and cutting down specimen trees. I think that if we ever get to the point where that's an accepted practice, that it will fundamentally change the beautiful place that we live. But having said that, I don't think that we can do anything to replace those specimen trees. I think that's a loss for this community as a whole. I think the big issue before us is the power pole. And I do think that we might be able to do something to mitigate that, and that it would be my goal in this hearing.
Commissioner Rose, I was
Mr.
just
Chair.
saying, we would like you to
If you
do what
could
you
hold on
can.
for a second, I think staff would like to speak to this issue.
Mr. Chair and members of the Commission and Commissioner Burrows, generally speaking, during an applicant or appellant's presentation, commissioners will ask questions to develop the evidence that they're going to be acting upon and considering when you make your decision. It would be a preferable process to ask questions rather than start going into the deliberation portion of the action here today.
Thank you, and so noted.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. And I know I'll have a follow-up question of my own for Mr. Wilbrand.
Mr. Chair, I was just staying in case you had questions.
Yeah, I do have another question. Separating the tree issue, which I understand your point and the nexus you're trying to make between the project and the tree removal. I think I understand it. I'm not sure how in this particular instance that it really made their project work. But how do you connect the pole to our activities today? Is your suggestion that neighbors have the right to require that a pole, or have the right to dictate where a utility pole would be located on their neighbor's property?
Mr. Chair, as Ms. Basham mentioned, this is a difficult one for you to be reviewing because the project that ended up being approved by the MBAR was different than the project that was originally submitted. I know that you have the minutes of the MBAR meeting. At the original MBAR review, there's a notation from one of the members of the MBAR that the type of, at that time being submitted, lot line to lot line application was not acceptable in Montecito, and this project did go through some changes. As I understand, and I don't know because I can't get entirely into the minds of the applicants, but as I look at this, there must have been some expectation or belief that the pole was in their way, and that the pole was in the way of either their use of the property or something that they were going to submit an application for. As I understand, the main thing that we can see from the original application was the location of a swimming pool, which was at that time proposed to be further out in the backyard, and which appeared to have been under the lines of the power pole based upon where it was and where those lines went to the pole at the Olive Mill Lane side of the property or corner of the property. And so it does appear that the reason for relocating the pole was to get more usable area in their backyard as part of their overall redevelopment project for the property. I think that's something that is appropriate for county review.
What if they simply didn't like where the pole's located and decided to put it in a spot that was more convenient for them and less for their neighbors? Is that a problem?
I think it's unfortunate that there's not a review process for that. I think that in this instance, it's particularly unfortunate because the movement of the pole, it actually did not move all that far. But what happened is it moved a bit, and at the same time it moved, the trees were all cut down. And so now you have, and again, I don't know how to answer completely your hypothetical, which doesn't involve both of those things happening at the same time. In this instance, both of those things happened at the same time.
Well, the reason I'm focusing on it is because the solution is primarily focused on the pole. So I'm looking at the pole as opposed to the trees.
Well, I would note that the problem we now have, since the trees are now gone, is that if you leave the pole where it is, there is not enough room on the Coja Venus's property to put up trees to screen the pole from anywhere other than the Coach of Venus's house, and that's what they've focused their landscaping on. So what they did is they moved the pole to a place where there's not enough room to put replacement trees, and now are essentially saying, but we can't put replacement trees up to screen the pole because it's moved to a place where there's not enough room on our property. They actually made the suggestion to the neighbors that what the neighbors ought to do in response to this is the neighbors should plant trees on the neighbor's property to screen the pole. Perhaps in your scenario where this was just a standalone pole thing and the neighbors had all gotten together and they'd talked about it, which is what I would hope would happen in that scenario, there might have been some way of figuring out where trees could go before the pole got replaced. I'd also note in that instance, the pole would have been shorter because this pole, one of the unfortunate things that happened here is between the old pole and new modern poles, the standard for poles has gotten taller. And there also is a different run for this pole. And so to accomplish the different run of the power lines here, the pole needs to be taller. This is just I got to say, it's a mess. I would urge if there is something you can do to address the pole problem, please do that. If there's something that you can do to address the tree problem, please do that. But there is a need to mitigate the impact that has occurred to this neighborhood. And I go back to Commissioner Phillips' question of how far back do you go? I don't know how far back you go, but very clearly this one falls in that area of how far back you need to go, because this was clearly done in anticipation of changing the use and the development of this project site.
Can I ask one other question, which is I notice a couple items in our in our materials letters indicating the applicant's willingness to work with the neighbors on supplementing the landscape, and I take it that those didn't work out.
Again, I met on March the 16th. The applicant's attorney wasn't there at the site visit. I said and I at that time learned that the applicant was represented by counsel. That's March 16th of 2006, so a little over a year ago. I went to the Montecito Association meeting last week, at which the Montecito Association strongly urged the applicant, even at this late hour, to try and work something out with the neighbors. I mentioned to the applicant after that meeting that, again, as an attorney, I unfortunately can't work directly with him if he is represented by counsel. I'm standing here again, haven't heard from that counsel, don't know that there was really much dialogue between the applicants and their immediate neighbors, other than a very early discussion about the applicant perhaps paying for some trees that would be planted on the neighbor's property to make up for the impact that he caused to the neighbors. And it was a relatively small payment, and as far as I know, again, that's the only thing that has come from the applicant other than discussion about how he'd be willing to work with the neighbors, but no specifics, no detail. We as the neighbors would be happy. We've actually gone to the effort of contacting Edison. We would be happy to continue that effort. And again, as I mentioned, while it's not something that the neighbors will be thrilled about, I think if the solution were to underground, the neighbors will participate, including having the undergrounding go through their relatively new landscaping in their backyards. I think we are at the point where your commission needs to tell this applicant that they must mitigate, because otherwise they're moving forward on the very, very strong private property interest basis that they bought this thing and they have the right to do what they want with it. And the neighbors, if the neighbors don't like what they did, the neighbors should plant trees on the neighbor's property. And I hope that's not the message sent.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Wilbrandt. That concludes the presentation of...
No, I'd like to speak. Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff. My name's Philip Suding, landscape architect. If we could go to the next slide, Holly. This depiction here, this slide here shows where the existing tree, cypress tree stand was in that lower circle there. It's a little bit dark, but you can see where the existing cypress were and where the original pole was located. If you go to the next slide, Holly, and then maybe toggle back and forth once or twice, you can see where the cypress massing was. The existing pole is now located further
Would it
back.
be possible for you to use a pointer?
Sure. Do you? Yeah. Oh, great. Thanks. So this is where the pole is located now. And that's shown in this photograph, or aerial photograph here. This is where the existing cypress were. If you could go back to the previous, and you can see the tree massing there. One thing to note here on the original pole location is that it is not in the middle of the backyard, and it certainly could have stayed there and not impacted any development for the house. Okay, next, and then the next, please. This is a proposal to move the pole to a location further back in the property in an area that will allow screening of that pole and maintain the minimum clearance required. We are proposing that the pole be screened with 6 Monterey cypress in 72-inch box. I found some specifications on those, and going into the ground they would be about 25 feet tall to start with. So that's a pretty significant solution to screening the pole right off. I don't know how well you can see these photographs, but all of these photographs were taken from the roadway or from public way. So it is a significant impact to see that pole, not just to the neighbors, but also to the public. I think that's it. I don't think there's another one. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. That concludes the appellant's presentation. So is the applicant would like to make their presentation at this point?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Linus Kojavinas, the owner of a house at 171 Olive Mill Lane with my wife, Nancy. And helping us out here today, we have Pat Brody, our landscape architect, Sophie Calvin, who has developed the plans, and our legal counsel, David Grockenberger. Since we were just looking, before I start, just and for me to make sure not to forget, I would just like to point out that the photos you have seen of the utility pole were indeed, as Mr. Suding just said, taken from the street. And I haven't had the opportunity to go on the property of any of the appellants, but I think that the views from the actual residences or backyards of the appellants is somewhat different. I also believe that these photos were taken some time ago, probably last year, and maybe things have changed a little bit. I think that you were on the property a few days ago from what you said at the beginning of the meeting, and you know, therefore, better than I do. Let me first of all say that we moved to Montecito 2 years ago, knowing what Montecito and Santa Barbara was. We're not here to destroy Montecito or Santa Barbara. I say that because maybe not today so much, but in previous meetings, comments have been made about us not understanding what all this was about. Clearly, it is not about the remodel. The remodel is the remodel of a house of 1,900 square feet, adding about just under 800 square feet of habitable space, 200 square feet of storage, and a garage. It is about the trees, the utility pole. It is about our intentions then, and it is about, I think, and from what I hear, the fact that the appellants don't agree with the regulations that were and still are in place in the county of Santa Barbara about trees and utility poles. And through us, basically, are expressing this disagreement. Let me say, first of all, and this is for us, for Nancy and myself, the key point. The key point is that the trees were not related to the remodel. When we first saw this property exactly 2 years ago, in March of 2005, we immediately began discussing with the then owner about those trees and the fact that, in our opinion, they were a clear danger to the house. Again, a point maybe of not huge importance, but there have been several discussions as to how many trees there were. I heard this morning 12. They were 6 or 9, depending on how you count them. The trunks split. The point is that the property hadn't been taken care of for a very long time. The individual from whom we bought the property owned it only for 2 years, did a little bit of interior renovation and flipped it. But it is my understanding that before that, the property had not been taken care of. The result being that those trees were greatly overgrown, intertwined into the utility lines. Edison knew them well because of fallen limbs, held together by cables and bolts. To me, to Nancy, it was clear that those trees were a danger to the house, especially since we have our living quarters just below those large trees. As stated earlier, the owners, a few days after close of escrow, sent a letter to the neighborhood advising them that we were going to cut these trees. That letter was sent on May 25th, about 5 to 6 weeks before the trees were cut. Between that time, between May 25th, 2005 and the end of June 2005, I had the opportunity of having several discussions with people that I know, for instance, Dr. Kuvillian, and people that I didn't know who came to the property to find out what was going on. I also had the opportunity of talking to the then president of the Montecito Association. Obviously, everybody expressed chagrin to see these trees go by, these trees being cut. But no one ever told me that I was not allowed to cut those trees. Clearly, because they were a danger. Before we closed escrow in March of 2005, I came here to this building to inquire about it. And you know what answer I was given. You're allowed to cut those trees. At that time, I spoke to Edison, asked them about the trees. They mentioned to me that I was not the first potential buyer to inquire about them, and that they were very familiar with them, because again, over the years, when there were storms, a lot of the branches would fall and cut the lines. So my point here is that at that time, and still today, we inquired before taking action. We talked to people, and we did what we were allowed to do. And what people regretted, which I fully understand, that those were beautiful trees seen from afar. Whether they were specimen trees, frankly, I don't exactly know what the definition of a specimen tree is. What I do know is that the arborist with whom I had consulted at that time told me that those trees were not healthy. They were old. Today it was mentioned 60 years old. Some people told me 100 years old. Again, those trees were not cut because of the future remodel. Those trees would have been cut had we wanted to remodel or not, and we cut those trees within the regulations that the county had and still has today. Also, I would like to mention that on June 6, 2005, as I mentioned a minute ago, I met Mrs. Brown, who was the then president of the Montecito Association. She followed up with a letter to me. I answered. And in that letter, in the last paragraph, which is in your packet, I mentioned, and by the way, we plan to remodel in the future. I think that I use the words conceptual. We don't know exactly what we're planning to do, but I do mention in that letter, June 6, 2005, that we plan to remodel. I say that and build a swimming pool. I say that because we came here, we didn't, obviously I could never have anticipated that I would find myself before you today 2 years later, but we never did this in a way to beat the system. We did this because we believed it was right. It is our property. We bought it. We had some fears. Maybe we should not have bought it. We bought it. It is our property. So I think that that is very important, that in that letter that I hand-delivered to the mailboxes of all our neighbors, so they knew about it, I was talking about the remodel. On July 8, after the trees were cut, Mr. Consolo and I had spoken. One of the appellants, who is not here today, he lives in Florida, spoke, and I decided to mitigate on our property line about $8,000 worth. We didn't have enough plants at that time. I sent him a letter that I found in my files, which I don't think you have in your packet. And again, in that letter, I state that, and by the way, we're planning to remodel. Again, the point here is we did what we thought was right. So we did tell the neighbors. They knew about it. We did tell them that we planned to remodel. We did mitigate at that time, something that was never mentioned by anyone, of course, about $8,000 worth, a new fence and a new hedge between the Consolo property and our property. At that time, Mr. and Mrs. Consolo seemed to be happy. Obviously, they are not. They have never told me anything. The other point I want to mention is that between that time, between July 1st, when the trees were cut, and the first MBAR meeting at the end of December, if I'm not mistaken, December 19th, there was no contact between us and the neighbors about the trees or the poles. They never came to me to say, hey, Linus, you need to mitigate. This is not okay. Basically, nothing was done. Again, there was a request, and a member of the Montecito Association said you should negotiate. No one approached me. Furthermore, on February 2nd, there was a meeting in the offices of a member of the MBAR, to which we were specifically asked not to attend. I don't know what the intent was about that. Personally, Nancy and I were offended, greatly offended. And then Commissioner Gottsdanker was kind enough to come to our property, and Mr. Woolbrandt mentioned the date, on March 16th of last year, exactly a year ago, to try and mitigate. And at that time, clearly, Dr. Covillion and the other appellants, at that meeting, Mr. Suding and Mr. and Mrs. Kane were present, as well as Mr. Woolbrandt. At that time, Dr. Covillion was not interested in any mitigation. So here we are. In June of that year, after having done what I would call normal revisions to the remodel plans, we got approval. A appeal was filed. Again, more about what we did and about the trees and the pole than about the remodel itself. And here we are 9 months later before you. I would urge you to obviously deny this appeal because, again, we followed all the regulations in place. We were forthcoming with our intentions. We never tried to hide anything from anyone. And today, after the fact, not before the fact, the appellants come and tell us, you know what, that is not okay. Well, they should have told me. There was 6 weeks for them to tell me that it was not okay. No one said anything. No one said anything other than, hey, Linus, you should not cut those trees. But no one ever said that that Nancy and I were not allowed to develop our property, were not allowed to do what we thought was right for our property, for our family. Last, and maybe you want to talk more about it later on, and Pat Brody can talk about it, in the plans that are approved by the MBAR, I think that they call for 7 large and 4 smaller trees to be planted. So in addition to what I did in July of 2005 on the Consolo property line, in fact, that hedge was planted on the Consolo's property at their request. There is mitigation in the plan. I think that maybe I would like to ask David Gockenberger to say a few words from his point of view. Thank you.
If you could hold on, please.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Commissioner Phillips, did you have a question
Thank you,
for the applicant?
Chair Berg. Just one quick question. Mr. Kojovinas, thank you. Would your approved plans be possible if the cypress trees were still standing today?
I believe they would.
Thank you.
Commissioner Overall.
Dr. Kojovinas, you made reference in your, not doctor?
Not doctor. not
Okay,
yet.
Mr. in that case.
Mr. Corporate Executive retired.
You made comments about having consulted an arborist. It may be in our notes and I overlooked it, but did you ever receive a arborist report of any kind?
No, I did not.
Okay,
I did not know that I needed one. I was told that I didn't need one. I called several arborists. They came, first of all, to give me quotes to cut the trees. None of them told me that we could not cut them and that we needed a permit. They were all from the list provided by the county. I think that there are about 10 arborists or tree companies also. And once we had cut the trees, clearly a couple of them were diseased indeed. Also, and just for chronology, we cut the trees. First Edison came and cut the limbs around the power lines, and then the company that I had hired cut the trees. We left, if I'm not mistaken, 3 of them standing, and for a week or 2, and that just didn't work. Those trees were bunched together, and if you cut some, you destabilized the whole, I don't know what is the exact word, but the whole bunch of them. And the trees that were remaining were leaning a little bit towards the Consolo property, and a week later we decided to cut them.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Sir, the documentation that we have mentions at some point that you early on expressed an idea that you could underground the pole.
Correct.
Could you please tell me why you changed your mind on that, why you didn't do that?
We didn't, I never said that I would underground. I mean, this is a point of disagreement between Dr. Kovillian and myself. What I believe I said, I know that I said, is I would look into undergrounding. And we didn't because there's a huge cost attached to it. There's also, as the plan showed, oak trees in the back of our property, and boring through the root system of those oak trees seems difficult, and frankly, and also Edison is not keen on doing it because of access issues, and so we didn't follow up on that.
Mr. Kokovinas.
One gets
Close,
used to it.
anyway.
One gets used to it.
What was the thinking behind the removal of the trees in your estimation? Because I realize you say they're separate issues, but why did you want them removed? I mean, what was the thinking when you bought the property? Was
Very simple. Clear danger to the house. I discussed it with the previous owners. In fact, we got a credit from him to cut those trees. At that time, we weren't even thinking of, to me, of the remodel. It is a clear, separate issue.
so you thought they were dangerous to the house in there?
Absolutely. Okay. And again, as I stated before, and I would like to reemphasize, I met with several people during that month of June. I was already in Montecito. Nancy was still working in Los Angeles. And people just coming onto our property and finding out, and Mrs. Brown. And when I took them to the back of our property, to the back of the house, below the trees, and made them look at them, they all understood my point of view. Granted, understanding does not mean agreeing with. They all understood my point of view.
Thank you. Just one last thing. The movement of the pole was to accomplish...
To move it, whether it was in the middle, I don't think, and again, it's not a point of that seems major right now. I don't think that position of the original pole is totally correct, but it might be. Simply because it was, in my opinion, closer to the house. I'm pretty sure it was closer to the house. It is not a large piece of land, and we just wanted to move the pole further back to enjoy a larger part of the property.
I understand. One last question, and then I'll let you go.
Sure.
The appellants had suggested that there was an alternative location for the pole. I think it was the landscape architect, which would push it back into the corner. What's your opinion of that alternative location?
There are two opinions. First of all, well, there are two. Comments.
I'm not saying that we're.
No.
I'm just trying to get your opinion on that.
My first comment is that it seems to me. I first heard about that at the meeting last March 13th, a week ago, at the Montecito Association. There was a hearing there, and all of a sudden I saw this plan. So I have no input in this plan whatsoever. It seems to me to be in the middle of the root system of the two oak trees that we have at that corner of the property. Secondly, for obvious reasons, and David Garkenberger will definitely be more articulate than I am about them, I will ask this commission not to put as a condition the moving of a pole. We have poles in Montecito. We haven't done anything wrong. And in a way, what I'm asking you to do is give me a clear bill of health or a building permit that does not hinge on things that are not within what we're doing.
Thank you.
I was not very clear about that, but I think you got the idea.
I think it'd be appropriate for us to take a short break at this point. We've been here for an hour and a half, and we'll re-adjourn in, let's say, 5 minutes. The appeal and
Yes.
Mr. Grotenberger.
That's correct. I'm David Grokenberger with Grokenberger and Smith. We represent...
And I would ask you, how much longer do you think you guys are going to require today?
How much longer?
I'm just wondering how much time you require.
That's a tough one when you ask an attorney how long he's going to talk.
Yeah.
I'll say 5 minutes, which means 10 minutes probably for my comments. I want to address some of the procedural issues, some of the comments made by their counsel. I think it would be important for you to hear from Pat Brody with regards to the voluntary modifications to their landscaping and to their plan to show what was done to basically deal with not only some neighbors' concerns, but mitigations. And I will just tell you that numerous trees have been planted in response to those concerns, and she can address that. So I think that's probably an estimate for you.
Okay, great.
So we'll say 15 to 20 minutes. All right.
Proceed.
All right, thank you. And I will try to keep my comments relatively short. I think what I'd like to do is start with just a couple of factual background statements and comments, because in truth, Mr. Willebrand's comments to you that this is a quandary, and if there's going to be a legislation of some a nexus to events that take place prior to the application process, this calls for it. Well, on the contrary, this is exactly the type of case that doesn't call for it. Mr. Kojovinas pointed out to you that during the course of escrow, there was concern expressed about the trees during their due diligence. I'm going to go a step further. Not only was there concern expressed, but inquiry was made of the seller, what about these trees? And the seller is the one that said they should be taken out. We don't want to take it out now. We'll give you a credit in escrow. You should also know that there had been a buyer prior to the Kojovinas who also raised that same issue about the trees needing to come out. This is not a fabricated circumstance, and it's important for you to know that. The Kojavinases are a very nice family. They moved here to make this their home. They take a 1,900 square foot property and they turn it into 2,800 square feet for a family of 4. This is not a project where it was clear cut. This is a project where the home was turned into a nice living environment. The landscaping is done, and extensive revisions were made to that, and Pat can address that. So those trees came out for very significant reasons. I will tell you that from my perspective, even the appellants admit that, because they give you a definition of specimen trees. And in that, they footnoted, I think it's footnote 2 in their appeal, they reference specimen trees not just as the cypress trees, but healthy and sturdy trees. You just didn't have that in this instance. They were not within the definition of specimen trees for their health and their condition. They were taken out. And you don't have contrary evidence. No one really challenged the fact that they weren't cabled, that they weren't in serious disrepair, hadn't been maintained, and they posed a risk. I mean, that was the circumstance. And so the Kojavinases took that out. I think it is telling factually, and you focused on this issue of nexus, and I want to come back to that. I think it is telling that they inquired not only of the county offices about permits, what needed to be done in order to remove those trees, and in order to close escrow and make sure their credit was sufficient, which, by the way, it wasn't. Credits are never sufficient to deal with trees. The issue of the telephone pole and the undergrounding and Edison's reluctance to do that, the concern about the roots and the trees, and you even hear the appellants having really said to you that even if that were something that would be considered, it would require community effort and participation. I want to stop right there and say, and what are we about here today? And I think your staff report really sets it forth. And I'll just tell you that's one reason why I didn't labor you with more paper. They talk about how it's important for the appellants to state specifically how either one, the decision made by the board was not in accordance with the purposes of Article 2 of the County Code, or that there was some error or abuse of discretion. I mean, that's really the focus point. And what you really see is they don't argue either of those. What they invite you to do is legislate parameters of further control. Is it 6 months? Is it 2 months? I will say to you that in this particular circumstance, you actually would have to look at the fact that the prior seller, the predecessor in interest, had plans to take out the tree, and that those were going to be taken out, and so then you would be inquiring as to, well, what were their plans? I am not saying that at some point in time county may need to look at or want to look at, well, what do we do in terms of a review process? But you don't have that here now. It would be a travesty to layer that on the Kojovinas who live in that home and want to improve it for their living environment. They have their children in Montecito Union, in the junior high. They did not come here to start a war. A war was dropped on them. I say that because, and I actually appeared in front of you before, I have continually been shocked in these processes by comments by counsel who then say, well, we tried to settle this and we offered or we were willing to meet. I will say again, in the civil law world that I operate in civil court, we don't talk about offers of settlement. We don't suggest that why they refuse to mediate. So I say that to you because now what I want to say to you is, Mr. Wildebrandt was surprised not to hear from counsel if they had a proposal. If there was something that they wanted or were willing to do, well, I would have liked to have that letter. I didn't receive those letters. I mean, all we know, I say we know, meaning Cogevinus and myself, is that they were open to discussions. They met on site with Ms. Gottstanger. They weren't open for or made any proposals. So I give that to you, and what is that relevant to the two issues? The prejudice, the passion, the desire to take this and say we need to preserve our trees is not the basis for this appeal. And now I want to come to what I'm concerned about. And that's why at some point the county, if they take a look at this, or Montecito take a look at what do you want to do to preserve trees, what do you want to do to preserve views, because they're exactly the same. I have stood here in front, not very many times, but I've stood here on issues of view and of privacy. And it's unfortunate, but we don't have a view easement here. We don't have a landscaping easement. I mean, that's essentially what you're asking about. Is there any legal restriction on the Cogevinus at the time that those trees were taken out that in any way made their conduct wrongful? And the answer is, under the current state of permits that are required or not required, under existing law regarding easements for view or maintenance, the answer is no. I'm going to say that there is no nexus. I am comfortable answering a question, well, would a member of the community have standing to do it? And the answer is no. And why do I have that comfort level? Because of the way the appeal is phrased. They actually don't have a basis for appealing this. They have a basis for coming to you and say, we're concerned, we would like to see a window of 90 days, 6 months, a year prior to any application, that should involve a consideration of those issues. But that isn't where things are now. So I think it's telling, both in the staff report and in the absence of the appeal, that, quote, these activities, the tree removal and the movement of the pole, are exempt from permits. I mean, there's nothing for me, it's hard to defend against what I'll say is a negative. I mean, there's no basis for arguing that. They're asking you to consider policy, but policy arises in the review process. I may beat my 10-minute estimate here at this point because I've
That's a good thing.
It is a good thing for you, and then I can open up to questions. I'm concerned that the appellate process is being opened up by, well, 1 week ago we now have a proposal. Let's put in 6 cypress, let's move the pole over here. If you're looking at some evidence of error or abuse of discretion by the board, I don't see it. If you're looking at something that suggests that there was something done that's not in compliance with the policies, the guidelines of Article 2 of your code, it's not there. It's not there because it wasn't cited. So, as a practical matter, the appeal should be denied. I do not think this is the time or place to legislate a period of time that doesn't exist for inclusion in the review process. And that will be an interesting problem because although lawyers are paid to represent their client and they show up and argue whatever side they're there, we try to have some continuity. I think that's important. I stood before you arguing at one point in time that a line of redwood trees on Mr. Lowe's property was an impingement on views in our community in Montecito value views. And that is true, but we couldn't get around that issue because there's no view easements. And Mr. Wildebrandt was on the other side of that particular issue. And now I listen to an interesting argument in terms of this situation. The community is concerned about it, but we don't have that sort of application. We don't buy properties subject to view easements or maintenance responsibilities. Do you have questions for me? And then we'll defer to Pat. I think she'll help you with a sense of what has been done voluntarily to address the landscaping and some of the hardscape issues. Questions?
Commissioners? I think
Great,
we understand the
that
issues.
took care of my 10. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, would you like to, should we bring Pat up to address questions? I think that would help.
Sure.
Pat, come on up. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I wonder if we can put up the site plan. First of all, I'd like to address what we have proposed for the landscaping and just to talk a little bit about what is existing already on the site. The property now is completely screened on all sides by tall hedges, so it really is not visible from the street or from the neighbors' properties. Then there are existing on the site, as you can see, 3 large native oaks, and the landscaping has taken into consideration proper planting, appropriate planting that will help maintain the health of those trees. So those trees are already providing some view line screening, as well as a California pepper, which I don't see, is well, it's shown on the oh, I see. Okay. The 1, 2, 3 large oaks and a California pepper. And actually, there's another smaller oak over here. Now, as far as the proposed plantings, we are going to add 11 new specimen trees. Over here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 prickly melaleucas, and they are very fast-growing, large trees. They will reach a height of about 50 feet, and they are in the general area of where the old Monterey cypress were, these trees right here. And one of these is, these are all 24-inch box specimens. Then over here in the area where the pole is located, we have also 3 large trees, 2 24-inch box and 1 36-inch box, Brisbane box trees, which are appropriate for planting under and around power lines, as they are fairly narrow. But they will provide the screening for the pole. In addition, I just would like to point out that it is a small property and a small backyard, and we can't have it overwhelmed by large trees. Additionally, the proposed landscaping by the neighbors of planting 6 Monterey cypress in this area, which is in the critical root zone of the existing oak, would not be allowed and would definitely damage or eliminate. Actually, there's actually no room in here to put the oak, the proposed Monterey cypress, or the new pole. Also, I'd like to mention that we are planting 3 new specimen olives in the front yard as well. So that is quite a lot of trees, I think, for such a small property.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to have it's time for the public comment period. So I have a number of speaker slips here, and I'll encourage you to, if your opinions have been stated before, to try to keep your remarks as brief as possible. The first one is the appellant, Mr. Kuvion. Thank you. I asked you before, and I still couldn't remember it when it came down to it. It's Glenn Kuvion, correct?
My name is Glenn Kuvion, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. And I won't repeat all the things that have been said already, but I would like to put some photographs before you again, some you've seen already. But I would like to comment on the landscape plan that they proposed. I think it's absolutely beautiful what they're going to do. I think the landscape plan that she's proposed is beautiful, and it's going to do a very nice job for the pleasure of the Cogevinus. The pole in the corner where it's located, you can't landscape behind it, and Claire Gottesdanger was there on that day and measured herself that there's just not enough room behind the pole, so the Cogevinuses will enjoy the beautiful landscape plan. She also mentioned at the time, and that's why we suggested cypress trees, that we use cypress trees around the pole. Unfortunately, it's in the wrong location. Why the pole is there is really in question. Why was it moved from its location to that location? The aerial photographs are very clear. The aerial photographs you look down on, when you see it was very close to the back of their line. The argument that it was in their backyard is not accurate. Why they moved it, I think it's because the wires crossed across their property in such a way as to interfere with the swimming pool underneath. I think that's very clear. I offered them $5,000 to underground the utilities, so I tried to help out. Then they didn't go further with their undergrounding. For the other had obviously had other plans. The money that they gave for the Consuelos is because they dropped the trees on all of his fencing and his landscaping. That's what they did. They paid him back for that. What else am I going to say? Let's see. You all were there recently, and not much has changed since then. Maybe. Let's see. Not much has changed. Maybe these trees are 2 feet taller. The trees are gone. There's nothing we can do about that. Nothing's been said about that. But this pole in its place is just not acceptable to us. My property values, just take a look. We bought this property with that in mind. I mean, this is why you buy Montecito. You buy this landscape. You buy the whole picture. This is a tragedy. The pole, it's just, why is it there? It used to be behind these oak trees here. She sews a big circle for her landscape of an oak tree. They shredded this oak tree that I own partially with him. They shredded it with their landscaping initially. So the pole that was here is now over here. So now you get an example of just exactly what it looked like towards the last days of Pompeii here. This was a short pole. The cables were going across their backyard. They didn't like that. They moved the pole up here. It got higher because that's how Edison wanted things. 2 trees still existed here, been trimmed up. We thought maybe they just throw us a bone and leave those 2 trees there. No, they went down also. We're left with this here. Now, what do we have? We have these cables coming right across the line between Kane's and my property, right over our specimen oaks. They are protected trees. Now the Edison's going to come and cut the insides of those out in time, and we'll have destabilized trees. It's just not acceptable to us. And I think that's about all I have to say on that. Yeah. And the choice of the cypress trees was because of Claire mentioned that that's what we should use there. That would be a nice upright tree. The pole would have to be moved somewhere to allow trees to get behind it. This plan is certainly very nice, and a lot of work went into it, but it will not do anything to help us with our views, and that's what this is all about. The pole is really the problem. Trees for the future Montecito, I hope we can all address and think about how that could be helped in the future. Also, a relationship with Edison. If Edison's going to put a pole in between properties, not on the street, but in between properties, for God's sakes, let them notify everybody that, hey, your skyline's going to be changed here, guys. Could we get some kind of relationship in the future that might help all of us at Montecito? So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker would be David Suiting, followed by Brett and Susan Kane.
My name's Dave Suiting for the appellant, and my property borders the north side of this project. And I have read the staff report. I disagree with it, however. Staff said the project was consistent with the Montecito Community Plan. It isn't. The Montecito Community Plan, as was mentioned before, states that specimen trees shall be preserved. And let me state that I truly believe in individual property rights. I'm interested in my property rights. I work hard to retain and maintain my home, and I rely on the Montecito Community Plan to protect the nature of Montecito, to protect stands of specimen trees. Specimen trees such as the cypress in question are very similar to other stands of cypress trees in Montecito. Biltmore Hotel has spent money to prune those trees and connect them by cables and make them last a long time because they're beautiful sets of trees. And it's not the only example throughout Montecito of beautiful stands of trees. And as you've seen, we've suggested several plans to the applicant for mitigating the loss of those trees. I won't go into detail on those to repeat there. But additionally, this is a very important point, not only from my individual standpoint, but also for the community of Montecito, because we just can't allow people to violate the Montecito Community Plan by cutting down trees, specimen trees. That's clearly stated in the BIO M 1.15. If the Montecito Planning Commission were to deny this appeal or fail to add some conditions to the permit, it would send a message to other Montecito people that they can cut down specimen trees, and that would be sad. So I urge you to add conditions to the permit. Can I answer any questions that anybody might have?
Thank you very much. Brent Kane and Susan Kane.
Hi, good morning. I'm Brett Kane with my wife Susan. We live at 1295 Mesa Road. I think the fundamental view that is being presented here today by the Kosovinas is that they are in some way a victim on the part of the neighbors coalescing together against them. And that's fundamentally not the case. The facts in front of you are very simple, that the Kosovinas made incremental decisions along the path as they decided to close escrow, move ahead with buying the property, removing the trees, adding a driveway, which you haven't heard about, maybe it's in the report, and systematically moving down this path, which included moving the pole. The pole, in fact, has affected the entire neighborhood, and it's infected all of us with a view that fundamentally the Kosovinas' view has never really changed, because they always had a pole in their backyard. They have a pole in their backyard today. They chose where it should be. Their scenario here is a result of their decisions, and all of us have been affected by that. The trees are gone. It's unfortunate that the trees were taken out without an arborist report, without a view that it was part of a complete landscape and renovation plan for the home. I think we all are looking forward to the result of the renovation. Clearly they have a lot of plans in mind to make it more attractive for them, a better place for themselves and their family. And what we're asking you to do is to get clarity on why the pole was moved and what can be done to mitigate the fact that the pole was moved, which was their decision. And the rest of us, we've renovated our homes, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars landscaping our properties, and now as a result, we look at an unsightly pole which was never consulted with us. No one ever put up a 45-foot pole and said, "Oh, there you go. Hope you enjoy the new view," because we want to renovate our landscape. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan Kane.
Good morning, still. I'm Susan Kane. I just wanted to talk about one thing very specifically. A lot of this is about intent. And what was the intent when they purchased the home? I met the Kosovinos before they closed escrow. They came to my front door and told me that my fence was on their property line, and they needed me to move it. And the reason that they wanted me to move my fence was because their renovation plans, the corner of their new garage needed 10-foot clearance to the property line, and without me moving my fence, they didn't have that. So when we talk about not being sure what the plans were and not being sure if they're going to renovate, I think they were pretty clear. And at that point in time, they told me they were putting a pool in, which is in direct line of where that pole, where the old pole was and where the line to the house went. So I know this is difficult, and I know it's hard to determine when a project starts and when it ends. But if this had all been presented at one time, we would not be in front of you. We would have been able to resolve this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last speaker slip. If no one else wishes to address us, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this.
Chair, could I please make a couple of remarks to close?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. I was assuming we were going to do that, but I do want to
Okay.
close the public hearing portion of this. So we're closed, and then how long do you think you'll require
Just
for
a
your?
couple minutes, less than 5.
Thank you.
We've heard from a number of people speaking, both Mr. Kojovinas and people speaking for him, who have talked about his intent at great length. And I guess I'd like to ask you to refocus a bit here. We can't get inside his head. He may or may not have intended to remove the trees to make room for something else. The fact is he did remove them. And the telling point here is that when he removed them, a pole was moved approximately to the same location. The trees needed to be gone so that the wires could be run, so that the pole could be relocated, and the pole being moved was directly related to his proposed development. He wanted the pole out of his yard. So the nexus is here. We think the abuse of discretion, going back to Mr. Grokenberger's comments, is that the MBAR failed to exercise its discretion to look at the entire project and to look at the impact that this project had on the neighborhood in its entirety. You asked earlier whether the neighbors are concerned about having the trees replaced in their location or whether the pole is really the issue at this point. I think I can speak for them to say that the pole is really the issue at this point, because what they used to look at was trees, now they look at a pole and its wires. The mitigation we're looking for is specifically related to the pole and its wires. If the pole and its wires were removed, whether there were trees put back in that same location becomes of less consequence. It's a loss to the community that the trees are gone, and as my colleague Chip Wilbrandt said, it's certainly important to think about how in the future this commission and others will protect the community's interest under the community plan to preserve those trees. But in fact, these particular trees are gone, and what we're looking for at this point in terms of mitigation is related specifically to the pole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you receive rebuttal to council's comment, or do you need it?
Is there something specifically you'd
Very
like to?
specific. It'll be less than a minute. How's that? And I'll
Please.
keep to it.
Please.
Edison's pole, Edison's easement, and there are not view easements, unfortunately. That's why that pole, they made that decision. It can't go underground. It was moved at a time when we weren't in process. That's really the issue. And there is no nexus. And I don't think we should be creating one now. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll conclude the public hearing portion, and I'll put it back to staff for comments.
Mr. Chair, I think I'll start. I wanted to just sort of go through the permit path required for the activities that have occurred, because you've heard from a number of people, and I just want you to know what our thought process was. With respect to the trees and the pole, our conclusion is that those activities are exempt from permit requirements when they're not conducted in conjunction with a specific permit request. And one of the commissioners here asked me, well, what if somebody did that the day before they applied for a permit? Would you still be of that position? And unfortunately, yes, I would. Because I don't think there's any other choice. There's not a method in the ordinance to determine a length of time that's appropriate to say, well, that was really in conjunction with the development itself. And I guess I would just direct the commission to Article 2 and the tree removal requirements. They're very specific. A tree removal permit is required for the removal of essentially any specimen tree that's located within a county right-of-way, located within 50 feet of a major or minor stream, unless it's for agricultural purposes, for oak trees, and for trees used as habitat for monarch butterflies. And that's it. That's the only requirement for tree removal outside of the context of a permit. Further, when you go to the coastal development permit procedures and their applicability, they talk about that section talks about exempt activities, and it indicates that activities which are exempt from a coastal development permit are still required to comply with the provisions of the ordinance, but not the community plan itself. If there were development standards encompassed in the ordinance that talked about tree preservation, then it would be tied into that exemption requirement, but it's not. There are no provisions aside from the tree removal provisions. So I think I agree with Mr. Wilbrandt that if the commission and ultimately the board, and I think the board would have to give us direction, wishes to require tree protection in Montecito or elsewhere in the county outside of the context of a permit, then they would need to adopt a tree protection ordinance. And that has been considered in the past and has not occurred in the urban and interrural areas. We do have the oak protection ordinance that applies to the rural areas of the county, but aside from this specific tree protection or tree removal requirement in the coastal zone, there are no ordinance provisions that would address tree removal outside of the permit context. So I just thought it was important to go through that. In terms of what you're looking at today, I believe you are looking at an appeal of a BAR decision and an appeal of a decision made by my staff to issue a coastal or to approve a coastal development permit. And you should look to the findings that the staff needed to make in approving the permit for the structural addition and the findings that the BAR needed to make in order to approve the project and give it BAR approval. And that's really the limit of your discretion. So you can address aesthetic issues, but I don't believe you can address replacement of trees that no longer exist on the site per se.
Thank you, Secretary Black. Any of the commissioners have questions of
Mr.
staff?
Chair.
Yes.
I'll just
Mr.
add, perhaps for the benefit in part of the two new commissioners and of the public generally, that in this appeal you are sitting de novo, in effect as if you were the BAR.
Mm-hmm.
So you do, as Secretary Black indicated, look at the BAR findings and look at the findings of community plan consistency that are made on issuance of the CDP. And I do agree with the analysis of the applicability of our ordinance and of the general plan that Commissioner Black has indicated.
Thank you.
Just elevated Ms. Black, but
I got the intent. Commissioner Burrows.
Could the staff please address the removal or relocation of the power pole?
Sure, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, that's also considered to be an exempt activity and one that you should look at as a baseline issue on the site.
Commissioner Overall. I saw you hesitating over the switch.
Am I correct that the pool and spa are not included in the approval by the MBAR? And they are subject to a later application if the owner so chooses?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, that is correct. The pool and spa is not subject to MBAR review, but was part of the coastal development permit.
Secretary Black, if I could ask, what the language that's referred to in the community plan about protection to the maximum extent feasible, how does that tie in with the actual ordinance related to the permitting process? How would you reconcile those two, if it can be reconciled?
Mr. Chair, if we were looking at a permit that included tree removal as a part of that permit, and we determined that those trees were specimen trees, mature trees that are healthy and structurally sound and are, particularly scenic, then we would seek to modify the development to protect them. First step would be to get an arborist report to assess their health, and we obviously didn't have the opportunity to do so in this case because those trees were no longer in existence when we looked at the permit.
So really the difference is the nexus between simply getting a permit for removal as opposed to processing a permit for new development. Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? If not, I'll put it to the commissioners for comment and analysis, discussion. How would you like to proceed? Anybody want to go first?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
I'm a realtor here in the community and a member, or past member of the Education Committee of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, and I conducted a kind of a seminar entitled "Whose View Is This Anyway?" And it was one of the most highly attended seminars we'd had. The confusion is rampant with realtors, with the public. There is little as important to a homeowner as his view or her view. It's a major issue, and I completely understand the position of the appellants in regretting that those trees no longer exist and that they have to look at that pole. And it's also truly unfortunate that the appellants believe that the process works differently, and I hope they weren't led to believe that. That would even be more unfortunate. That there is a right to a view. And it may be preferable for the community to be able to trump the right of individual property owners as to control of his or her property. But I must say, if we do so as a community, we should do so very, very carefully, because we'd be giving up just an extraordinarily important right. But I invite the community to weigh in on this. It may be time for something more stringent. And it would require an ordinance change to Article 2, substantial legislative change. But what the appellants are asking today, I believe, is a legislative change and beyond something that we could grant them. So I would be prepared to move to support staff's recommendation. And again, I wish the community would weigh in on this issue, and it may be that it's time for Montecito to take a step closer to protecting these very valuable views, and maybe not. I don't know the answer yet, but in the meantime, again, I'm ready to move to support staff's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Overall.
Let's see, I guess I have three comments that I'd like to make. I think the first one has to do with the issue of specimen trees, and I realize this is a legislative change, but I think in a case like this, if we had required before the removal of the trees, and I don't think there's probably any argument but what they represented, specimen trees, if before specimen trees had been removed there had been an adequate arborist's report, I think it might have gone a long ways to addressing concerns of the neighbors. Might have changed depending on the results, it might have changed the mind of the owners. So I think that's something we ought to note for the future. The other two comments I wanted to make is there is in the Montecito Community Plan a lot of language related to the idea that the best policy for the community is a good neighbor policy. And clearly, the Cojovinuses are going to live as neighbors to the appellants in this case. And I think we've had a fairly classic case of failure to communicate. I would hope, although I think it's beyond the scope of our commission to do anything about it, I would encourage the parties to get together and see if you can't find a resolution, because living with neighbors who are unhappy with you one way or the other on either side of it is not a good condition for our community. And then the last point that I wanted to make relates to any future application that goes before the MBAR for a possible pool or spa. I would think at that point in time the MBAR might consider looking at the issue of mitigation, relocation of pole, that kind of thing. But I think it's beyond the scope of what we can do at this point. So I would second Commissioner Phillips' motion.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted
Secretary Black.
to make maybe two clarifications. First of all, the pool and the spa are not required to go to the MBAR and are included as part of the CDP approval. So I just wanted you to understand that. And the second point is that I didn't want you to walk out of the room thinking the MBAR didn't consider the poll issue, because they did. If you look at their minutes, they considered this case on a number of occasions and did consider that.
I did note that. Commissioner Burrows, anything to add?
Just a couple of comments. I agree with what, excuse me, I agree with what my colleagues have said about the loss of the trees and the undergrounding of the pole. I wish there were a way to address that. However, I don't think it's within our jurisdiction to do so. I would also hope that Montecito might move forward, at least in considering some kind of ordinance to protect our trees, the specimen trees. So at this point, I would support the motion and second that has been made, but again, express my thoughts on the trees, and that we might move toward the time that neighbors could be more considerate, more inclusive, more open on this kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I can add anything to the comments that have already been made. I thought Commissioner Phillips' remarks really reflected where we're at as a planning commission here, and I would ask you to go ahead and formalize your motion, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the required findings for approval of case number 05CDP string 0139, included as attachment A of the staff report. And number 2, deny the appeals. 2 cases cited in the staff recommendation, thereby upholding planning and development and MBR's approval and granting de novo approval of coastal development permit case number 05CDP string 0139, and final approval of MBR case number 05BAR string 0300, included as attachment B of this staff report.
We have a motion. Would one of you like to second the motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for denial of the appeal. All in favor say aye, opposed no.
Aye.
Aye. So the appeal is denied, and thank you all for your participation. I realize this is a hard issue, but I think that's the right result for us. I assume we probably need a few minutes to set up for our next item. And how long do you think the presentation, the staff presentation, will be on item 2?
Mr. Chair, I think we should be able to complete the staff
Presentation
presentation
before
before
lunch.
lunch.
Excellent. Okay, well, 5-minute break, and will that be sufficient? Thank you. Back to order the March 21st hearing of the Montecito Planning Commission. We're ready for item number 2, which is the Fraser-Siemens lot split plat. And we're ready for your presentation.
I'm going to read the item into the record first. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The following is the hearing on the request of Jennifer Foster, agent for Wayne Siemens and Gordon and Gay Fraser, owners, to consider the following. 05RMM3, application filed on June 7th, 2005. 04LLA10, application filed on September 3rd, 2004. 07GOV3, application filed on March 1st, 2007, and to approve the negative declaration 06NGD15 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before
Secretary
staff makes a presentation, I just thought we should take care of two items. First of all, I don't believe you've been introduced to Ed Yates before. We have two county councils sitting at the table, and I just wanted to introduce Ed. We're very pleased that he is with county council. He's been very helpful, and particularly the CEQA documentation on this project. And then secondly, I think it would be important for the commissioners to disclose any site visits or ex parte communications on this case before we proceed.
Thank you. You'd like us to do that now? Okay. Commissioner Phillips, why don't you start us down the road?
I have visited the site. I have spoken about this case with Mr. Siemens and Mr. Siemens' attorney. And if I, at the end of testimony, have information that has not been brought forward, I will share it with you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
I also visited the site, and I had a courtesy call from Mr. Weston in regard to my receiving the most recent email.
Commissioner Overall.
I visited the site. I had a very brief conversation with Mr. Weston at the time that he forwarded his most recent letter.
Same for myself. I visited the site and had a brief conversation with Mr. Weston yesterday.
And Mr. Chair, just so the record is really clear, Commissioner Gottstenker is not present at the meeting, and if she were, I believe she had already told the commission as a whole that she would have stepped down because of some work that she had done on the site previously. So just thought I'd make that clear.
Thank you for reminding us of that.
And then Julie Harris will make the staff presentation today.
Thank you. So, Ms. Harris, I think we're ready for whenever you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the Montecito Planning Commission. I'm here to present a project that encompasses several items: a lot split plat modification, a lot line adjustment, and related is a government code consistency determination, which is specific to only one aspect of the project. First, to orient you to the project with the location and setting, the project is composed of two parcels, Lot 1 and 2. Lot 2 is already developed with a single-family dwelling, and that was developed decades ago. I'm not sure of the date, but a long time ago. They're located on Park Lane West in the urban area of Montecito. The area is designated with residential land uses and zoning designations with 2-acre minimum lot size. San Isidro Creek runs along the west side of Lot 1, and there is an ESH overlay designation for the creek and riparian habitat. There's also a flood hazard overlay on Lot 1, and this is located strictly within the banks of San Isidro Creek. The surrounding land uses to the north, east, and south are residential, and to the west is the visitor-serving commercial use of the San Isidro Ranch. There's also a segment of the San Isidro Trail that crosses Lot 1, moving north in the north-south direction in general. There we go. First, looking at this exhibit, the lot split plat modification is associated just with Lot 1, and the proposed modification would remove a notation that was placed on the parcel at the time of its creation in 1961, and that notation was that the lot not be used as a separate building site, but to be added to the adjacent Shutt property, which is now what we call Lot 2 as part of this project. The plat modification would also include the designation of a development envelope, which is shown in gray on this exhibit. The lot line adjustment would modify a parcel boundary between lots 1 and 2 that would transfer a portion of land. It's right about, it's this area right here. It would transfer that property from Lot 2 to Lot 1 to provide a direct access to Park Lane West for Lot 1. It should also be noted that the existing parcel, Lot 1, already has an access easement across Lot 2 to access Park Lane West directly. The lot line adjustment would just make it more formal by adding property there that covers that area of the access easement. Another segment of the project is to realign the San Isidro Trail as it crosses this parcel. This exhibit shows here in this color the location of the recorded trail easement for the San Isidro Trail. This line shows the location of the actual trail on the ground where it exists and where people walk today. And the proposed relocated easement, which would include construction of the trail within that easement, is proposed to go along the eastern side of the proposed development envelope and would connect the existing trail here on the parcel to the south and on the parcel to the north. And I wanted to just bring up a bit of information in how this relates to the government code consistency. The realignment of the trail is a part of the lot split plat modification portion of the project. And as such, that proposed trail realignment has been thoroughly reviewed in the negative declaration and in the staff report. And the reason that there is a government code consistency determination that's on this agenda and a part of the decisions that you would make is because relocation of the trail would involve quitclaiming the county's existing easement and then acceptance of a new easement from the property owner. A government code consistency determination is required. The determination is simply a nod from you, the planning agency, that you agree that the policy consistency discussion regarding trail relocation is that the relocation is consistent with those policies. The government code consistency determination in and of itself is not a project under CEQA, and it's not subject to the same noticing requirements. So the relocation has been noticed, required, reviewed under CEQA as part of the lot split plat modification. But as the government code consistency, that is a separate issue. And then I just took, I have a few photos from the file that I just wanted to run through that just gives a little bit of orientation to the site. This photo was taken in February of 2006 and from the southern point of the proposed development envelope, and you can see in the center here, you can see these are the two sycamore trees. It's February, so they haven't leafed out yet. The next photo is taken a little bit further to the west from the trail where people walk on the trail today. So this is one of those sycamore trees again that's in the development envelope. And again, it's just looking north. This next photo was actually taken in September of 2004, so it's a bit older and drier given the time of the year. This photo is actually taken along the trail where it is near the creek and near the northern boundary of the property looking north. This photo, taken back in February of 2006, is looking to the south. It's from the trail at the northern portion of the site, and it's looking south. And again, you're looking into the proposed development envelope, and those are those two sycamore trees. And the last photo is taken from Park Lane West, looking into the site in a westerly direction. This is a large oak tree that's at the front of the property, and that is proposed to be incorporated into any future development, and the applicant hopes that this oak tree could be saved. These are the two sycamore trees again in the middle of the proposed development envelope. Next, to go into some of the background on this project, because there is a very long planning history associated with this project. Lot 1 was created in 1961 by a lot split plat. This is a photo of the plat, and this is the Lot 1 as we see it today, and this is Lot 2 here. It included a notation written onto the plat that it be added to the adjacent Schutt lot, and also it restricted development, and it actually says parcel A not to be used as a separate building site, but to be added to adjacent Schutt property. A certificate of I should add a little bit of note before I mention the certificate of compliance. The Lot 2, this parcel here, in 1971 was also involved in a separate lot line adjustment with the neighboring parcel to the south. And so that in 1971 they recorded a map as a part of that lot line adjustment. And it's very clear from that document, which we have a copy of if you would like to see it, that this parcel here was not a part of that other parcel map in 1971. And then finally, in 1989, the owner of the property at the time, were the Frasers, requested a certificate of compliance, and the county surveyor issued that certificate of compliance. And so that results in this lot being recognized as a legally created lot. In 1998, there was an application was submitted and approved to remove this notation stating that the parcel could not be used as a separate building site. And that process was a one-lot subdivision, essentially to record a new map without this information. That project was appealed to the Board of Supervisors, and during the appeal process, it was determined that this one-lot subdivision was not an appropriate process whereby to review a notation from an old unrecorded lot split plat. That application was subsequently withdrawn. The Board of Supervisors directed county staff to develop a process whereby an applicant could request such a change. And in 2004, that process was finally approved to allow unrecorded lot split plats to be processed as a modification, similar to modifications that are allowed for recorded maps and for lot line adjustments. So after that process was approved, this new project was submitted in September of 2004, and that's what we're reviewing today. There are a number of issues that I would like to summarize regarding the proposed project. So the purpose of this project is to remove the notation on the plat that created the lot, and that prevents this lot from being used as a separate building site. Thus, it would allow in the future the property owner to apply for a land use permit for a single-family dwelling at some time in the future. Your commission has the discretion to approve, conditionally approve, or deny this project. However, if this project would be approved, a future dwelling could be found compatible with the existing land use designation of the lot, which is for residential uses, and the surrounding area, and would also be consistent with the county general plan, including the Montecito Community Plan. And any potential environmental impacts of future development within the proposed development envelope can be mitigated to less than significant levels. And those mitigation measures are in the attached proposed final ND, which you have as attachment B to your staff report. Lot 1 does not meet the minimum 2-acre size of the current zoning. The existing Lot 1 is actually 0.77 acres. But it was created as a substandard lot. At the time of its creation in 1961, the minimum lot size was 1 acre. So it was a substandard sized lot at the time of its creation. However, again, the lot was created legally, as evidenced by the 1989 Certificate of Compliance. The existing trail used by the public is currently not located within the legal easement. However, should the proposed project be approved, the Parks Department has determined that relocating the trail into the proposed easement would be preferable than trying to maintain it in its current location on the ground. In order to safely route the public through the property and to provide for better trail continuity. If the trail were to be relocated into the existing easement, it would require removal of some riparian vegetation, as that easement is currently located on the top of bank of San Isidro Creek. It would also necessitate relocating the trail into recorded easements on the north and the properties to the north and south, where currently the trail does not pass through the entire legal easement. The project did undergo environmental review, and the scope of the project overall is very small. The project would result for the potential of one new dwelling to be developed on a parcel in a residential area and within a defined development envelope. The lot's contributions to cumulative impacts were addressed in the Montecito Community Plan EIR because the EIR at that time, as it was looking at potential build-out for the community planning area, the lot was identified as a lot that could potentially be developed with one new dwelling. Therefore, because the lot was included in the build-out analysis, its contribution to cumulative impacts was considered, and where the impacts of the community plan build-out were found to be significant and unavoidable, a statement of overriding considerations was adopted by the Board of Supervisors when that plan was adopted, and that EIR was certified. The ND for the proposed project focuses on the site-specific impacts of development on this lot, which were not addressed in that previous EIR. And as the ND shows, the site-specific impacts can be mitigated to less than significant, and therefore the ND is an appropriate document. I think we're having technological issues. The draft ND was circulated for a public review period. Initially, it was 30 days. It was extended to 46 days at the applicant's request. We received many comments on the project. The ND was revised where appropriate to address all of the comments that were germane to the environmental impacts, and that presented supporting data. And we also revised the ND to provide better information and clarifications on some of the issues that it was clear from the comments that were not clear in our initial draft. So the revised ND is attached to the staff report, and we also have made available, as we mentioned in the staff report, a version of the ND that shows all of the edits that we made because there was a lot of editing to the document. We wanted to provide you with a clean copy because it's easier to read, but we have those edited versions available for anybody who is interested. We also revised some of the mitigation measures just to provide more clarity to the language and to make it clear regarding implementation and timing of some of the measures to have better and more easy measures that would be more easy to enforce. The issues of most concern that were raised at the in the document and that were commented on most specifically are the aesthetics, biological resources, land use, and recreation. The majority of the comments received on the draft were focused on these areas, and we carefully reviewed these comments and these sections. The staff believes that the mitigation measures in the ND are adequate to mitigate any potentially significant impacts to less than significant levels. And cumulative impacts have been adequately addressed. Again, as I mentioned before, working from the Montecito Community Plan EIR and the fact that the lot was identified as having the potential to build, it was included in the overall build out of the plan. Regarding policy considerations, the project can be found consistent with all of the applicable policies as we discussed in the staff report. One of the issues that related to policy is the land use density and the size of the lot. The current land use density designations are used to determine the maximum density primarily when you're considering new subdivisions. For example, when you have, with a 2-acre minimum lot size or maximum density, if you had a 10-acre lot and you wanted to subdivide it, the maximum that you could achieve would be 5 2-acre lots, depending on other site constraints. No new lots would be created that are smaller than the minimum lot size. However, over time, with subsequent general plan and zoning ordinance amendments, the minimum lot size and the maximum land use density have changed in different parts of the county with those adoptions of different plans. So county regulations have always allowed that there could be development of a single-family dwelling on a residential lot that's smaller than those minimum lot sizes, provided those lots were legal at the time of their creation. And in fact, even the first Montecito zoning ordinance, which was adopted in 1930, also allowed for that exception. As a result, there are many developed residential lots in the Montecito area that are smaller than the current 2-acre minimum, and this air photo just provides an example within the area localized around this particular project, that there are quite a few lots that are smaller than the 2-acre minimum and even smaller than the 1-acre minimum, which was the previous zoning for this area. The county and Montecito policies call for the protection of public views. East Mountain Drive is the nearest public road to the site. However, there are public views of Lot 1 visible to trail users and to users of the private road, Park Lane West. The current views are of a small lot in a residential neighborhood surrounded by residential development. The trail users experience brief views of a riparian corridor as they pass through Lot 1 and surrounded by residential development. Any views of the mountains are currently already limited by some of the existing vegetation and a large residence located on the adjacent parcel to the north. The aesthetics of the views experienced by trail users along with other policies calling for neighborhood compatibility of any new structures and minimization of night lighting can be addressed through the architectural design review process at the time a new house is proposed and a permit application is submitted for a house. The Montecito BAR reviews these projects to ensure conformance with the architectural guidelines and any aesthetic mitigation measures required by this lot split plat modification before you today, which would also help to screen and soften any future development on the lot. No development is proposed as a part of this project, although we know that there is the intention to build at some future date, but we do not analyze the architecture and design of a single-family dwelling until such development is actually proposed in a land use permit. There are also policies calling for the protection of environmentally sensitive habitat and riparian creek areas and of oaks and other native specimen trees. And this exhibit shows a side-by-side comparison of a 2004 aerial photo and the existing Lot 1, the proposed development envelope in gray, and what is shown in blue is this is roughly the location of the actual creek bed, and this is the top of bank as calculated per flood control requirements. There's also the actual other top of bank, which is what you find on the ground, is located here, but flood control has some specific requirements in order to make their calculation. And then this is the proposed ESH riparian buffer setback from that top of bank, and that is 50 feet at a minimum from the top of the flood control's top of bank. It also roughly corresponds with the edge of the existing riparian vegetation. As the lot is in an urban area, policy calls for a minimum buffer of 50 feet from the top of bank, and this project would meet that. Buffers are also required when development is proposed within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat. And the policy does not require the buffer to be 100 feet, but it allows for some adjustment depending on site-specific circumstances. The air photo on the right shows the ESH overlay in green that's laying over our photo map or air photos. And the ESH overlays that are shown both on the photo mapper as well as on the overlay zoning pages are approximate and not definitive. The overlays are used as tools to alert the planner that, the overlay maps, I should say, are tools to alert the planner that the resources are potentially present and that they should investigate further when an actual application is submitted to the county and investigate exactly where that ESH boundary should be determined at the time you have an application in. In this case, the county determined the ESH boundary to be the edge of the riparian habitat, and that roughly corresponds to the 50 feet from the top of bank requirement. Although it was commented on during the draft ND circulation that the boundary is in question, it is not. The determination used here is a standard practice for determining the ESH from a stream. There is some margin of error by relying solely on the overlay maps, and that is why we have a determination made in the field when a project application actually comes in. There are also policies that require restoration of ESH habitats when you are going to be developing in these sensitive areas, and a restoration plan was submitted. It's been revised, it's been reviewed by the staff biologist, and it's been found to be adequate except for one clarification regarding fuel management activities, and that is a mitigation measure in the ND that has been proposed as a condition on this project. There are also policies protecting trees. All of the trees that are located within the creek area itself, they are protected as no development would encroach into that area. For the oak trees that are located near the edges of the development envelope, tree protection measures, including fencing, would be required with any future development. There are the two sycamores within the development envelope. Those are these right here. You can see better on the map. Those are proposed to be removed, and one smaller 6-inch oak located in this area here and here is proposed to be relocated on the site. This oak tree is the large oak tree I showed in the photo before, adjacent to Park Lane West, that the applicant would try to preserve and design future development protecting that tree. However, it does have the potential to be impacted, and so these 4 trees would be mitigated by a restoration, the planting of trees in the restoration area as part of the restoration plan. Recreation policies call for preserving and protecting trail corridors, preventing encroachment, and not allowing new development to adversely impact existing recreational uses. The project would preserve the public's right to pass through the parcel and would require transfer of ownership of the relocated trail easement prior to recordation of the lot split plat modification and the lot line adjustment. Construction of the new trail would be required before any land use permit approvals for new residential development, and the trail must be kept open during any future project construction. There's also a conceptual trail landscape design that would provide a native planting palette that would help to screen any future residential development and maintain an existing aesthetic of traversing through this residential neighborhood and with native plant species. The primary finding for the lot split plat modification is that there are changes in circumstances that make any or all of the conditions of the lot split plat no longer appropriate or necessary. The plat contained the notation not to be used as a separate building site, but to be added to the adjacent shut property. The reason for the notation is unknown and speculative at this time. The lot split plat record is vague. There's no documentation to explain the reason for the notation. There's no indication that added to actually meant to merge the parcel with the shut property. The lot was sold to the shuts, and it was recognized by the surveyor as a separate legal lot with a certificate of compliance. There is no condition language in the county's action letter either prohibiting or allowing development. The only condition language is the notation on the plat itself. All county documents in the lot split plat record refer to the project as a division and not a boundary adjustment between 2 existing lots. So we don't have clear direction that it was intended to be a lot line adjustment rather than the creation of a new lot. And in 1961, there was no environmentally sensitive habitat designations, or there was no environmental review required under state law. So we, if the development restriction was related to some kind of environment or habitat concerns, we do not have that information to make that determination. The lot was identified in the community plan as vacant with a potential to develop, and thus it was included in the build-out of the community plan, and the analysis of the community plan EIR did consider it as a site with future potential development in Montecito. The modification can also be found consistent with county policies as discussed in section 6.2 of your staff report. And I'm not going to go into the details of the other findings. I think that they're more self-explanatory. Therefore, the recommendation is that you find that the relocation of the trail easement is consistent with the comprehensive plan. That is the government code consistency determination. To adopt the findings for the project, including the CEQA findings, to approve the to approve the proposed final negative declaration, approve the lot split plat modification and the lot line adjustment. And finally, though I didn't touch on it in detail, there is a point allocation recommendation for the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance of 55 points, which is something that that a landowner could use in the future in terms of actually coming in to apply for land use permits. Any vacant lot has to apply with the MGMO, and so we're recommending 55 points for that allocation if you approve the project. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Do we have any questions of staff before we break for lunch? If not, I'd suggest we break now.
Bob, I have just
you do have one.
Quick one, yeah.
Commissioner Phillips,
No one
please.
else first? Okay. Quick question on the notice of hearing. Is there a difference in the notice for the lot split plat modification as opposed to a county recognized trail being changed? And it was raised in some of the documents, and I think the trail folks wondered if the community was sufficiently noticed. And it's and it's odd that I suspect there aren't any trail people here today. Could you speak to that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips. First of all, I'd like to answer what noticing was done for this project. The project is a combination of 3 different case types. As such, we did one combined notice that meets our typical 10-day advance newspaper notice for the project. And so it has the typical public notice requirements that other discretionary projects have. In addition to that, of course, we had the negative declaration noticing when that was being circulated. So in that regard, the entirety of the project, which explains all portions of the project, including the trail relocation, were noticed, similarly to all your other projects that are noticed. That being said, there are some nuances and technical differences among the 3 types of cases that are presented. The lot split plat modification, the lot line adjustment have the identical noticing requirement. The trail relocation as part of the environmental document, and I think that's what Julie was trying to make a point about earlier, that's part of the negative declaration, so that was kind of embedded in the noticing requirement for the negative declaration circulation process. But this 65402 determination is kind of a small part of the overall project, but when you see those kind of determinations as standalone determinations on your agenda, they don't require the same noticing requirements as environmental documents and other discretionary projects subject to CEQA do. They only require basically my understanding, I'm looking to council here to confirm, is the 72-hour Brown Act noticing requirement. So if you see a 65402 determination on your agenda as a standalone item, there is no state-required 10-day advance newspaper or property owner requirements for that. But since it's one component of our overall project on Fraser Siemens, we included it in our notice. So we actually went beyond that
Okay.
minimal requirement in this case.
Good. Okay, thank you. There's been some criticism that the negative declaration decision relied on environmental review that was general and spoke to lot plat modifications and not one plot in particular, and certainly not this one, tiered environmental data. I'm wondering if the ND was done prematurely, in fact. I mean, you even have identified a building envelope. Is this new plot conditioned with that building envelope, or doesn't the applicant have room to change that and maneuver that, and doesn't MBAR weigh in, and they haven't seen that yet? Now, that's not much of a question, I'm sorry, and I'll restate that, but it's the sufficiency of the review that I think I need to touch on, the negative declaration result. And if you could speak to that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, the development envelope that's on the proposed plans, it was a development envelope that was proposed by the applicant, and it was the analysis in the ND for the site-specific environmental impacts was based on the fact that there would be, at some time in the future, there could be development within this development envelope. And if this project is approved, this development envelope must be recorded. It's part of the recordation process, so that the future development would have to remain within that development envelope. That is what would be approved. If the applicant, or if anybody else commenting on the project at the MBAR were to say, no, we don't want to have development here and within this envelope, we'd like to shift it south or shift it west to a location that would be outside the development envelope, staff could not approve a land use permit on such a project. The applicant would actually have to request a new modification in order to modify the boundaries of that development envelope to allow development anywhere else on the site. And if that were to occur, that would trigger a new environmental review at that time.
But aren't you fashioning mitigation based on future impact, which is a violation of CEQA and criticized strongly, I think, in that Sundstrom case, County of Montecito? We don't even have a project before us, and I think some of the mitigation is being, let me say it differently. Impacts can be mitigated based on what you expect future development to be. And is that something that we should have a problem with?
Mr. Chair, at the risk of answering a almost legal question with two county councils sitting at the table, I guess I'll do it anyway. This is and Commissioner Phillips, this is an approach that you see the department take, and I think rightfully take, on land division proposals, lot splits, tract maps, and in this case, removal of restriction to a particular parcel that precluded development or precluded primary residential development. So it's not conditioning the project anticipating some future impact. It's trying to reduce the likely foreseeable impacts of development of the site. And it's very typical. It's a very typical approach for us in reviewing land divisions, lot line adjustments, etc.
But I think but aren't you saying we think we know what it's going to be and we can mitigate it?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, I think what we're saying is we know that if this action is taken, that there is the potential for development to occur on the site. And in order to reduce the impacts of future development, we're restricting the area that can be developed and conditioning it in other ways. So we're anticipating reasonably foreseeable development of the lot.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners and Commissioner Phillip, and if I may, anticipating reasonably foreseeable development is what CEQA says we must do at the earliest reasonable time.
Isn't the land division itself the project? I mean, doesn't that become the project? Or excuse me, not land division, but in this case, creating a buildable parcel is in fact a project that needs to be mitigated.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
And therefore, another CEQA analysis will have to be done when the project comes forward.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, actually, no, because subsequent development of this lot, as is the case in many lot splits and tract maps, would be a ministerial permit, not subject to CEQA. So we'd be looking at a land use permit in the future.
Last question, if I could. Ordinance 4525, I think, was created to solve this particular problem here. And there's 7 requirements necessary, and I've seen that statement, but I haven't seen the 7 requirements. Have we met those? Is this lot plat modification meeting the requirements of that ordinance? I don't see it anywhere.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, are you talking about the findings to approve a lot split
Yes.
plat modification?
Yes.
Yes, those are included in Attachment A.
And all 7 have been
Yes.
analyzed and viewed? I must have missed it. Okay. That is all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any of the other commissioners have questions at this time? If not, I'd like us to, excuse me, Mr. Yates.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Phillips, just to back up, you had another question. It was a good question, and that referred to perhaps cumulative impacts and the tiering from the Montecito Community Plan, EIR. The document, what CEQA requires is that cumulative impacts of projects be assessed where foreseeable. That is, cumulative impacts are not required to be assessed at as specific a level as direct impacts. But this document actually goes well beyond what CEQA requires in looking both, incorporating by reference the Montecito Community Plan EIR cumulative impact analysis, and also doing a smaller neighborhood-oriented cumulative impact analysis. And it does call that out in almost every section where it would be applicable of the negative declaration. It talks about potential cumulative impacts. So it does, the document does go beyond what CEQA requires. And also, in kind of following up what Ms. Mr. Black was saying about the requirements for connected actions is kind of the point you were getting at, which is a good question. And these projects would not be considered under CEQA as connected actions. The project looked at in this negative declaration is those actions being taken that are up on the screen right now. CEQA does require, when there is as Mr. Allen's suggested, CEQA does require when there's possibly related projects that are further down the line, that the document look at those to the extent it can and assess it in a general matter, which this document has done. And this closely follows what CEQA requires both in the regulations and in the Laurel Heights Supreme Court case. CEQA does not require that subsequent projects be later brought forward and all the planning process be completely changed so that there is enough information to analyze. It basically requires that, again, that the lead agency take a look at any possible related future projects, and if possible, take a general look at those impacts that are not speculative at this point, and I think the negative declaration does that.
One last quick question. Ms. Harris mentioned that, I believe, and I may be misstating you, but I think you said there was a certificate of compliance which created this lot or gave this legality. Isn't it the case that it was legal, it was a non-conforming legal lot in 1961, and the certificate of compliance reaffirmed that? Isn't that more correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, essentially that is correct. The lot was created in 1961, and the certificate of compliance just confirms that it was created legally in compliance with subdivision law, and that's all that the certificate of compliance does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. I'm not.
Melissa Mooney.
What's that?
Melissa Mooney, she's staff.
Staff. Yes, thank you. Melissa.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, I'm Melissa Mooney, the staff biologist for planning and development. I merely wanted to point out to you that there is another meeting in this room beginning at 2 p.m. and I'm monitoring the hearing. If you have any questions now for biology, I'm happy to answer them, but I won't be able to appear by remote testimony after probably 2 p.m. or so.
Understood. Commissioners, any questions at this point in time? Commissioner Overall.
Yes, there is a report by, I believe it's Rachel Tierney, and it seems that you had done an earlier report with more variations and seemed to have a slightly different view on the establishment of the building envelope and the ESH. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'm
Overall,
sorry, is it
overall.
Commissioner Overall? It's hard to see from up here. There have actually been, Rachel Tierney did prepare 3 versions of a restoration plan. When I first became involved with this project, I was asked to conduct a site visit and review a 1998, the first version of her restoration plan, which did not identify the boundary of the environmentally sensitive habitat on the site. So I was called upon to go out, do a site visit, identify the edge of environmentally sensitive habitat, and provide my observations to staff. I did that. I made a few comments on the 1998 restoration plan, and after that, Rachel Tierney stepped in and revised the plan, and we came to an agreement on, essentially, on where the edge of the environmentally sensitive habitat and the required 50-foot buffer should be located. I will add that the development envelope was adjusted based on these discussions that we had. Initially, it extended into the 50-foot buffer zone, but it was subsequently reduced in size and moved outside the 50-foot buffer. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to try again. I've been trying to get out of here for lunch for a while, in case nobody's noticed. So I see it's, how about if we come back at 20 after 1? Will that work for everybody? That's a little less than an hour. We're adjourned till then. The Montecito Planning Commission, and we are on item number 2, the Fraser Siemens lot split, and I believe it's time for the applicant's presentation. Mr. Weston.
Thank you very much, Chairman Berg and members of the Commission. My name is Derek Weston, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Wayne Siemens. As you know, the applicant is making 3 requests: a modification of the lot plat map, a minor lot line adjustment, and if those 2 requests are approved, is willing to grant a new easement to the county and to allow the trail to be relocated and to pay the entire cost of relocating the trail. I want to start by complimenting Julie and the entire staff, Julie Harris and the entire staff, on what I really thought was a terrific and very, very thorough staff report and presentation. As you know, when this lot was created in 1961, it was processed by the county exactly the way it would have processed any lot for development. They asked for a can and will serve letter from the Montecito Water District and received it. They asked for a can and will serve letter from the Sanitary District for a single-family home and received it. They asked for a can and will serve letter from the Fire Department to confirm that the Fire Department could serve fire needs for a single-family residence on this lot. Those questions were only asked, there's no reason to ask those questions but for development of a single-family home. They discussed traffic and decided there were no issues. Now, we know that the Planning Commission had the power to impose conditions. Why? Because they did impose some. They imposed a condition that provision had to be made for a hiking trail. And of course, the owner back at that time did in fact quit claim and easement to the county at the location the county requested. So the Planning Commission did impose the condition that they thought was important. But they did not impose any development condition. There is nothing recorded anywhere in the record, that no recorded document that indicates that this property was not to be separately developed. And as you know, 1989, the county issued a certificate of compliance. Not sure that staff mentioned it, but it was an unconditional certificate of compliance. It is possible to get certificates of compliance that reflect some limitation on development. This one did not. And then again, as you know, in 1992, when the Montecito Community Plan was adopted, this lot by parcel number was specifically referenced as a potential lot for development. So you've heard a lot about this handwritten note on the map. Nobody knows who wrote it, when it was written. We assume that it was, at some point, the Planning Commission knew about it, but there is no reference in the action letter from the county that this was important or an issue at all. The 2 things we do know are these. 1, that they could have imposed a development condition but did not do so. And 2, that they did not process this as a lot line adjustment. If they had wanted the requirement that this rectangle of property be added to the Fraser parcel, wasn't the Fraser parcel at the time, but if they had wanted that, the Schutte parcel, they could have done a lot line adjustment and the line would have been adjusted, but they chose not to do it. They chose instead to create a separate valid legal parcel that is, of course, confirmed by the certificate of compliance. So when Mr. Siemens first looked at this, he assumed that the property was developed and took that position with the county. But staff was concerned and took the position that the language could be construed as a condition, and since the map was never recorded, it should be in effect implied. We considered, frankly, litigating that issue, but county said there's no reason to do that. Just apply for a single lot subdivision, which will promptly be approved and will completely resolve the problem. So a single lot subdivision, in effect, redivides the lot, and it's the process that the county has used for, 30, 40 years to change conditions on unrecorded plat maps. We promptly applied for a single lot subdivision. It was promptly approved by the zoning administrator, and 1 neighbor appealed. So when that came before the board expressed concerns about the single lot subdivision procedure itself, not about this project, but about the wisdom of doing single lot subdivisions under any circumstances for anybody. And I did not mention why in my letter, but the reason is that the Subdivision Map Act applies to divisions of parcels into 2 or more parcels. And since a single lot subdivision deals only with a single parcel, there was a concern that maybe it was an unauthorized procedure. We were surprised, to be honest, when we got all the way to the board, after having been told to do this, to suddenly have the rug pulled out. When it was discussed by the board was very concerned about exactly that issue. And 2 different times they said to County Council, if we disapprove single lot subdivision procedures as a whole, is there a way this applicant can deal with this issue? because it concerns us. And 2 times, County Council said yes. All they have to do is apply for a lot line adjustment, and that will automatically correct the problem because new conditions can be imposed. If they're not, then they won't be part of the project. And I remember Supervisor Schwartz asked that that be repeated, and County Council repeated the advice 2 times, maybe even 3. So we then withdrew the application and started all over with a lot line adjustment. That was also promptly approved by the zoning administrator, and again, it was appealed to the board. It actually took quite a bit of time. By the time it finally got ready to be heard by the board, an amendment had been proposed or adopted to the lot line adjustment ordinance that prohibited a lot line adjustment if one of the effects was creating a new parcel. So having gone through the procedure a second time, as the county told us, we suddenly had the rug pulled out from us again. And when that happened, and maybe I'm confused on this issue, it was either at that hearing or at the single lot subdivision hearing that the county said, we want to make sure that there is a straightforward way that conditions can be modified. They asked that the ordinance be adopted that allows modification. It was adopted and approved, and this, in effect, it was adopted for this project. And then there was a lawsuit filed challenging the adequacy of the SEQA review. It was sent back for additional review. It was finally completed. There was no further litigation or appeal, and we were finally able to process this application. So there are, as you know, there are 3 basic requests to the application. The first, that this condition that we think is not applicable anyway, and is certainly confusing, be eliminated, so there's no question about it. The second one is the lot line adjustment, and the third is the trail relocation. So I want to talk first about the lot line adjustment because it's a minor issue, and I want to get it out of the way early. There is a narrow triangle of land on the east side of this property that's part of the Fraser parcel, between this property and Park Lane West. And we intend, or the applicant intends, to use that little triangle for his driveway access from Park Lane onto the property. And he has an exclusive easement over that portion of property. So the only person can use the triangle is the owner of this parcel, Wayne Siemens, and the lot line adjustment simply makes that a part of the parcel as opposed to leaving it an easement. It's not a critical issue. If the rest of the project is approved, we could develop a home with or without the lot line adjustment. It's a simple and appropriate thing to do in our judgment, and I don't know that there's any opposition or concern. So unless you have questions, I don't plan on talking about that further. It's simply almost a housekeeping matter. I do want to talk about the merits of the request for modification of the condition. As you know, this has already been approved 2 times by the zoning administrator. Nobody knows if it was ever discussed with the Planning Commission, but it certainly was not important enough for them to put it in an express condition. And I read with care what staff said. This is a quotation from the staff report. "No application has been found in county archives, nor are there any minutes or recordings of the lot split committee's action that would explain the reasons for the notation. There is no condition language in the county planning department action letter, either prohibiting or allowing development of the lot or otherwise referencing the notation." And then later on they note that in fact buildings could be put on the property if it were part of the Fraser parcel. They say, "The notation did not prevent all development, only use as a separate building site. Thus, the site could have been developed with the residential accessory structures had the lot been merged." If it were merged now, that's what would happen. So staff has confirmed that this application complies with all applicable county policies, with the Montecito Community Plan, the zoning ordinance. They have acknowledged that the language of this strange condition, which is very old, is itself troublesome. It's unclear. The reference to adding the lot to the Schutte parcel is imprecise language. Certainly if they had wanted a merger, they could have conditioned it, or what would have been much more appropriate would have been a lot line adjustment. So staff recommends approval, and we ask you to follow staff's recommendation. Well, there are neighbors who are opposed. Primarily, it is the 2 immediate neighbors that don't want to see additional development in their immediate backyards. With all respect to the neighbors, we believe that they do not have legitimate objections to this project, and I think those 2 immediate neighbors are the ones who evidently have aroused others that are not so immediately affected. So the first objection is that the parcel is below the current zoning of 2 acres. And if you would be good enough, Julie, to help me by putting up that first exhibit. As staff mentioned, there are lots and lots of parcels that are below standard size, including of the ones that we're showing you a list of all the ones on Park Lane West. Thank you. So these are all of the parcels on Park Lane West, plus the Melchior parcel actually has an address on, this first one, she has a street address down on Mountain Drive. But if you look at the sizes of these parcels, there's only one that is actually more than 2 acres. And there are lots of them that are less than 1 acre. This one on Mountain Drive is 0.64, here's 0.97, 0.1, 0.59, 0.84. This 0.84, I should clarify, that is the size of the Siemens parcel after the lot line adjustment. It makes it slightly larger. But even as it is today, it is a larger parcel than Mr. Spear's parcel immediately to the north. Immediately to the north. So it doesn't seem to us that it is appropriate, it is a legit appropriate objection for these neighbors to say that this property should not have a residence because it's less than 2 acres. That's simply not the way the neighborhood is developed. Now, the 2 neighbors who are immediately to the north and south have both pushed their own envelopes in terms of their development. I know that the neighbor takes a different position, but we've measured very carefully, and the Spear parcel is closer than the requirement of 15 feet from the southern property line. When his property was developed, there was a requirement written right on the map that his development be 15 feet from the southern property line, and the reason was to allow room, and part of the reason was to allow room for the hiking and biking trail. There already was room only for a 5-foot hiking trail, which is half the standard size, and we think, in fact, that his house is built closer. He also has built on an average of 33.5 feet from the creek. And there's also a stone wall that now projects into a portion of the easement, and he's also fenced off the easement. The property to the south, we believe it's case, I guess I'm not 100% sure, but the creek itself was reinforced with what's called riprap that allowed that residence to be built closer to the creek bank than 50 feet. And the development in the backyard where the trail easement is has large boulders and is also fenced off. So from our perspective, these 2 neighbors have not respected the environment the way they are asking Mr. Siemens to, but in fact, Mr. Siemens is the one person who really has respected the environment because his building envelope is not even the minimum of 50 feet from the creek. It's an average of 50 to 70 feet from the top of bank. And respects the ESH buffer. And we appreciate it that Melissa came online this morning before she was tied up, because that setback was specifically worked out to accommodate her concerns. We wanted to make sure that we designated a building envelope on this property so that there couldn't be a development that would raise significant environmental concerns. In addition to the setback, which is significant, the application, and I don't know that this has been discussed, this application includes the agreement of the Siemens to restore the entire creek habitat, which has invasive species and also has been severely degraded because part of the trail wanders over near the top of bank. And if you've been on the property, it's completely denuded and there's lots of erosion. And of course, there's lots of exotics that don't belong. So part of this whole proposal, which Rachel Tierney has designed, involves complete restoration of the habitat, so it really will be appropriate and permanently protected. The specific home that will be built on here, presumably, is not before you. But we have confirmed that we can easily design a home that complies with all the setbacks and county requirements and that we think is very appropriate for the neighborhood. That design was showed to MBAR some years ago. They were very complimentary of the architecture itself. It's by Bob Easton, and he is here. If you have specific questions about that house, Bob will be happy to answer them for you or show you the floor plan of the proposed house. It is located 50 feet, the northern portion of it is 50 feet from the Spear residence, and I think 83.5 feet from the Melchiori residence. So we can develop the property in a way that allows much more setback and comfort to the neighborhood than what's already there. Now, of course, nobody likes to see something developed in their backyard, but we do not think that there is a legitimate objection to a reasonable house in this lot. And then to touch briefly on some of the questions that Commissioner Phillips raised, it's very appropriate in our judgment that a project be submitted with an envelope that precludes significant impacts. The easiest way to understand it is that if we had proposed a project with no development at all, no envelope at all, staff would have said there is the potential for this project to have significant impacts, because if they built right in the ESH and cut down the trees, it would be significant. They would have asked for an EIR. The EIR would have said there are significant impacts. Well, there's no reason to do that. So we designed an envelope that made sure that any development would avoid significant impacts. And that is not mitigating in advance. It simply is designing a project that prevents significant impacts, and that happens in almost all subdivision and lot split cases. And of course, the individual home will have to be reviewed by MBAR. Staff will have to make a finding that it complies with all of the zoning and setback requirements, and the county will have to make a determination that the proposed residence is in fact compatible with the existing developed neighborhood. I mentioned that we have or at least the applicant is open to a very substantial setback, both from the north and south neighbors. He has also planned the house so that the height will not be so high as to unreasonably impact the sight lines from the neighbor to the south towards the north. We believe that all by itself, the condition modification should be approved, all by itself. But there is an enormous public benefit to do it. And that is because it will allow this hiking and equestrian trail to be relocated. And frankly, the current location is just a disaster. If you would be good enough, Julie, that's the one. So I believe you all understand this. This is Park Lane West coming up on the right. This property to the immediate south is owned by Ms. Melchiori. This is the property in question, and up here on the top is the Spear parcel. Currently, people are just walking across this Siemens property, roughly where I'm indicating with my pointer, not in the location of the recorded easement. So the southern segment of the recorded easement is on the northern portion of the Melchiori property. Her house, as you can see, is just 20 feet from the property line. So if the easement goes here, there's relatively little privacy. There are picture windows on this part of the house and some large boulders. I'll show you photos. Then, on the Siemens property, the trail follows right along the top of bank. Well, it is really steep there. And John Venable, who has spent a great deal of time with this, says that he has told us, it's not one of the letters I attached, but he said it is so dangerous that the Montecito Trails Foundation would ask that it be closed. Now, that's telling you how dangerous it is, if the Trails Foundation would prefer to have it closed than be in that location. And then last of all, this east-west segment is located on the southern portion of the Spears property. You'll have to, this may be not drawn quite correctly, Bob, but I think that this segment is not 10 feet wide as it's shown, but only 5 feet. Then there's a huge tree right here, and the easement kind of winds around it. But that is very constrained, and I'll show you photos. Well, if the condition modification is approved, then Mr. Siemens has offered to create a new easement, to donate to the county a new easement along this northern route, and to construct the trail at his expense. And we asked Claire Gottstanker, before she was a planning commissioner, to assist with that, and she did the landscape plan and the details of that. We met repeatedly with the Montecito Trails Foundation to make sure that they were happy with the proposal, and they are delighted. Commissioner Phillips noted that the Trails Foundation people were not here, and thought that was surprising. It is a little, but John Venable is out of the country. We did meet just in the last few days with Bud Gerard to talk about one minor relocation issue, and he's very, very supportive. And I know that Claude Garcia-Soleil is here, and will tell you, I am sure, that he has participated in all of these meetings with Trails people, and they are very, very pleased with this proposal. If you would be good enough, Julie, to put up the next photo, just to give you a sense of the problems that we face. It's not quite as bright as would be ideal, but this fence right here is the boundary between the Melchiori and the Siemens parcel, and this congested area is where the trail would have to go. She has put up a a fence, a different fence than shown in this photo. It was taken quite a while ago. So there's a fence that blocks the public from using this trail, but they would have to go right here between and among these boulders and right in front of the picture window. Here's another view of that same area. And then if you'd be good enough to put the second one up. As constrained as that is, the little east-west segment on the Spears parcel is really bad. Viewed from the creek toward Park Lane West, there's a fence, and somehow the trail has to go in this area where there's a wall, and here's this very large oak tree. It gets very steep at the end. And then from Park Lane West back, the trail has to go to the right side of this huge oak tree and somewhere between where this fence and this wall is. So, to be perfectly honest, the legal location is just a disaster. Just a disaster. And Jennifer Briggs, who was the chair for many years, chair of the public, I'm not sure I know the exact title, Parks and Recreation Department, she issued an order that the trail be closed. Closed. Because she knew that the public did not have the right to walk across the Siemens parcel where they're walking, and she determined that this was too dangerous. Well, Mr. Siemens and I contacted her and said, look, you don't have to do this. We are processing this matter through the county. We expect it to be sorted out. We don't mind the public losing it in the meantime, because if this segment of San Ysidro Trail were lost, it would really be awful. I mean, it would just be a huge community loss, and we hated to see that happen on an interim basis. So, as a part of this project, if the modification is approved, we're willing to, the applicant is willing to do something that is a terrific public benefit, just terrific, at no expense to the county, solving a problem that really can't be solved any other way, because the county has told us that they would not exercise the power of condemnation to condemn a new trail location smack through the middle of the Siemens property. So it's either going to be closed and lost, or completely solved in this way. And I might add that if this is done, the easements on the Melchiori and Spears parcel can be quitclaimed. The advantage, one of the other advantages of the trail location is it eliminates people and dogs from the property. And Rosie Thompson is here. In her judgment, as a biologist, it will be a huge benefit to the habitat to not have that disruption in the creek. If you walk the trail, you'll see what that disruption has done today. So we think it is a win-win solution. I do want to emphasize that I think Mr. Siemens has been incredibly, maybe even unreasonably cooperative. It is remarkable that he didn't file a lawsuit, and instead did what the county told him now 3 different times, that he's offering to solve the problem with the trail. He could have put up a hedge on the southern boundary, which would have blocked the view of Ms. Melchiori. And I know applicants who have done that kind of thing in order to put pressure on their neighbors, but he didn't do it. Instead, he's proposed a house that will in fact respect her views. So he has tried to be a good neighbor. I think he's certainly being a good steward of the land. I hope that you will support the staff report, the staff recommendation. Now, there's one small detail I need to talk to you about. In the staff report, which came out, I think, at the end of last week, staff suggested that there be a minor adjustment to the building envelope to give a little more room to the trail at the lower section. I don't know if I need to put it up on the map, but right when the trail first comes onto the Siemens property, staff thought that perhaps there should be a little further setback. Thank you very much. Here's the envelope. They suggested moving this envelope back to give the trail more room. We do not think that was justified. The trail easement is 10 feet wide. There's ample room for landscaping. Trails Foundation approved it the way it was, and it would constrain us to narrow that portion of the lot. But in trying to be responsive, we met this week, I guess it was, with Bud Gerard and also with Claude to get their reactions to the issue. And what became apparent is that if we rerouted the trail instead of north and then along the envelope, if we rerouted it where my pointer is indicated and then joined this, that it would not only solve that problem, it would be a better trail location because it would not be as steep, and I think it avoids one additional tree that would otherwise be impacted. So in this last minute, we realized there was an even better solution to the trail than the one we had realized before. I'm sure Claude will be glad to answer, but we are willing, rather than accept the condition that staff has suggested, we're willing to do this slight rerouting. Either I or Claude or Jennifer Foster, who has been terrifically helpful on this, can answer specific questions about that. So, at the risk of repeating myself, I think it's important to emphasize that when this lot was approved, there was can and will serve letters from the district, from the water, sanitary, and fire. No conditions have ever been recorded. The county did not impose any conditions, although they could have. We believe that this is not, if it were litigated, it would not ultimately be found to be a valid and enforceable restriction, but we're not trying to take that route. We're trying to come up with what we think is a really constructive solution, deals with the issue in a straightforward fashion, and solves this unsolvable problem with the trail. So I thank you for your patience. I would be happy to answer any questions. I hope we'll have a chance to rebut any new material. Bob Easton is here. If you would like to hear from him, he'd be happy to talk to you. And I don't think, Jennifer, do you have anything you need to add? So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. We probably will have some questions of you.
I have just a
Commissioner,
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I see your light's on. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yep.
Commissioner Phillips.
Mr. Weston, all through the documents and reviewing the history of this case, there seems to be an intent by the county to overcome the notation. Is it that notations are never taken seriously, or is there something peculiar about this one that everyone hated?
Well, we would have a different situation if the restriction had been recorded as a part of the approval of the lot. I don't know whether there's any other case like this at all, where there was a reference to, that indicated some constraint on development. This is very unusual. It was not common to do this and have it on a plat map. So we think this case is sui generis. Nobody knows why it was done. Nobody knows why the county would have done a lot split if they actually didn't want it to be developed. So there really is a question whether it was important or discussed by the county at all. They could have required the map be recorded, but they didn't. So I think that there are more questions than anything else. When we discussed it with the county, as always, you start with staff and say, gee, there's this restriction, what do you think? They encouraged us to seek removal by first doing the single lot subdivision, then the lot split, and now this process. So they have always been supportive, I think, frankly, because it was difficult, to see that there was a sound justification for it historically. And of course, it was our position that it wasn't valid. It doesn't say this lot will never be developed. It has this strange language that it's not to be a separate development. So nobody knows quite what that means. And then strange language about adding it to the Schutte parcel. What does adding it mean? Does that mean merger? Does it mean he'll own them both? And nobody knows. So it's hard to give a lot of credence to the language. And I think for that reason, and because of the overall benefits of the project, staff has been supportive. Now, does that answer your question?
It does.
Mr. Weston, I have a question for you.
We can probably turn on the light now.
One thing I didn't understand from your presentation, and maybe it's just my incomplete reading of the material, but you described the map as not recorded. But I thought isn't the parcel created by the plat map?
No.
And I'm wrong there.
Well, I'll explain. At that time, there were two ways to create a parcel. One would have been to record the map. I believe that could have been done. But it was also possible in the 60s to create the parcel simply by deed following Planning Commission action. So in this particular case, it was created by deed. The deed doesn't have that restriction and doesn't have a map because it wasn't required by the Planning Commission. So the map that has this note on it, which is written in hand, was never in fact recorded or required to be recorded. So and the Planning Commission knew that.
So the map was processed but never
Yes.
recorded, and then effectively approving the division, and then a subsequent deed is recorded effectuating it. Is that
Right.
the
So it was an
procedure?
exhibit. It was an exhibit before the Planning Commission.
And so there's maps never recorded, but the parcel deed is...
That's right. And it's not done that way today.
Right. I understand that.
So anything today anything on the map gets recorded. What happened was when the Planning Commission approved the lines around the parcel, that language that described the boundaries of the lot was incorporated into the deed. Then the
So
deed
it was
gets...
a meets and bounds
Yes.
description on the deed rather than
Exactly.
referring to the
And then,
plat?
then the deed gets presented to the county, and they verify that it complies with the conditions of approval. If it were a wrong property description, for example, they wouldn't have accepted it. So it's implicit when they made that determination that they didn't see a need to repeat the note on the deed, or they would have. So it was accepted by the county as a recorded permanent document.
And that effectively is your legal position
Yes.
related to the
Exactly.
to this, is that it was done with a deed.
Exactly.
And the plat map is
Right. So
really has no effect.
the plat map is the term for, county council can tell me if I have this right, it's the term for a map like this. It's not recorded. And in the past, the only way to make changes to any plat map was with a single lot subdivision or a lot line adjustment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Weston, the lot number 1, I guess that we're referring to it, was created when it was spun off by San Ysidro Ranch.
Yes.
At the time that lot split was done, were there any other parcels that were created?
No.
Or was that the sole parcel that was created by that action?
That's right.
Okay. When, at the time it was created, am I not correct that it was below the requirement in terms of size?
Yes, I believe
to
so.
be buildable? It was 1 acre minimum at that time? Okay. And when did Mr. Siemens acquire this property?
He's had it under contract for a long time, since whenever we first did this, some 10, 12 years, a really long period of time. He recently closed purchase, I think, maybe 2 years ago or so, but the whole time he's had it under contract while we processed it, but he thought it was not fair to the Frasers to ask them to wait longer.
So when did that contract, when was it entered into? Roughly, what year?
8, 10 years ago? Is that right? Approximately 95.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Weston.
Perhaps if I may,
Sure.
to add to
Please.
Chair Berg and Commissioner Overall, after he first took a look at the parcel and looked into the legalities and concluded that it should be developable, that's when he first acquired the contract. And originally, and for many, many years, it was to be a new home for Wayne and Cheryl Siemens themselves, but it's just gone on so long that they've remodeled a different home in the meantime. So.
Excuse me, Mr. Weston, could I ask you one other question, which is, this lot would not have been a legal-sized lot at the time it was created. Is that not correct? It's under.
Excuse me, I
And so,
wouldn't...
and so I guess where I'm headed with that is, how do you reconcile that with the fact that, doesn't it make some sense that the reason we have a lot here that's undersized is because it wasn't expected to be built on, and that's why, in fact, it was approved?
To be honest, I don't think there's a reason to reach that conclusion. The county could have processed this as a lot line adjustment. I'm sure you're clear about that. They could have added the parcel to Shooty, so there'd be no question at all. But they didn't. They chose to create a separate lot. Now, it's not, I think the words you used were, isn't it true that it was not a legal lot? I would not use that
That was
word.
imprecise language,
It was
I
a
agree.
perfectly legal lot. It was not consistent with the zoning. This was a long time ago, back in the early 60s. There are lots and lots of non-conforming lots. They may have thought it was completely appropriate for the neighborhood at that time. So we really just don't know.
But at that point in time, and this maybe is a better question of staff, but I'm struggling to find whether they would have approved a substandard lot at that point in time.
Except that we know they did.
Right.
And I hope that you will conclude that if there's any doubt on the question, I think the overwhelming public benefit tips in favor of the resolution we're suggesting.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Oh, looks like Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Weston, is a separate part of your presentation, are you going to show us the tentative design that was submitted to the MBA?
If you would like to, Bobby, since prepared to do it, I thought it'd be much better to have him do it than I.
I would be interested
Okay.
in seeing it. Anybody else
Bob, do you
want
wanna
to take a
do
look?
I do want to be clear that we'll present it to the MBAR. They may, I'm sure they'll want story polls. They may want changes, but I think the primary value is to show that a reasonable house can be put on this property that respects the setbacks, and we're happy to show you the design.
Right. I understand that we're not approving that or
Sure.
passing judgment. I'd just like to see what
Yes,
you've come
we're
up with.
prepared for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a minor cleanup item before you go to public comment. I think there are two public letters that we've received into the record since the deadline of Monday at noon.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson.
That require that you vote them into the record, and I thought people should know that before
Yes.
they testify.
Would somebody like to make a motion
And
to
they're,
accept these two letters?
Let me tell you which
Oh,
ones they are.
Sure.
They're Mr. Weston's letter that's dated March 19th that we received on the 20th, and then the residents of Park Lane West and Park Hill Lane letter that we received on March 20th. March 21st is dated March 20th.
I'll move that those be accepted into the record.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
And then, Mr. Chair, just one other comment, because other people may refer to the approval process in a different way than Mr. Weston did. Actually, when this, the map that created this parcel was approved, it was approved by the Lot Split Plat Committee, not by the Planning Commission. So you may hear that, and I just didn't want you to be confused. It was actually a body other than the Planning Commission. It was a body comprised of staff members.
Thank you, Secretary Black.
I have a
Commissioner
question.
Overall.
Ms. Black, what you were just referring to, did that, whatever you referred to at the Lot Split Committee, did they have the authority to impose conditions just as a Planning Commission would have?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, yes, they did.
Before we hear from Mr. Easton, I'd like to follow up on my question to Mr. Weston. I'm struggling with the language in the staff report that refers to the lot as created by lot split plat number 1467. I'm sorry, Ms. Harris. I'll repeat that. The language in the report, in our staff report here on page 4, you refer to the lot as being created by the plat. When it's not created by the plat, isn't that language incorrect?
Mr. Chair, the plat was the process that created the lot, and the approval of the lot split plat had to be effectuated by the recordation of a deed within 1 year from the date of approval of that plat. So that was the process that created it. And if I might add, I guess one of the differences about how these projects were processed during that time is the lot split plat was actually the process for either creating new parcels when you were going to create 4 or fewer parcels, or to do a boundary between lot lines. It was the same process. It was termed a lot split plat, and it could do both of those kind of projects. Whereas today we have a parcel map and we have a lot line adjustment. So we have different processes and we have different terminology today.
Right. So, would it be reasonable to say that the plat is simply the processing vehicle, and then it effectively goes away? There's either conditions opposed that are recorded, or they'd be in the deed? Because that's kind of what I hear the applicant saying, and maybe I'm...
Mr. Chair, I don't think I would characterize it quite that way. I would characterize it similarly to a tentative parcel map, where the commission takes action on that record doesn't go away, but it's effectuated through recordation of a final map.
Right. No final map in this case.
Right. All that was done to establish the lot was recordation of the deed.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
I do have.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. At the time this lot was created, the only condition was the trail. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, the only condition that was included in the action letter from the Planning Department was that the riding and hiking trail be established. The notation was on the plat exhibit, however, and the plat exhibit was part of the approval, and there is an approval stamp that was made on the back side of that plat, so we have that in the record as well.
Well, that's sufficiently complicated. Mr. Easton, looks like you're ready to address us.
Thank you. I'm Bob Easton, hopefully the architect for this project. Ms. Harris, could you put on the screen that map that you had used earlier during Mr. Weston's? Yes, I believe that's it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Phillips.
if we can't affect this design, why are we listening to it?
I think just informational, just to show that a house could be put on the property.
I'll be very quick.
Yeah.
I think
I don't think we
No,
should
I-
spend a lot of time
I
on
don't
it.
mind seeing it, I just wasn't sure why we were, but.
we should. Can we focus this a little more? Is that? That's it. That'll be good. Okay, I'm going to outline here the development envelope, which is on this map shaded. This area, of course, is part of the setback, and this is part of the Fraser lot. The street is out here. This is the Spear house to the north, and the Melchiori house is down here. That area there. But maybe zoom back out. That'd be great. So this is the development envelope here. So this is a quick plan. As Mr. Weston suggested, we have not finalized the house design. We haven't applied to the county. We haven't gone to the MBAR. And with this particular plan, the visit we made to the MBAR was with an earlier plan that we proposed. And during the presentation to Mr. Spear by Mr. Siemens during this process, he requested that we position the house further away from his house than we were doing. And so what I would like to do is put on the screen here a cross-section that is cut from the Spear property to the north across the Siemens parcel through the Melchiori parcel down here, showing relative positions of the proposed house with the adjacent houses. So maybe we can zoom on a little closer. This is, say, standing on the street looking toward the west. The property line at the north is here. The property line at the south is here at the Melchiori property. This is the Melchiori house, which is 20 feet from the property line. This is the Spear house here, which is 12 and a half feet from the property line. Mr. Siemens agreed with Mr. Spear that he would locate the house 50 feet from Mr. Spear's house. So the current plan that you're looking at now is different than the one we showed to the BAR. This plan does move the northerly facade of the Siemens house 50 feet away from the southerly facade of the Spear house. Here we are 83 and a half feet from the northerly facade of the Melchiori house. The house floor is located very close to the existing pad that's there now, the elevation of the existing pad. The house plan itself is 3,900 gross square feet, or in regard to how Montecito calculates square feet, it's little over 3,500 square feet net, not including the garage, which places the house about 400 square feet less than the required FAR for this size of property, for the .84 of an acre parcel. And basically it's a one-story house with a lower floor here under the garage and under this part of the main floor, which will contain a couple of extra bedrooms. This is just a quick, undecorated landscape sketch of the one-story house with the northerly line here and the southerly line over here. So this would be a two-story part of the house here at the south, but that would be the only part that would be 2 stories. So do you have any questions?
Thanks for the presentation. I think that helps a little bit.
Thanks.
Does that conclude the applicant's presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Then I believe next we go to the public comment. Sooner or later, I'm going to get this process down. So we're going to open the hearing for public comment, and the first speaker I have here is Robert Winkler at 800 Park Lane, to be followed by Adam Rhodes. Park Hill, excuse me. Park Hill.
Hello, I'm Robert Winkler. I live on Park Hill Lane, which is right around the corner. And I think it's just another one of these situations where you open the door to this kind of development, spec houses in that case. It sets a bad example for the area, not in a proper way, but it's going to be like LA pretty soon, where I lived before, where they build on every nook and cranny and squeezing things in, and it doesn't create a proper neighborhood. And the whole neighborhood is upset about it. You can tell from the number of signatures you have. Everybody feels it degrades the neighborhood. And we ask you to vote no on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adam Rhodes, followed by Penny Carpison, it looks like it might be.
My name is Lucy Greer, and Adam asked me to read a letter that he wrote. May I do that?
You can.
And I distributed copies of this to you. To the Commission. I'm a resident of 805 Park Hill Lane, and I want to unequivocally state my resistance to this proposed lot split and trail relocation for the reasons stated below. The original intent of the plat map is clearly and correctly stated on the map itself. The proposed lot split would result in a substandard lot that is out of context with the surrounding lots in the neighborhood. The proposed split involves sensitive ground that is located on the edge of a year-round creek that has 20-foot high banks and is physically vulnerable to erosion and landslides. San Ysidro Creek is subject to a variety of flows based on seasonal rainfall. The erosion of the creek banks is inevitable and will encroach on the proposed lot's western boundaries over time. The lot is covered with mature oak and sycamore trees that not only stabilize the creek, but also function as natural screening between the San Ysidro Guest Ranch and its neighbors. The lot is squeezed in between 3 homes that are already maximizing the building envelopes for each house. The Fraser home is the only single-story home in the whole neighborhood and will eventually be redeveloped to take full advantage of its location and economic value. When this occurs, the density of the area will be overwhelming to the natural scenery and flow of the existing and heavily used trail access. The existing trail is located in an area that allows pedestrians and vehicle operators visual corridors to allow safe crossing and street use. Many, if not most, of the trail users have dogs with them. A visual buffer between cars and people and animals is an added safety feature that would be lost if the trail is relocated. The recreational value and natural beauty of the creek would be greatly compromised if the trail were rerouted away from the creek to pass between two homes. The current natural beauty enjoyed by all trail users would be forever damaged and lost. This is contrary to the mandate of the Montecito Community Plan Policies BIO-M-1.3 and 1.6, all which call for the protection and maintenance of riparian resources and native trees. The proposed development is speculative and is not based on need. Mr. Siemens is a developer who bought a landlocked and substandard lot for a bargain price. It is not reasonable to diminish the recreational enjoyment of many people and the overall nature of the area for the benefit of one speculative developer, especially since the existing plat map clearly states that the area is not for development. Approving the changes to the plat map, rerouting the trail, and removing large biologically significant trees from the area will have a widespread negative impact on all people in the neighborhood, all for the economic benefit of one person that will not be living on the proposed lot. If the Frasers need to enhance their economics, they should sell their entire lot and home, not a substandard portion of it at the expense of the area neighbors and trail users. I am hopeful that the Commission will uphold the high standards that make Montecito the attractive neighborhood that it is currently by voting no on this expensive, self-centered proposal. Sincerely yours, Adam Rhodes, 805 Park Hill Lane.
Thank you. Penny Carpoza, help me with that one. Looks like your pen ran out of ink at the end here.
It did.
Followed by Laura Horn, I think.
The last name is Capazus, and I live at 812 Park Hill Lane.
Thank you.
And while I am probably one of the people located the furthest from this project, it does concern me, and I'll tell you why. I think it's very easy to view this decision as a small one. I think that this applicant and his attorney have done a good job of making it appear to be almost a no-brainer. After all, it's just eliminating one word from one document, that word being unbuildable. For those of us who live on this street and have lived through many of these projects, I can assure you it's a huge decision. And it's a decision which is going to set a precedent for people to come ever after. The idea that you can develop anything for any reason on any piece of land is going to give rise to the kind of communities that we fled from. I would like to urge you to deny this because I think it's fundamentally going against what this neighborhood represents, and it has huge repercussions for us. An example of which is that these are private roads which have to be maintained by the residents. The county does not come and repave these when they've been decimated by the construction. And this is an issue that these neighbors here live with every day. We have to pick up the tab for the developer who comes in with gigantic trucks, rips up the road, and then leaves. This is a developer. He will flip it, and in the path of flipping it, we will pick up the tab. So I'd like you to consider that carefully in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Horn? I think I got this one wrong too. But followed by Marcia Wolf.
I'm Laura Haney. And first I'd like to read a letter from Mr. Frank Panino, who wasn't able to be here today.
Has this letter been submitted to us?
Yes, it has.
You know, I would really prefer not to have them. We've had a chance to look at it, and
Great.
We have so much time. I really appreciate it. If you have any remarks on your own, otherwise,
That's fine.
We have seen it, and I'd really like to move us along so we can get everyone
I
out of here.
understand.
Thank you very much.
My husband and I have had 4 concerns regarding this project. Our first has been that of the building envelope, and I was very pleased to see that Mr. Easton's proposed new proposal has moved the proposed residence over so that it's not so close to the Spears or the other residents. The second was privacy, and Mr. Siemens has been very gracious to offer to work with us. We're directly across the street at 816 Park Lane West. The third concern, though, is one of precedent, and that is that the future of the Montecito area, if we allow an unbuildable lot to suddenly be declared to be a buildable lot. And my understanding is that there's a difference between a legal parcel and a buildable lot. We were told when we purchased our property that it was the last buildable lot in that neighborhood. Finally, it's the concern, another thing that concerns me is the assumption that the underlying reasons for designating the lot as unbuildable no longer exist. It seems to me that the environmental concerns that existed at that time, if anything, should be greater now that there's been more development in the ensuing period. And finally, it sounded to me, as I listened to the staff report, that there wouldn't be a lot of opportunity to revisit trail or environmental concerns after this point in time. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Marcia Wolf, followed by John Tilsch.
Hi, my name is Marcia Wolf. I live at 900 Park Lane West, and originally I was going to read a letter from my neighbor at Brady, but I will just give you my own thoughts. We also signed a letter that you have received from, I believe there are at least 12 of us that signed this letter. Our concern is definitely that this is an unbuildable lot. It hasn't been proven to me that this is now all of a sudden a buildable lot, and the reasons behind it, they're very unclear to me. Our neighborhood does have our particular lot is 3 acres, and I don't think that was even on the list that the lawyer originally showed everybody. They stopped at the Brady's house. The Tilsons next door to us have 40-some acres. We are used to having room. We bought this house because it's more of a open area country. We love hiking. We have millions of people that come up our road already that want to park there. If this gets diverted too much from the original location on East Mountain Drive, we're going to have serious concerns about liability. We are a private road. If something happens to these people on our road, it's just another added concern. We're also having to redo our road right now from previous builders, and let's see, was it 2 winters ago when we had flooding, and the county came in and dredged the creek, and we're still repairing this road, and we now have all our funds set to do the road. Now we're maybe going to have it all ripped up again for a spec property. It just doesn't seem, there's so many other areas in Montecito that you can build. Why build on this little tiny piece of property between 2 houses right now? I urge you to say no. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tilsch. And that would be followed by Lucy Greer.
Good afternoon. My name is John Tilson. My wife and I live at 928 Park Lane West. We are a signer of this letter, which I submitted to you here. I apologize for us not understanding the protocol for addressing this committee, but we're just neighbors, and the only reason we're here is because we're concerned. I will not read the letter per your request.
Thank you.
But I would encourage you all to read this letter very carefully. It's signed by 12 people not just the people who live on either side of this subject property that you're addressing today. Okay? And despite what was said here earlier, we were not coerced in any way by those people to come and speak to you. We're speaking from our hearts. And we're speaking because we live there, and we're speaking because we're concerned about what's happening in creating substandard lots into buildable plots. This is a terrible, terrible thing. The issues of the trail, in my opinion, and I believe if you listen to the rest of the neighbors, as we've discussed, would say that there's a big problem with relocating this trail, that it's actually going to create more problems rather than less, because you're going to run the trail right along the road. We live as the last property on Park Lane West, okay? We see all the people coming up the trail. 80% of the people do not use the trail. 80% of the people walk on a private road. We have tremendous concerns, as Marcia expressed, as Laura expressed. All of us are very concerned about dogs, people, hikers, bicycles, horses. There's a lot of use that comes by our properties. Okay? We encourage people. We encourage the public to use public trails. We're totally in favor of it. But they absolutely must be safe. This is not safe, in my opinion, and I think a lot of the other people's opinion, again, as we discussed. So, I don't know what to say about all the legalese that's being, thrown around here. We have our house built on 4.5 acres. We also own 3 other parcels that total about 50-some acres up the canyon. Okay, we think that having open space is a wonderful thing for everybody. And if somebody came to you with 50-some acres and said, I would like to apply using minimum zoning to develop houses, where are we going with that? I mean, we own this land. We're not coming before you. I think that that is the single biggest thing, along with the trail issue, to consider, is the density of housing and putting a building on a substandard lot on a private road. And we encourage you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can assure the people in the audience, we do read these letters. When we get them ahead of time, it gives us a chance to sit down. So it's not like we don't pay attention to it. It's just in respect to the time for everybody, it's more efficient if we don't have you read them into the record. Let's see, who was next? Lucy Greer.
Yes.
Followed by John Greer.
And we are no relation. My name is Lucy Greer, and I reside at 802 Park Lane West, and I created a visual graphic. Oh, sure. Let's see. I'm going to show sort of, go this way first. You got to be on mic. Okay. All right. So, is that all right? Okay. Thank you. Let's see. I put together 2 maps from the zoning area showing Park Lane West and Park Hill Lane. If you could point out, okay, thank you. That's great. Thank you so much. This is starting down East Mountain up to Park Lane West and to Park Hill Lane. And we have here the Siemens property is highlighted in pink, and the Fraser property is here in yellow. And the orange indicates all the properties that are in opposition to this, and you have some kind of written correspondence from. You have individual letters as well as a group letter, and the 12 people we're not even affiliated with the Spears or Melchiori. These are non-abutting neighbors. My property is at 802 Park Lane West, So I'm on the corner, the north corner of Park Lane West and Park Hill Lane. And I have a front driveway that is on Park Lane West that is very close to Laura Haney's property, which is one north above. So as you see, I'm directly across from, I think that's good. Thank you so much. From the side of my property is, the western side of my property is facing towards the Mr. Siemens property, and just a little bit lower, a little further south, to the Frasers. And first I would say is, it is my understanding this is not a buildable lot. I do not believe that there is a legal way to overcome that language, and I hope that you will find that to be true. In terms of the relocation of the trail, I can tell you I've lived there since 99, was the year that my house was built. I have 3 dogs. We're all trail walkers and hikers and in the neighborhood and dog walkers. And the trail presently comes up just south of the Spears property on the north side of the Siemens property, and where it does not come up opposite or near to any driveways. If it is relocated to this proposed area, it will be virtually directly across from my driveway. With the rise that comes up in the land in this location, it's not like it's flat. And then the rise that comes down from my driveway, it is completely illogical to be moving the trail where it drops onto Park Lane West close to a driveway. It's unnecessary. It's a terrible liability, and beyond liability. What would be more terrible would be an injury. And it is a terrible liability for our neighborhood, a private neighborhood, private roads, to have to incur. But I am deeply concerned about that. Montecito Trails Foundation has not spoken to me about it. And I would absolutely not be in favor of it moving closer to a dangerous driveway where basically to drop up onto the road for dogs without leashes, children, bicyclists, horseback riders, they would be coming into basically a 3-way intersection. Please say no.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Mr. Phillips?
Me?
Yeah. Can you tell me, is there a sense of the community as to where you would like the trail to be?
Where it is. It doesn't drop off near a driveway. The road is so narrow.
But you understand that's not a legal
It's not a legal easement.
It's just being used there.
Right.
What about where it used to be or should be? Is that too steep for you, do you think? I mean, that's the testimony that is dangerous, the top of the bank.
I have been there since 99. That has been what I have always walked, where it is. I'm very familiar with that trail. If you've all been to the area, it's not so much. It's not a large area of land that we're talking about, where the trail could come up.
Are you familiar where the legal easement is on the Spears property and the Melchiori's property, and now it's blocked?
Yes.
Had you used it before it was blocked? Had you ever used the proper easement, if you will?
I've used it just, as it is now.
I see.
I've known it as it is now. And at least there's more visibility, there than anywhere further south. You've been there. The road just gets narrower and narrower as you go further south. It's scary. It will be scary. These are my copies for you all.
Okay. Thank you.
John Greer, followed by, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Commissioner Burrows?
Actually, I'm sorry.
Could you hold on for a second?
Sure.
Commissioner Burrows, did you have a...
Could I please ask the staff to address the issue that Ms. Greer just raised in regard to relocating the easement and whether or not the safety issues there have been considered?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows. My name is Claude Garcia-Slay with County Parks. We have been looking at this trail and a relocation for probably as long as we've been looking at this as a potential project. Since '95, for sure, and even previous before that. Maybe a little history might be useful. Could we have the lights down a little bit? Is there a pointer? Great. I'm going to go back to before the Spears property was built, actually, and the trail was used to come along what is now the what was that time San Isidro Ranch property, and it used to come in its actual location and then just follow this route here, and then just go across Spears property to head up the canyon. When the Spears property was developed, that in essence blocked that use of that trail right in this location. So actually, through use, not through actual relocation, the public started using this dog leg, if you will, here to get to Park Lane West. The result of the Spears property development created this easement here, which Mr. Weston described as a 5-foot wide easement, which it actually is. And then the location and legalized the easement along the face of Park Lane West in this location. The easement on Spears has never been effectuated, so it has never been used. It's been a paper easement all this time, actually. The location of the easement right here is very steep, so that there wouldn't need, if we actually open this as a trail easement here on Spears property, a structure would have to be built to get the people up to the top of Park Lane West so that they can continue up into the canyon then. So the actual easement locations, as was described, are on this north part of the now Melchiori parcel, along the bank of the Siemens property, and then along the south side of the Spears property. These two segments are a little wider. They're 10-foot wide along here. We have been through many site visits and many hours out there. We have come with and our condition indicates that if indeed this was seen to be a buildable parcel, the best location to get through this area here for the public would be through the alignment as proposed here. The segment along Park Lane West, the additional segment, is maybe 40 to 50 feet additional before you drop down and then come through here to connect back to the historic location down to Mountain Drive. These two areas here are steep, but not as steep as this location is up here. So there will be a gradual climb to this upper pad area here, then it gradually climbs to here, and then the slope is much more gentle here than it is on the north part over here. So we feel that if indeed this is found to be a buildable parcel and a home is built there, that this is the best way to get through the properties here, as opposed to having to go around three sides of now a new developed parcel. So that's why if indeed there is a new residence there, that's how we feel that that's the best location for it. And as far as if this property is not built and this current location of the trail here is by permissive use of the underlying property owner, so it is not a legal easement. And there would be quite a bit of work to actually locate an easement or a trail within the legal easements. And what on the Spear area, the 5-foot wide easement, pretty much substandard compared to many of the other easements that we hold. So it is it would be a tight area to get through.
Thank you. Mr. Greer, I believe you're up next.
I believe we have a presentation that, if we could get it put up. No, yeah, I think we turned in a slide presentation, if we can. Pardon me? Yes, condors, sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is John Greer, and
John, before you start, can I ask you how long this presentation's going to run?
Well, presentation shouldn't be that long, sir. There's three of us, but we're very well organized, and the slides I think you'll find helpful, and we've also offered them to be used by other speakers.
Just give me an idea of what you think.
I wouldn't think we would be more than 15 minutes.
15 minutes. What's the
For three of
pleasure
us?
of the commissioners? Do you want to accept a 15-minute presentation at this point? You're limited to a 3-minute presentation.
So we would have 9 minutes for the three of us? Okay.
That would be acceptable.
We'll do our best. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is John Greer, and myself, along with Ellie Hugerverts and John Park, have prepared a presentation, including slides on behalf of Dr. Sherry Melchiori. Dr. Melchiori is the property owner of the home immediately adjacent to the south of the Siemens parcel, 1800 East Mountain Drive. At this point, I too would like to thank Ms. Julie Harris, although we're on opposite sides, for her responsiveness to my many requests. However, the tenor of the applicant and the tenor of the staff's report lead one to conclude that the burden of proof for the public opposing this application before you is on the public. The opposite is the truth. The burden of proof for approval of these applications is on the applicant. The three applications are: 1, removal of a 46-year-old building prohibition from a plat map; 2, adjusting a lot line; and 3, vacating a decades-old easement for the San Ysidro Trail. There are 5 areas to be addressed on behalf of Dr. Melchiori. First, there are significant impacts to the neighborhood if the development of the Siemens parcel is allowed. Second, there has been a lack of public notice and a chance for the public to be heard in the application for relocating the San Ysidro Trail. Third, development of this lot is a project component and must be included in any environmental review. Fourth, the required document for the proposed development of the Siemens parcel is an EIR, not a mitigated negative declaration, because substantial evidence exists that this project will have a significant effect on the environment, and there are many unanswered questions. Mr. Gerverts will address this issue in detail. Fifth, there are several significant reasons the Commission must oppose the modification of the plat exhibit that prevents the Siemens parcel from being used as a separate building site. Mr. Park will address this issue in depth. First, I will address the neighborhood impacts. The staff has referred to this parcel as an urban area, but the environment in the area is semi-rural. In essence, the Siemens lot is too small for a house that is of typical size in this semi-rural area of Montecito. The land use conflicts with the neighbors are highly likely regarding noise, light, and views. Most importantly, the egress on Park Lane West in case of fire could be compromised if Siemens development is approved. Park Lane West is a very narrow roadway, approximately 16 feet wide, that just barely accommodates a fire truck. The addition of another residence adds to the justifiable concern of residents regarding their ability to exit using Park Lane West if the road is blocked by firefighting equipment or vice versa. The neighborhood impacts of placing a substantial home on a severely undersized parcel in a semi-rural environment has not been adequately addressed by the applicant or staff and cannot be mitigated to maintain the environmental and aesthetic ambience anticipated by the Montecito Community Plan. The second issue is that the Santa Barbara County Parks Commission must consider the application for vacating the easement of the existing San Ysidro Trail prior to action by this commission. This issue was brought before the County Parks Commission by the applicant in 2000. At that time, the commission indicated that its preference would be for the trail to be located within the legal existing easement, secondarily to negotiate for the trail as it currently exists, and if neither of those options work, then to move the trail. I believe also that the county has prescriptive rights allowing the trail to remain where it has been for several decades. The most important issue is that the application to vacate the San Ysidro Trail before you today did not come from the County Parks Commission. The application was submitted March 1st, 2007, only 20 days ago, by County Parks staff. The Parks Commission has not discussed this matter for 7 years. Hence, action by your commission today on this application would be exercised without sufficient notice to the public so that the public can be heard, but without question, the lack of this notice violates any notion of fairness or due process. The third issue is that the development of the Siemens lot is a project component required to be a part of any environmental review. The applicant and the staff incorrectly assert that the applications for modification, lot line adjustment, and vacating an easement for the San Ysidro Trail does not require review in the details of the proposed development of a substantial home on a severely undersized lot in a semi-rural area in Montecito. However, the applicant presented plans for the proposed development of this lot 2.5 years ago to the MBR for conceptual review and again today. Additionally, there is a case on point, Sundstrom versus City of Mendocino, 1988, 202 Cal App 3rd 296, where the defendant county acknowledged that the later plant construction, in this case home construction, was a project component. The applicant's proposed development has been presented publicly and privately over the past several years, making it a component of this project that is required to be reviewed in an EIR prior to this commission's approval. Now I would like to introduce Elihu Gevirtz.
Thank you, Mr. Greer.
Thank you. My name is Elihu Gevirtz, representing Dr. Melchiori, who's the owner of the parcel to the south. And I'd like to use the slide presentation. And do you have that pointer? Could I use that? Thank you. Great. Thank you. I'll just say next. Okay. Great. Thank you. You can just move ahead. I'll just use the slides. Thank you, Julie. You can move ahead. So this is a copy from the county records of the 1961 lot split plat, and in this corner, well, start back. This road now is Park Lane West, and this is the parcel in question. The next one, please. I'm sorry, this transition is happening slowly, but the note on the map in question is this yellow highlighted area, indicating that the parcel is not buildable. If you can just press it again, I'm not sure. I guess we've had these transitions in. So what it says is parcel A is not to be used as a separate building site, but is to be added to adjacent Schutte property. If you'll notice, it appears to be in the same writing as the other writing that's on this map, and this was the map that was approved by the county at that time. Next slide, please. So you can press it again. Yeah. As you probably know, there's this property's been the subject of correspondence between the county council's office and the applicant over the past number of years. This is a partial quote from the county council's office, Kevin Reddy. You can press it again, Julie. Thank you. The 1961 condition was and remains a valid land use condition on the property. There's no indication that the certificate of compliance application was intended to clear the 61 land use condition restricting development. He continues, the parcel was substandard both before and after the recent minimum lot size changes. The longstanding condition that the parcel was not separately buildable was unaffected by the certificate issuance. A couple of years later, that was 1995, this is 1997, Paula France, Deputy County Counsel to Derek Weston, representing the applicant. County Counsel is responding to a letter from Mr. Weston. And looking at the map, you will see the notation is in the same print as the rest of the map. It was part of the map submitted by Penfield and Smith on behalf of the owners. It was therefore part of the project description considered by the lot split committee. The non-buildability of the parcel was then assumed in the committee's analysis and consideration of the split. And next one, please. So the quote continues, and I'll just skip over that because I know that I'm limited on time. But the point that I'm trying to make, if you can go to the next slide, is that nothing has changed in that time. We have two county council opinions from 1995 and 1997 indicating that the lot is not buildable. What has changed since then is simply the question, and I would argue that nothing has. Ms. France continues, there's no merit to your position that because the limitation was on the map itself, rather than imposed in a separate condition, that it has less force or effect. To the contrary, this limitation was an express part of the land division which was approved. Next one. Secondly, moving to the administrative findings that are required in order for your commission to approve this, and so this action can only be approved if these findings can be made, and under section 2.1.1, what it says is there are changes in circumstances that make any or all of the conditions of such recorded final or parcel map, lot split plat, or lot line adjustment no longer appropriate or necessary. And I would argue that it's still appropriate and it's still necessary given the size. If you can keep going. Thank you, Julie. Again, further findings. One of them, the legislative body of a city or county shall deny approval of a tentative map, etc., if it makes any of the findings that the proposed map is not consistent with the applicable general plan. I would argue that because it's inconsistent with the zoning, that it's inconsistent with the general plan. Next. That the site is not physically suitable for the type of development. I would argue it's too small given its small size and its constraints between the private road and the creek. That it's physically not suitable, and that there may cause substantial environmental damage or substantially or avoidably injure fish or wildlife habitat. To my knowledge, there's been no recent wildlife survey of the property. Certainly there was a botanical survey, and that's fine, but the questions of impacts to wildlife have not really been investigated on this particular property. We know that there are steelhead in San Isidro Creek. We don't know whether there are red-legged frogs next to the in the creek next to the parcel, but there are certainly legitimate questions that should be answered in the process of an environmental review. Next slide, please. And the findings. Oops. We have a technical difficulty. Okay. Okay. So the additional concerns include the narrowness of the road and the public safety involved there. The trail issues. These are additional findings. We can just move through those. One of those was about public health, and certainly I think the adequacy of the road width ties into that necessary finding. I'm sorry that this is going slowly. You can move it forward. The parcel outlined in red is simply showing the parcel and the small size in relation to the to most of the surrounding parcels. That most of them are at least an acre in size. The next slide. Have the next slide. And this is our interpretation of the wording in the staff report. We're not really clear exactly. We haven't seen a map of exactly where the ESH is mapped. So this is our interpretation based on the description in the final negative declaration. But the point, I think, is that in the record there seems to be some difficulty in ascertaining the boundary of the ESH, both from the applicant's biologist and then from staff, that there was some deliberation about where exactly that boundary should be. And it's certainly, I'm not sure what the answer is, but it certainly indicates the problematic nature of the parcel. Next slide, please. And this is just an air photo showing the same thing, just of how little space there is. And the next one. And finally, this is the road yesterday. You can see 16 feet wide, and certainly presents some, I think, some serious public safety issues, particularly during the construction period, when there'll be a question about where will all those vehicles park during that interim period. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gravertz. John Park, followed by Dan.
Good afternoon. Mainly, I'm going to address the issue of the necessary findings you have to make under the subdivision regulations ordinance. Before I get to that, though, real quickly, I want to hit on two subjects. I keep hearing the phrase legal easement. I've spent 30 years litigating prescriptive easements. Prescriptive easements are legal easements. If you know in your county history of our county trails, the Arroyo Burro Trail litigation, are people familiar with that? The whole middle part of that trail was a successful litigation to establish a prescriptive easement for the public. So this is not such a clean-cut issue as you might think as to what's a legal easement. Second point, there was a nice description by staff of the history of this parcel and the history of the legal restrictions on it. One thing that was left out was the litigation that my client, Sherry Melchiori, had to file against the county to get an adequate EIR for the new ordinance, and that had a lot to do with shaping that ordinance. So the ordinance is very important. The ordinance, by the way, on the modification of a lot split plat makes no distinction between a recorded parcel map or a lot split plat. So this idea that the notation is disfavored by the county or it's not important or it goes away, that's hogwash. Okay, the ordinance makes no distinction. And it makes no distinction for a logical reason. The deed that transferred this lot, of course, referred back to the lot split plat. So when you pull your title report, then you look at the deed, and it refers you back to the lot split plat. Then you have to go get that lot split plat out to determine what the description of the project was, what the description of the parcel was. It's not a meets and bounds description. This notation is very, very important. Modifying it is a very big step. But let's talk about the findings that you have to make under that ordinance. There are 7. Commissioner Phillips pointed that out. There's 3 in particular that I think apply here. I'm going to address 2 for brevity's sake. The first one is, and the most important one is, that there are changes in circumstances that make any or all of the conditions of such a recorded final or parcel map, lot split plat, or lot line adjustment no longer appropriate or necessary. If you can't make that finding, then you can't approve this project. It's clear and simple. So the critical question is, has there been a change in circumstances? I mean, that's what we're here for. That's the 800-pound elephant we have to address. To look at what those to assess if there's been a change in circumstances, you have to look at what were the circumstances in 1961. This is a lot split plat that survived for 45 years. We need to take it seriously. It was this lot and this lot split plat mark were made by the San Ysidro Ranch, which was then the owner of the lot. This was part of their application. It was their application. What's been called a handwritten notation was a handwritten notation by Penfield and Smith on the lot split plat proposal that they made. This was the project owner's own description of the project, that it was to be a non-buildable site. This didn't come about from some county staff. This came about from the owner. Yes.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, Commissioner Phillips.
Well, indeed, it could be a description of the intention of the owner at the time, and that intention could change. It isn't. It's not necessarily a legal prohibition. I mean, that's what I thought it was all the time. The owner saying, "We don't intend to." So.
Well, but let's think about this. You know what the lot split plat committee was? You've heard reference to that, right? It was a group of county employees, affected county departments. That's what it was. Those county employees had no power or authority whatsoever to create a non-conforming lot. We all bandy about the phrase legal non-conforming lot. A legal non-conforming lot is a lot that's legal at the time that the zoning ordinance is imposed. So most of our legal non-conforming lots are old lots that predated the zoning ordinance. This one didn't. There was a zoning ordinance in place in 1961. It said 1 acre zoning, okay? 1 acre zoning. But they created a parcel that was 3/4 of an acre. How could they do that? They couldn't do that. The only way they could do it is because it was part of a lot line adjustment. That was the lot line adjustment process at the time. You've heard that from staff. So they said, hey, we know we can't create a legal lot that can be built on. We can't do that because it doesn't meet zoning. It's not a pre-existing lot. It was a new lot. So they went in with their description and did the obvious thing. Said, this is not a buildable lot. It's to be added to the shooty lot next door. And that's what this was all about. That's why you don't see any information on conditions. You don't see letters, because it was the owner that was doing this. And the owner clearly knew they could not create this lot any other way. This notation is not something you ignore. It goes to the very core of this lot. It was an orphan lot. It was a little lot on the east side of San Ysidro Creek. The bulk of what the ranch owned was on the west side. They were clearly just getting rid of this thing to go to Mr. Shooty so he could put his horses on it. It was never intended to be a buildable lot. It couldn't have been because it wasn't large enough under the zoning ordinance. Has this issue been addressed before? Well, of course. It was addressed in the letter from County Counsel Paula France, and that was just shown to you, okay? The letter in 1997 where she said, this wasn't a buildable lot. It was never intended to be a buildable lot. And the restriction against it being a buildable lot was part of the project description itself. It's part of the project description itself that was supplied by Penfield and Smith engineers when they created the lot on behalf of the applicant San Ysidro Ranch. So what is the change in circumstance? You have to find a change in circumstance, because if you don't, this will go to court. I mean, you have to find one, or you can't approve this project. It's that simple. What is the change in circumstance? Well, I saw what staff said it was. Staff said, we don't understand why this was created in the first place. Well, maybe staff today doesn't, but that's not a change in circumstance. County Council in 1995 and again in 1997, they understood why it was created. I would submit to you the fact that staff no longer understands what it understood 12 years ago is not a change in circumstance under the ordinance. The EIR for the Montecito Community Plan, that's not a change in circumstance. That doesn't change the lot. That was simply an issue over the overall density in Montecito. It never addressed the particular conditions of this lot. It never even mentioned the most important thing about this lot, the restriction against its building. What would be a change of circumstance? Well, a change of circumstance would be the need for the flood control district to build a debris dam at this particular point in the stream. So they say, we need to build here, change in circumstance, relieve us of this condition. And that's sort of what happened upstream. Mr. Spears' lot used to be 2.5 times larger than it is today, but the county took 2/3 of it to do some flood control improvements, and that made his lot a legal non-conforming lot. Something like that may happen again. That's what the ordinance contemplates. Another example is, and I don't think this is likely, but there could be a major change in living patterns out there, a highway relocation out to the foothills, tremendous increase in density in this state. Somebody may say, we've got to change the zoning here to half-acre zoning. And if they changed it to half-acre zoning, then I think Mr. Siemens, if he's still alive, would come in and say, well, I've got a 3/4 acre parcel. I sure ought to be able to build on this thing. Again, that would be warranted, but not what's before you. That's not warranted. Here, the only change in circumstance that's really occurred has been the change in zoning from a 1-acre parcel to a 2-acre parcel. Well, that doesn't militate in favor of relieving this owner of the building restriction. It militates in favor of keeping the restriction. It's all the more important than it was in the first place. It wasn't consistent with the original zoning. It's less consistent with the current zoning. Why am I beating this dead horse over and over again? Because that's another finding you have to make. You have to make the finding that the recorded final or parcel map, lot split plat, or lot line adjustment as modified, meaning taking off the building restriction, would be consistent with the applicable zoning ordinance. It wasn't to begin with. It won't be today. Now, the staff has this somewhat circular reasoning that, well, it's a legal parcel, even if it's too small by zoning standards. Well, of course, it's a legal parcel because it can be sold. That doesn't mean it can be built on. And so they argue, well, it's a legal parcel, even if it's too small by current zoning standards, and it was too small to begin with, so it must be consistent with zoning, and therefore we can make the finding that we can remove the building restriction. The idea being that it's a legal non-conforming parcel somehow makes it consistent with zoning. It wouldn't be legal non-conforming but for the existence of that building restriction. It couldn't have been created without the building restriction. That's why you can never find that it's consistent with the zoning. In conclusion, there's an obvious thing here. The applicant had no expectation in purchasing this lot that it would be buildable. Not a reasonable expectation. They didn't pay for something they haven't gotten. If you approve this project, you will be bestowing a major gift upon the applicant, and the county gets nothing positive in return. What you get is all negative. You get more traffic in the neighborhood. You get issues over a relocated trail. You have impact on the stream. You have this urban look of houses that are 20 feet apart when you're talking about 2-acre zoning. It's ironic that the same county council, which has gone to such care in 95 and 97 to explain this lot and defend the building restriction, is going to be the ones that will have to defend the county in any litigation over this. But, the importance of this goes beyond just this lot, because if you approve this project, it tells the Montecito public that it can't rely on the recorded restrictions such as this. It can't rely on them whether they're like this, notations, or they're open space easements or conservation easements. I remember it was 15 years ago, I must have spent months negotiating and drafting the conservation easement that controls the open space at Los Entradas. What if somebody came up today and said, well, there's a change in circumstances, staff doesn't understand things anymore, we want to get rid of it? The public would be repelled, just like they're repelled by this. It's a big deal to change a lot split plat. It's a big deal to take away that modification. You have to take your responsibility very seriously. Here, the decision is in your hands to either bestow this major gift upon the applicant or protect the public interest. And we trust you'll make that decision carefully. Yes, Commissioner Phillips.
Commissioner Phillips.
Let me ask you this. You seem to be sure why that notation was there, and no one else is.
Well, no one else other than Paula France and Kevin Reddy, who wrote their letters
I don't think they told
1965 and
how
67.
it got there. They just reiterated what that said, it seems to me.
But let's look at the evidence. The notation was prepared by the engineer for the applicant. Everything on that lot split plat was handwritten. You look at architectural plans, they're handwritten. It doesn't mean anything that was handwritten. It doesn't minimize it.
But
that was part of the project
the applicant
description.
doesn't have the authority of law. It isn't the county. It would be much more impressive if it was a county notation. The applicant could say, and I don't know, all kinds of things on there. I'm sure it was the intention of that owner at the time that it not be built on. But what does that, why does that interest us?
Let's get back to our 800-pound elephant, Commissioner Phillips. This was a .77 acre piece of land that was being newly created into a lot. Newly created. It was not pre-existing. It was not legal non-conforming. It was subject to a zoning ordinance in 1961. And that zoning ordinance said you have to have a 1 acre lot size to be a legal lot. You could not create a lot unless it was 1 acre.
To have a buildable lot, not a legal lot.
No, to have a legal lot. The staff cannot create a legal non-conforming lot. It has to be existing before the zoning ordinance. Once that zoning ordinance occurred, our lot split plat committee had no authority, no power whatsoever to create a lot that size, except for part of the process that was described by Penfield and Smith engineers on the very description of the lot itself.
So why
which is it's a non-buildable lot that's to be added to the Schutte property.
Or to another property.
To the Schutte property, because it said to the Schutte property.
That's what they intended.
And it was owned by them. It was being deeded to them.
Why don't we see these notations on all substandard illegal lots? You cannot build on this. Apparently, we've never seen it before. Why is it
because
reiterated
most
there?
Substandard legal lots, okay, are the classic legal non-conforming lot. That might be a lot that was created, and I'm just going to make this up, in 1893, okay? It's deeded from my grandfather to my granduncle in 1893, okay? That predates our zoning ordinance by 50 years. Well, 40 years, I'm sorry. So when that zoning ordinance comes into play, they say, this lot was grandfathered.
And became legal.
But this lot was not grandfathered. It didn't exist until after the zoning ordinance, okay?
So if we had a change of circumstance, you're arguing we can make an illegal lot legal today. All
No.
we need is that change of circumstance.
No. You can't make an illegal lot legal or a legal lot illegal. You're not even being asked to
So
do
these
that.
conditions of that ordinance are
It
irrelevant.
is a legal lot, okay, but it has a building restriction on it. The certificate of compliance said the obvious thing. It's a legal lot. Well, yeah, we all knew that. It was created as a legal lot in 1961, but it was only created as a legal lot because it was non-buildable and was to be added to the Schutte lot. What you're being asked to do, and the critical thing you're being asked to do, and the thing that you have to do in order to do any of the rest of what's before you today, is you're being asked to remove that building restriction that everyone's relied on for 45 years, and it was part of the original description of the project by the project applicant. You're being asked to remove that. If you're going to do it, and you have the discretion not to do it, of course, you can just say no, and I urge you to say no. But if you are going to do it, you have to make some very important findings. One, change in circumstance. I submit you can't do that. The idea that staff can no longer understand the reason for this thing is not a change in circumstance. The fact that there was a certificate of compliance is not a change in circumstance. Kevin Reddy's letter said that. It said that, well, it was quoted up there. I won't read it again. It didn't clear the lot split. It didn't clear the building restriction. You have to make the finding, and this is what Mr. Gevertz was addressing, that this is consistent with Government Code Section 66474. That's the one that incorporates several findings on environmental conditions. You have to make that finding. Did you notice in the staff report, I think it's on findings A2 or A3, the discussion that was offered you by staff on that finding? 2 sentences long. It said you have to make this finding, and we say it conforms with Government Code Section 66474, therefore you can make the finding. Is that very convincing to you? I would suggest it's not to anybody else. The other finding that has to be made, of course, is that this lot line adjustment, or this lot split plat, once you've removed this restriction, is consistent with the applicable zoning ordinance. Of course it is not. I'm sorry.
Mr. Park, I appreciate your information. It's been really enlightening, but we do have to move on.
I'm sorry. I was just responding to the
And
questions.
You have a question?
Let's see, we haven't had a break for
It's a
almost 2 hours.
It's a very quick question.
Okay. Mr. Park, we have one more question. Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Park, in the early part of your presentation, you were talking about, see if I can read it, prescriptive easement, and it seems
Yes.
to me one of the real concerns, both of the neighbors but for the public as a whole, is we have this possible threat to, or possibility of closing down the San Ysidro Trail.
Right.
If you want to come back after a break and address it, but I really like you to expand on that a little bit because I didn't follow your information. I'd like to hear it again.
I certainly will. After the break, correct?
Yeah, after the break. I think we're gonna try to do our last two speakers before the break. Are you Mr. Gear?
Yes, I am. That's okay. They forgot my name, so much the better. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name's Dan Giroux. I'm here representing myself today, but I'm also a director on the Santa Barbara County Trails Council. I hope you're in receipt of our letter. I'd appreciate an additional 30 seconds just to address a question that Commissioner Phillips raised about our letter. 15,000 people a year use the San Ysidro Trail. 99% of them have no idea this project is happening. That's not right. If someone was going to tear down your house and move it, and they put an ad in the paper, that's not right. And before I left the county, Diane and I were talking about noticing trails, so the trail users would know there's a project. These trails are the crown jewels of recreational resources in our backcountry, and most people using it have no idea this project is happening. That's not right. That's why the Trails Council strongly recommended that the county always post trails that are significantly affected by projects so that the public has an idea it's happening. I hike this trail once a week. I talk to people. Most people have no idea this is happening on this trail, and they love this section of the trail. So I think it's incumbent on the county not to do the minimum noticing on this trail, but to do the maximum noticing. Put a sign up, describe the project, and if no one shows up, great. So that's the Trails Council. We had a lively discussion on that. Trails Council was deeply concerned that most people don't have any idea this is happening, and that's simply not right. And it's not expensive considering the tens of thousands that have been spent on this project to put a few signs up. So, my name is Dan Giroux. I've been hiking the trail for 27 years. I can tell you all about it. I've watched the county slowly degrade this trail and the environmentally sensitive habitat over the last 27 years, and I find it deeply saddening what's happened to San Ysidro Creek and the trail, both regarding the Spears residents, a total disaster. The Melchiori residents, another less severe disaster. There's no environmentally sensitive habitat value left on those properties now, and they both have severely affected the trail, and the county just seems to have turned its back on them. This project would continue that trend. That being said, let me just tell you a little bit about my experience because I'm going to weigh in on a few things. I'm the former deputy director of the county's long-range planning division. I've worked on every major trail plan in this county. I've interpreted the county's ESH policies. I've written them. I've mapped the county's environmentally sensitive habitats throughout the county, the communities of Orcutt and Goleta. I worked on the Montecito community plan, on the biological resources section, the EIR, and the traffic and circulation section. So I'm intimately familiar with this property from direct experience. I'm intimately familiar with the county policies, having written many of them. So I respect all the staff people here. I worked with them all for years. But I think in cases like this, to focus so minutely and, for example, say the county, this is not an ESH area, we'll just define the issue away. You stand in the middle of Wayne's building site, and by the way, I know Wayne and I like him quite a bit. But you stand in the middle and you look around, what you see is oak canopy all around you. So it stretches, it beggars the imagination when you look at the purpose and the intent of the Environmentally Sensitive Habitat Zone District. Look at the purpose and the intent. That constructing another large house here is consistent with that. Let me say it takes a lot to get me here. I've been to 300 hearings in this room, and this is the second one I've been to in the 6 years since I left the county. So this is a really important issue. The San Ysidro Trail and the environmentally sensitive habitat of San Ysidro Creek are regional issues. They're not just Montecito or neighborhood-specific issues. These are regional issues that affect residents throughout the South Coast. So you need to step back a little bit and consider that. Consider the fact that we've really messed up the San Ysidro Trail. It's just terrible what we've done. So here we are, though. We've done a bad job. If we were in 1980 and June was doing this right now, we'd look at all these proposed projects and say, oh, that's cumulatively significant. We're going to do a giant EIR on this, and aesthetics and trails and biology are all going to be significant. But instead, we've nickel and dimed the ESH area and the trail to death. This is more of the same. So it's troubling. That being and the further thing I like to point out is, if you just walk out there and look at the condition of the ESH area for all the houses you've approved in the last 10 years, they're not ESH areas anymore. They have begonias and petunias. There's no poison oak. There's no blackberries. The county can't enforce these conditions, so don't fool yourself. What's going to happen is Wayne's going to sell this house to some Hollywood mogul who's then going to clear all the ESH vegetation, and the county's not going to enforce it. That's what always happens, and that's what will happen here. But I think I have a solution for you. It's a compromise. And I'm glad that Mr. Parks gave me the opportunity to appear moderate. It's very unusual. So the project's a mess. We've had 10 years of leading Wayne down the garden path here. He's out tens of thousands of dollars. Admittedly, he bought a parcel that had little value, and he can make a lot of money here, but the county is in deep. You're the commission. He's been in the process forever. What are you going to do? We have treasured environmental resources and a treasured hiking trail. I think it's time for a compromise. Wayne's proposal is not a compromise. Moving the trail to the road and building the largest possible house you can get, almost the largest possible house in a restricted ESH area, is not a compromise. I would suggest, as suggested by the Trails Council, that your commission look to approve, barring legal findings and direction from the new set of councils on this project, a smaller house here. Whatever happened to the cottage lot? I guess it went out when Montecito went more Hollywood, but cottages used to predominate many of the lots in Montecito. Why not something that's 2,000 or 2,500 square feet, set further back from the creek? It's clear the intent of the county's policies are to have the trail near the creek bank and to have maximum possible setbacks to protect the ESH areas. 50 feet is the minimum. I would suggest you move the house further back from the top of the creek bank, decreasing it as necessary. No swimming pool, I'm sorry. Make this house appropriate to the parcel if you're going to approve it. And that means, many people slum it in a 2,000 to 2,500 square foot house, and that's okay. So I would think that if Wayne's going to flip this property, more power to him. But I think seek a compromise here, because it's been an abuse of the process over the last 10 years just to string it along like this, one thing after another. There is some debt on the county's part to Mr. Siemens, who I like quite a bit, but I'm not happy with the project. But find some middle ground. Keep our trail on the creek bank. Keep it where it is. Shrink the building envelope down to something that can accommodate a modestly sized house. And then you will have found a compromise that protects our treasured San Ysidro Creek as well as the hiking trail. I don't think that Wayne's proposal now is adequate, but there's probably some way through here where you can find something that meets the intent of your policies and also recognizes the 10-year travails of the applicant, sort of self-induced but aided by the county on this project. So that's what I would like to see happen. Well, I'd like to see nothing happen, but I think that would be acceptable to members of the public. Increase the setback to 80 feet from the top of the bank, put in a smaller house. Wayne makes $1 million or $2 million, great, and we're all, better off. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 second, please.
Yeah.
Commissioner Phillips.
Why would you want the bank further eroded and people on that bank? Isn't that going with horses and...
No, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, I've been hiking the trail for 27 years. The bank erodes on both sides, the creek meanders. In fact, the very intent of your policies is to, and the ESH policy is to allow these creeks to meander. You put Wayne's house to the edge of the 50-foot setback, and you allow improvements. In 10 years, he'll be back asking you for a revetment to protect the house from erosion, or some Hollywood mogul will be here asking you. That's why I urge you to increase the setback, turn to the applicant and say, fine, we're bargaining here. You've threatened us. We're going to close the trail. Give us a new trail easement in the location where the trail is roughly now. Shrink your house. Give us 10, 20 feet, whatever we need to work the trail through the existing area, and work out a compromise. I think what's important here is a compromise. What this proposal is not a compromise. We're going to add a lot of value to this property. So I think the existing bank is steep. You're right. I wouldn't accept the existing easement and improve a house here. If Wayne wants to move the trail to the existing easement, tell him forget the house. So you're in a negotiation here. Negotiation means give and take. If you're negotiating for the public trust on the creek and the trail, I would say negotiate a new trail easement that's 20 feet wide within this 80-foot setback. Plenty of room for Wayne to build a 2,500 square foot house, flip the property, make some money, great. There's got to be a way out of here without an absolute denial after 10 years that doesn't compromise the public trust on the creek and the trail. And I think that's what you're charged with as planning commissioner, speaking as a former planning commissioner. Find a way out of this morass that has been created in the last 10 years without damaging the environmentally sensitive habitat severely or harming the public trail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Chip Wilbrandt.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I mentioned that I would be much shorter if I could go after the two Johns, and I think being able to go after Dan hopefully will allow me to be shorter, although he's raised some thoughts in my mind. I think that John Park and I may be the only two people who have been hiking that trail longer than Dan, who spoke today. And I would note that the trail that I recall as a child was pretty much where the trail is right now. I should have started off saying that I do represent Mr. and Mrs. Reg Spear. They do own the property to the north of the area that you've been talking about. Mr. Park mentioned that their property was originally a much larger piece of property. It was. You saw from Lucy Greer, and I'll hold it up just for a minute. The exhibit here, which shows the property to the north, this is actually now I think it's a 4.25 acre parcel. It's owned by the county. In 1966, there was a big fire in the area, and the county decided after the fire that there was a need for a debris basin. They took part of Mr. Spear's property, they took part of the San Ysidro Ranch property, and they created a debris basin there. That actually has had the effect of forcing Mr. Spear into, again, a much smaller property. His property also has the road through it. The road, as I understand, is the only place where there was a recorded easement across Mr. Spear's property. And again, my general recollection from my youth in the 60s is that's about where we used to hike there. I'm surprised we're here today. I have not been able to figure this project out, this application out. I finally did understand, I think, why we're here. I don't know why we're here, but what happened in a combination of John Park's presentation and a comment by staff. And the comment by staff was that in 1961, the process for lot line adjustment and the process for subdivision was both by plat map. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. So you have a plat map. That now explains to me why the plat map that you have was able to be processed by a group of staff and in essence create a parcel, but that the plat map has some notations on it. And I would note that those notations on the plat map in 1961 I don't think are any different than a project description received from an applicant today. And a project description received from an applicant today is always considered as part of what I'll call the conditions, essentially the limitations on a project that you approve. And so if an applicant says something in their project description, which is a limitation, you don't have to include an additional condition and put that in your notes. You have a project description, and I think that's what you have in front of you from 1961. A project description by the San Ysidro Ranch to sell to Colonel Schutte a piece of property across the creek that they otherwise couldn't use. And again, my client happened to be here at that time. He happened to know Colonel Schutte. He happens to recall Colonel Schutte's horses over there, and that was the purpose. The purpose was so Colonel Schutte could keep his horses in his backyard. And that is entirely consistent with the notation on the map. In fact, the idea that this was the plat map as a lot line adjustment as opposed to the plat map as a subdivision, and it could be either thing, is the only thing that is consistent with the facts that you have in front of you now. I had hoped, in fact, I wouldn't be appearing here today. I also like Mr. Siemens. My client likes Mr. Siemens. We've been in a number of discussions. You saw a presentation by Mr. Easton, and we had the same presentation. We had been promised, and I don't think I'm breaching any trust because I think that Mr. Easton told you that Mr. Siemens promised Mr. Spear that the house, the future potential house, which has been shown a couple of times now, so I think it's more than just speculative, that the house would be 50 feet from Mr. Spear's house. The only thing we asked then, so that we wouldn't have to come here today, was that that be included as part of the applicant's project description, knowing, just like the original map, that if it was included in the applicant's project description, it becomes a condition that will be on the map and will apply to future property owners. You heard confirmation today, this is the first time I heard it officially, but you heard confirmation today that Mr. Siemens has now remodeled another house, and this is not going to be his family dream house. I suspect that means it will be somebody else's dream house. And as a neighboring property owner, we're concerned about what might get built there. Again, we'll take you back to Mr. Spears' property. Mr. Spears has built his house, and I went out there with a tape measure and I got 15 feet from the property line to the edge of his house. We've heard Derek say it's 10 feet. We've heard Mr. Easton say it's 12 and a half feet. It is at the southerly end of the property. Among the reasons it's at the southerly end of the property is because Mr. Spear knew, because he's been there since the 1950s, that the piece next to him was not a building site and had in fact a recorded notation on it that said not a building site. So he was not going to end up close to anyone. He has a significant setback on the north side of his property, made even more significant by the property that the county took for the flood control basin. And so on the north side, he's got the kind of separation between houses that is typical of this neighborhood. As long as there's not a house on the south side, he'd have the kind of separation that is typical of this neighborhood. I think there are two things I would urge your commission if you are going to approve this project. And I guess I kind of agree with Mr. Girard that this is a long ways down the road. I hate to disagree with Mr. Park. I think Mr. Park is right. I think there's a problem that you have, which is finding the change in circumstances here. I don't know what they are, but if you do find them, and again, if you decide Mr. Siemens is a really nice guy like we think he is, I think you could allow for a much, much smaller house here. Staff has already recommended, and it's, I believe, in condition number 3, that in addition to the development envelope, that there be a building envelope on this site. The description of that I'm a little confused by, because it talks about the building envelope being smaller than the development envelope, and then it talks about it being set back from the potential future trail. I think you need to see the building envelope before you even consider this project. You need to have an exhibit that shows where it is. And I would strongly urge that it be somewhere that could allow the trail in its current location to continue in its current location, and that it allow, again, at least a 50-foot separation between the Spear house and we don't even know whose house, but some future owner's house. That may not mean that the house is 4,000 square feet or whatever the potential proposal is. It probably means that it won't have a pool on this extremely confined site. But this is absolutely, definitely, at least an extremely confined site. And if you're going to allow anything, I think that you need to have carefully considered any conditions. You need to have the information very clear in front of you. I don't want to have the circumstance, 45 years from now, that that somebody's back here in front and says, well, gee, we can't understand the conditions here, so we need to change them. Again, if anything is going to go on this site, it needs to be very carefully planned. It needs to be very carefully conditioned. And I think, as Mr. Park has mentioned, you need to figure out how you can make those findings of changed circumstance to overcome what was an intentional part of the project description in 1961. I do have one last thing which I've not been able to figure out, and we asked County Council about this, and I haven't heard the answer that I've been able to be satisfied with, which is access to this site. I understand that Mr. Fraser is granting an easement across Mr. Fraser's property to this site, but Park Lane West is a private roadway. And as far as I know, when this property was created back in 1961, San Isidro Ranch didn't have the right and the ability, and I may be wrong here and may just not have seen it, but as far as I know, they didn't have the ability to grant to it an easement to use Park Lane West. So this little orphan site, and again, consistent with it not being a building site, this little orphan site is also landlocked. Mr. Fraser can give it an easement across Mr. Fraser's property. I don't see how, without overburdening the easement that he has to get to his site, that he can grant an easement across his neighbor's properties to the south. And that's what apparently you're being asked to base access on. If he does have the ability to do that, I would then note that, and this is from the staff report, Park Lane West is a 16-foot wide private roadway. It is narrow. It is maintained privately. It has public trail use on it. I am surprised that there's not a condition letter from the fire department about improvement of the road to some wider standard. There apparently is not. I'm sure that if this was within the county fire department jurisdiction, you would have such a condition letter. I think that's something else that needs to be looked at here. And again, I started off by mentioning that in 1966, this whole area burned. There was a fire significant enough that the county decided it needed to take a big part of Mr. Spears' property to put in a debris basin to capture the debris from that fire. There's a good chance there's going to be a fire there again. And I think you need to make sure that if there's another house there, in particular, if there's another very large house there, that there is adequate fire access for the fire department and egress for the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Well, I think it's time for a break. How about come back at a quarter till? Item number 3, the continuation of the
Mr. Chair,
Siemens-
unfortunately, we're only on item number 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. You sure?
I wish we were
You're
on item
positive?
number 3.
Item number 2, the Fraser Siemens lot split plat modification. And we've closed the public hearing. It's time for rebuttal from the applicant. Mr. Weston.
Thank you very much, Chairman Beer. Derek Weston again. We will attempt to be very short. We'd like Rosie Thompson, our biologist, to talk to you briefly, just 1 or 2 minutes, and I have maybe 4 or 5 minutes of rebuttal comments.
I'm Rosemary Thompson, and I am the project biologist who took over for Rachel Tierney, who's out of the country indefinitely. And I have been at the site several times now and checked the riparian corridor and the trail easement and where the trail is now and the proposed location. The riparian corridor in the buffer area from the proposed development envelope is already highly degraded. There are a number of large trees, but they're limbed up very high, and the understory is essentially gone except for right on the very edge of the creek bank. Most of the understory is in the area of the trail is non-native vegetation, and the trail puts people, dogs, and horses in an insensitive habitat, and that causes disturbance to both vegetation and the wildlife. The Curtis Vincent from the Montecito Fire Department has worked with Rachel in developing the restoration plan for this site, for the buffer area, and he says that the proposed plantings would increase the fire protection from what's there now. And this would also increase the habitat values by planting native species that fit within the fire control zones. And it will also stabilize the soils between the house and the creek by having it well vegetated. So in summary, the relocation of the trail so that it's not as close to the creek and the restoration of the buffer zone will move human disturbance out of the riparian corridor and allow restoration of the riparian corridor to be a much better habitat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that Mr. Siemens really is offended by the people who are saying this is a spec house and the talk of Hollywood moguls, which I think was said 3 different times. If Mr. Siemens builds a house on this, it'll be for his own family. I think it is obvious what is happening here. The neighbors have enjoyed for a long time having an empty lot in their area, being able to walk across it at will and enjoy the trees, but it doesn't belong to them. It didn't bother them to have additional development on Park Lane West when it was their own house, when Mr. Spears put in quite a large house on a much smaller parcel, Didn't bother Ms. Melchiori to develop her house. No one worried about traffic at that time. They just want to get on the boat and pull up the ladder. And why do I say that? Because they complain about the safety of the road. For one more house, they complain about the habitat, which now has suddenly become precious. If you look at the reality of what happened when Mr. Spear developed his property, it was in total disregard of the habitat. And I think the same can be said for the Melchiori property, which is built much closer than the 50 feet. Mr. Siemens is the first person to take the habitat seriously. In fact, this is discontinuous habitat. It is chopped off on the bottom, chopped off on the top. Nonetheless, he's willing, and it's degraded because of the existence of the trail. Nonetheless, he's willing to completely restore it. So that really shows respect for the habitat. The notion that these neighbors are really opposed to it because they care about the habitat is just not supported by the facts. It is really crazy to talk about leaving the trail as is because of trail safety. It cannot stay as is, as I know you are crystal clear about. If it is to be kept at all, it is going to be moved to the location of the current recorded easement, which not only has terrible environmental effects, will cause severe erosion right on the bank and introduce all the wrong kinds of things to what the neighbors are saying is a valuable habitat, but it's dangerous because the area on the Spears section is too cramped and crowded, only 5 feet wide, have the tree, it's too steep. So if they really cared about safety, they would support this request. It is not along the road except for 40 feet. It goes from where the existing location up a reasonable bank across the Siemens property, and only for the last little bit crosses the road. And the reason it's next to the road is that the entire Spear section is now forcing the trail onto the road, which never bothered anybody before. So the standards really are changing. It is not correct, as was said several times, I think by Mr. Park or maybe Mr. Wilbrandt, that this lot was created by the Lot Plat Committee. Not correct. This was approved by and given final approval by the Planning Commission. Diana's shaking her head. I'm quite sure that I read Planning Commission. Is that incorrect? All right, well, I stand corrected. I apologize if that's wrong. I was quite sure that I'd read actual Planning Commission conditions. I want to turn to Mr. Park's arguments. His arguments, passionate though they were bootstrap arguments. He began by telling us exactly why this language is on the map, as if he knew. Nobody knows for sure. It's not clearly worded. It's possible that the Planning Commission or the Lot Split Committee had in mind a lot line adjustment, but that's certainly not what happened. I think, with all respect, I think as you put it, Commissioner Phillips, is more realistic. There may have been an intention early on to do that, but that's not what was done in terms of the regulation. Nothing is recorded in the deed. Nothing is recorded in the chain of title. How else can you explain the can and will serve letter that was solicited by the county? The can and will serve from the sanitary district. Can and will serve from the fire district. The fact that the Montecito Community Plan specifically looked at this parcel and said it was potentially developable. When the plan was adopted, property was downzoned for the most part from 1 to 2 acres, with the recognition that existing substandard lots could be developed. That was all part of the rationale for the Montecito Community Plan. So Mr. Park makes a bootstrap argument. He assumes that there is language in the deed that says this parcel is not to be developed, and then he builds his argument, why should we change it? But the language isn't in the deed. And the note doesn't even say that it won't be developed. It only says that it won't be developed as, I don't remember exactly the word, what is it, a freestanding, I can't remember exactly. It's a separate, it's not clear at all that it's not to be developed. And if it were merged, it certainly would be developed with a guest house or some other development. So his argument, in my view, really becomes a house of cards. I want to talk about the change of circumstance argument that he makes, because that is important. There are a number of change of circumstance, not that staff doesn't know what the original justification was. There are specific changes of circumstance. And I'll interrupt myself to back up briefly, that when staff was arguing in favor of the single lot subdivision process, Noel Langle, who is one of the most knowledgeable people in county staff on this whole issue, argued that standards that were applied by the Lot Plat Committee way back in the 60s were not nearly as rigorous as we have today. And that was a good reason why we should have either the single lot subdivision committee process or the ability to change conditions, because it was just a totally different world. And it is, in his judgment, is a bad mistake to not allow us to revisit loosely done proceedings way back then. So it's very appropriate that we be able to look at this. Let me briefly highlight what I think the changes in circumstances are. First, the trail has been seriously degraded. In the beginning, the trail probably went across all three of these parcels: Melchiori, what is now the Siemens parcel, and Spears. And it's had to be moved to the east on the Melchiori and Spears parcel. So it now has really an impractical dogleg all the way to the left, all the way north, and all the way back. The second thing that has changed is that our community standards about protecting the environment have changed. Back then, there was not a concern about having the trail right along the top of the bank. Now, I think it's clearly recognized that that's inappropriate, because we understand in a way we didn't before that the environmental impacts from erosion, from dogs, from people, from horses introduce activity in what is a sensitive environment, a term that didn't exist back in the 1960s, the notion of sensitive environmental habitat. The third change is that there has been significant development all around this property, and that development has further constrained the use of the trail and degraded the habitat. The fact that there has been development on the substandard parcel, large development, the Spears parcel, is another change in circumstance. And I think the last is that the actual recorded location of the trail is now seen as unfortunate. When the lot was approved, the only requirement was that provision for a trail be made. I believe it's correct that at that time it was not known where. It ended up being at the top of bank, a decision that I think everybody would now regret. So it is appropriate that we be able to go back and visit, because the change in circumstance is a change in community standards. It is incorrect to say that the lot was illegal, as two of the opposing lawyers said. It's a perfectly legal lot. It was not appealed. Maybe it wasn't done as they intended back then. Nobody knows. But that's long since done. If it wasn't done perfectly, it's too late to fix it. But it is appropriate to look at whether a change in circumstances justifies something reasonable today. And I was amused by the argument that we should have even more notice to the trail users. We worked very closely with the Montecito Trails Foundation. We worked with the Parks Department. If there were a notice to be put up, what it should say is that not should this trail be relocated, but it is going to be relocated to a horrible location, and we have the opportunity to put it at a good location. So the last thing I want to say is to emphasize again that nobody knows exactly what was intended, but the way it was handled all makes it look as if this property was to be developed. The Canon will serve letters. The absence of a condition, the county could easily have imposed a condition, but chose not to do so. So you've been very patient. You listened to a very lengthy presentation by lots of people. I honestly think you have the facts before you. I'll close only by saying that, as I began, that we think the staff report was very thorough, terrific, and we support their recommendations and hope you will do so. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. The commissioners have any questions? Mr. Weston, if you don't mind, I have a question of you, since nobody else has weighed in. I understand the opponent's arguments against the lot. I'm interested in sort of disregarding the proceedings here. What's your legal argument for this lot being? If you were the next step, if you were going to go from here and say that our discretion, we abused our discretion, what would be your way around the notation on the map? Because it appears to me that the plat map does state pretty succinctly that it's not a buildable parcel. And so I look at our job here, this is just my opinion off the cuff, is that we're really being asked to do a subdivision, create a new lot where one doesn't currently exist, or it does exist, but it's not a buildable lot, and we're being asked to convert it to a buildable lot. So what would be your comment to that?
Well, I would start by saying that there is a factual question what the effect of this language is. With all respect, it definitely is not that it's not a buildable lot, because if it were added to the Fraser parcel, we certainly could put a guest house on the lot. There's nothing that says it can't be developed. The implication is that it can't be developed as a freestanding
separate lot.
residence. So it doesn't say no development at all. Repeatedly they got stated, and that's just not the case.
Good point. Thank you.
It is not nearly as clear to me as your question implies that we do know what the county intended back in 1961 because of, I don't want to just repeat myself ad nauseum. It's not clear to me because I don't understand if that's really what they intended as a requirement, why they processed it the way they did. If they really intended what you are inferring, then they wouldn't have asked for can or will serve letters. It's crazy. It's pointless. They wouldn't have, from either the sanitary or fire or water. And they would have imposed a condition. They knew they could impose conditions. They did it. It's in the recorded deed. So they could easily have required that. So that's, so it is not at all clear to me. If we are not successful here, to be honest, I think we'll be successful for the board. I really hope that won't be necessary. But if it were litigated, I would argue the arguments we've made before, that everything in the written record supports that it was processed as a normal lot. The county could easily have made this clear and didn't. And I like the way staff has put it. The notation did not prevent development, only use as a separate building site. It could have been developed with residential accessory structures. If that happens, by the way, we have all of the trail and habitat problems that we've talked about. The reasons for the notation is unknown and speculative. So I don't start from your premise. I honestly don't.
I understand. I was just trying to see where you would go from there. Mention to me again, because it's been a while since I've read the report, but they got can and will serve letters from how many different agencies?
From the Montecito Water District, the Montecito...
Which is included in our package.
Sanitary District, Water, Sanitary, and Fire.
And were those dated prior to the plat map, or the deed?
Yes, and prior to the county committee hearings.
Prior to the hearings.
Right, at the same time as the map.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, I guess that's close of the public hearing, and I believe staff probably has a number of comments, and I know we have some questions of you.
Mr. Chair, there's been a lot of testimony, and I guess my suggestion would be, rather than to have staff go through and try and comment on all of the testimony that was received, that we entertain questions from your commission. But before we do that, I'd sort of like to try to focus us. We can talk all day, and we have most of it, about what happened, why it happened, how it happened, what it means, what did somebody intend, and I don't think we'll ever reach a firm conclusion on it. We've been struggling with this for a very long time. So my suggestion is that you really focus on the findings before you. And the primary finding is, has there been a change in circumstance that warrants removal of this not to be used as a separate building site notation on the lot split plat? And I'd start there. And if you conclude that there has, and we've suggested that there are findings you could make that would lead you to that conclusion, then I would suggest you talk about appropriate conditions. And I think people have talked about both today. The trail issue, I think, is an interesting one, but really the only thing before you today is to determine if relocating the trail is consistent with the Montecito Community Plan. It's not to decide it should be in a different location, but really is relocation consistent with the community plan. So you might want to provide comments to others that have more discretion and authority on the actual location of the trail. That's not really your discretion or authority. So I know this is a very complex case, and it's very confusing, and that might just help you in working your way through it. Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Thank you. I tend to agree. I think we're better off to go to the question and answer. So I'll put it to the commissioners. I'm sure you all have a number.
Okay, Ms. Meester, what are the change of circumstances? Ms. Meester Black, excuse me.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think and Commissioner Phillips, I think we've included those in our findings. Some people in the room agree, some people don't agree. You've heard additional evidence, and I really think that is for you to make a decision on. But on page A1, finding 2.1.1
This is an
is
attachment
the finding that really is at the heart of the matter, I think.
A1 and what it,
2.1.1.
and then
So it's at the bottom
forward.
of page A1 and continues on through A2.
And Mr. Chair, if I may interject one comment on this.
Yes, please.
Your discretion, I believe, is quite broad, but it's not simply a matter of change in circumstances. It is whether those change in circumstances make the conditions no longer appropriate or necessary, and that gives to you the discretion to determine whether you believe the map, which includes the provision that it not be a separate building site, is no longer appropriate or necessary.
Mr. Chair.
And that
Commissioner Phillips.
leaves you with a lot of discretion on how to interpret in the context of the other findings that must be made, including community plan consistency findings and a lot of other discussion and evidence that's been placed before you, the ability to determine what you believe is appropriate.
Counsel, let me ask you this. If I take the position that the lot was never encumbered in a legal way as to building, then I don't need to reach the change of circumstances, do I?
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, and Commissioner Phillips, I do not think that position is legally supportable. I think both the letters from Mr. And I'd like to add, there's no disagreement today from our office with the letters of Mr. Reddy and Ms. France, former deputy county councils. I think if you read them carefully, what you're saying was at that time, as they were discussing the existence of that condition, which I think that's a fair way to characterize it. It is a part of the project description that is a legal restriction on development of that property. The question before you is, under the ordinance that subsequently came into effect that gives you discretion to determine whether there's a change of circumstances that make removal of a condition appropriate or necessary, whether you believe that that's an appropriate thing to do or not. But it is not our advice that the condition never existed or was never legal.
Mr. Allen, can I follow up on that? And remember, we had the case recently, last year, I take it back, where it was the lot down on the beach and where the pool was, and I can't remember what that project was. There was an existing pool, and it was going to be developed as a single-family home, and it was very tight. And we had very little discretion in that instance, and it was similar. It was the parcel was transferred from one owner to the other by deed, but it had been done as a separate legal parcel. And
well, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, it was
so
a
I'm
different circumstance.
The distinction
that was
here
a
is
substandard legal lot, which did not have restrictions on the map.
right,
that
but
applied
that's the
to it.
only distinction is the lack, because it was done in exactly the same way. It was a transfer from one owner to the other, not to deed a separate legal lot, but it was done by deed, and we ended up with a separate legal parcel, which we proved a house on.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, again, I think you're dealing with quite separate issues here.
Well, I'm just making sure that
In
the only
both instances, though, what is a commonality is that separate legal lots were created at some time in the past.
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I just might add, there was a distinction between those two parcels because they were created in different methods. The project down near the beach was just it had been a legal deed conveyance that had occurred, and so they were issued at some time in the past, and so they were issued a certificate of compliance. And in the case before you today, you actually had a county approval of a lot split plat that had this building site restriction notation on
Yes.
it.
So
And
one was
then the
simply a
certificate.
deed from one owner to the other, and this one did have the plat, so it went through the approval process.
That's
And-
correct.
And is it also correct, I know I'm leaping ahead, but the approvals that was done looks back at the plat and refers to the plat. It wasn't a meets and bounds description on the parcel itself.
Mr. Chair, if you're asking, does the deed refer to the lot split plat? The only deed that we have in front of us is the grant deed from Schutte to Fraser, and it does not refer to the lot split plat. It's basically a meets and bounds
It is a meets
description.
and bounds. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just want to point out that we do have from the record on the plat the actual county letter that made note of the approval and with the condition for the riding and hiking trail. So we have that letter in the record. We also have the map, as we've shown you, and the approval stamp that went with that map that was on the back side of the map. That's part of this record, and the canon will serve letters from fire and water. But we don't have a copy of the deed.
Right. So the approvals that were done did contain the plat map as part of that. And it is stamped, as you said, as part
That
of
is
it.
correct.
Okay. Commissioner Overall.
Ms. Harris, in your letter on page A2, it's that same section, 2.11, on whatever page it is, about halfway down, you talk about in 1961, it was zoned for residential use, but there were no environmentally sensitive habitat overlays. I'm looking for a confirmation or some way around it. It seems to me that the subsequent imposition of an ESH would tend to reinforce the idea that this was a lot that shouldn't be built on. And I'm not quite getting. Do you understand the point that I'm getting at? The changed circumstance seems to me, if anything, it would have made it more restrictive rather than less restrictive. And am I missing something, or?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Commissioner Overall, Commissioners, I'd hope that I'll be clear in outlining the concepts. To determine whether there's been a change in circumstance, I think our office would say many things could be a change in circumstance, and you may determine that X factor is a change in circumstance. That begs the question, the second part of your determination, which is whether it makes it appropriate or necessary. So what I'm urging you to consider is, you can cast the decision before you both as a change of circumstance, and whether those changes, however you wish to characterize them, make it legally appropriate or necessary within your discretion. I wouldn't get too hung up on whether there's been any change of circumstance or not, because that's not the whole of the issue before you. And I frankly think that consistent with our recommendations to you with recorded map modifications, we've always said you have a lot of latitude in deciding what a change of circumstance is, and I wouldn't approach modification for a lot split plat any differently in that sense than any change to any recorded map, where we've said, you can look at a lot of things to be a change of circumstance. It's really the second part that I think is the focal point of your decision, appropriate or necessary.
Commissioner Burrows.
In regard to the notation that was on here, basically saying that this was not, there was not to be a structure built on this property. We have no information about how that came to be. There has not been a determination on the validity of that. Only, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, again, it is a valid condition, in our opinion. That is our office's opinion. Not a separate building site restriction on that parcel is a valid legal restriction on that parcel. The question before you is whether you want to change that restriction based on changed circumstances and whether it's appropriate or necessary to do so. But it is our opinion that restriction, however it came to be, whether it was the seller's intent alone, whether it was based on some concern the seller had alone, or whether it was based on the committee's charge that they wanted to be consistent with zoning at the time, that's really, in my view, I think our view now, irrelevant. It's now in being, and it's in being as a parcel with this restriction, and we now have in being an ordinance that allows you to look at whether you want to change conditions on the project.
Commissioner Phillips, you have your light on. Did you? Uh-oh. Well, I've run out of people to call on. If I could. Commissioner Burrows.
My reading of this and listening to all the testimony today leads me at this point to think there has been sufficient change of circumstances to make this finding. I would be interested in listening to the comments from the other commissioners on whether or not they have also reached that threshold. It seems that's a basic determination that we have to make in order to go further.
I agree. I think that's the issue before us, is whether there has been a sufficient change in condition. But I'm going to put it to my fellow commissioners first. Who wants to go first?
I'll offer up a thought.
Commissioner Overall.
It seems to me that the lot was created, it didn't meet the zoning requirement at the time. The zoning requirement has become even more rigorous in the intervening years. And although I'm not sure that the process has been totally fair to Mr. Siemens, I can't see a change in circumstances such that I think we now need to go forward and override the zoning requirements that were in place and are in place. It just doesn't seem to me like it's risen to that level of significant change. I do have concerns about other things, about the public's right and issues related to the trail, but I think those are all secondary at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips.
I don't think there's enough evidence for us to know exactly what that notation meant. And I don't think we need to get to the changed circumstances. I think we can argue that since there is this confusion, since the county issued a will and can serve notice, since the community plan recognized it as a buildable lot, that there was reliance on by the owner. There are other houses built on lots very close to that size. I think if we err, the impact is greater on the applicant than on the community, and I think we call it a buildable lot. I think that's the fair thing to do. We can condition, we can do other things. If we don't need to determine where that trail is, fine. If we do, we should do that as well. The neighbors have contributed to this problem by blocking these easements. I think there's some way to work that out. But again, I don't see that there's enough evidence that anyone knew what that language meant, and therefore we shouldn't create it now, I think.
Commissioner Overall.
I direct my comment to Commissioner Phillips. I guess I was persuaded by Mr. Park's presentation where he, and I guess county council can weigh in on this, but if I understood him correctly, the Planning and Development Department that created the lot split did not have the authority to create that lot without that condition because it didn't meet the zoning requirement. And so I think regardless of what all the thinking might have been, if in fact that representation was correct, I think we do know why the legend is there. I mean, I think it's if Mr. Park's representation was correct, it's very clear. You could not have had this lot in any way, shape, or form because it didn't make it. They created the lot, and you couldn't have done that without a prohibition because it didn't meet the zoning requirement.
Perhaps it was not to be built on, and it was an advisory comment. They don't want to build on it because they're going to add it to the adjacent property, and that never really happened. So that's another way of looking at it. I think that plat committee did have authority, is your position, is staff's position.
Can I confirm?
I don't know the answer to that either. But
I'd like to hear on that.
Chair, I don't think we need to opine whether they had authority or not to create, whether they were acting in accordance with the ordinances and authority they had at the time to create a substandard lot. They did so. We don't know for sure why they did. Certainly we can speculate that it was because they did not expect that it would come into being as a substandard lot, but we don't know that. But we don't need to know that. You can determine today, based on the fact that the lot does exist as a legal lot, whether you do or do not wish to remove that restriction. And you can do so based on the policies that are in existence, which you have to find consistency with in your findings. So again, I think as Mr. Black indicated and as I'm indicating, really the discretion is yours to decide whether the policies in existence now may be the similar policies that were in existence then and are still are the more important policies versus the policies that you've heard that would militate in favor of removing the restriction. There is substantial evidence, in my opinion, on either side, and it is really, I think, your call on a policy basis consistent with substantial evidence what you think is the appropriate thing to do based on all of the evidence you've heard and the policies to which you'll apply that evidence. And that's what your charge is, and then you would have to make the findings.
Mr. Chair, Council, we don't know what the policies were then. We don't know who put this on, or we don't know what the intention was.
I'm sorry if I misled you. I didn't mean that you had to know those policies. The one I was thinking of was at the time there was 1 acre zoning. Presumably it was a policy at that time that lots be at least 1 acre. You could determine, gee, that policy is one of many, now it's 2 acres, and as some of you have expressed, that's an important reason not to remove this restriction because of the policies that are at the heart of the zoning. I'm not suggesting, though, that that's the only policy consideration at all. You've heard many countervailing arguments, and I'm certainly not trying to tell you what is the appropriate call in this case. There are, for example, arguments on the other side that it's consistent with policy because this will enable restoration of the creek bank and area behind the house, and it's been argued that it would assist in trail location. I mean, those are also community policies. So I think it is for you to weigh all of these factors consistent with the findings you have to make.
Well, my own comments would be that I find the evidence about the can and will serve letters to be pretty persuasive, but I really struggle with the concept of the findings related to a change of conditions. That's really the one that's got me stuck because based on what I hear, you don't go out and get can and will serve letters for a piece of property that's not a buildable site. You wouldn't waste the time. If it had been subsequent, I wouldn't feel that way. But if it was done contemporaneously, why would you do that? So, but do we really need to find the change of conditions if we feel that? Because that's where it breaks down for me, because the change of conditions, if anything, seems like it's changing to a condition that's more restrictive, not less. And maybe I'll throw it back to you, staff, because I know this was a hard one, because it's really tough. The issues are really tough.
Yes.
But you had to come down with a position on your staff report here, and
We did, and it was hard for us as well. So, Mr. Chair, I do think you need to wrestle with that finding, and you need to accept that notation indeed restricted the property. Because that's why we're here today. If we thought, well, that notation really didn't restrict the property, we wouldn't be here. We'd be off processing a land use permit for this site. So that's really the threshold issue you need to struggle with.
What
And I need three of you to come out one way or the other, or it's going to be deemed denied.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm thinking we're going to take a couple-minute break here, because I want to go through those findings again myself. So I'm going to ask if there's any further questions of staff, and I'm thinking when we come back, it's time for a motion. So, but I'd like to spend a couple minutes and consider.
I do have a question.
Commissioner Overall.
I do have a question for staff. One of the neighbors brought up a point that, frankly, I had not thought about, and that is the age of the Fraser property, and the fact that at some point in the not-too-distant future, it will probably be redeveloped. And I don't have the architectural guidelines here with me, and I'd like to get a sense, if somebody could do it quickly. If you have two parcels, what are we talking about in terms of total development versus one parcel? The Frasers do it on 2 acres on the assumption they could get the property back. Was my question clear?
Are there any other questions before? Doesn't look like it, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm calling us back into session.
Before we proceed, I think I read it all, and it's certainly before you, but just to make sure the record is clear in your understanding of the finding that you have to make 2.1.1, it reads, there are changes in circumstances that make any or all of the conditions of such a recorded final or parcel map, lot split plat, or lot line adjustment no longer appropriate or necessary. I think I said that the first time. I left out the word longer a couple of times in my later discussion. So just, you should have the full finding, of course, is before you.
Okay. Commissioner Burrows.
I do have a question. On the issue of changed circumstances, would the fact that the Montecito Community Plan was prepared and adopted, and including identifying this as a vacant lot with the potential to develop one single-family dwelling, is that a change of circumstance that we can consider?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, Commissioners, my opinion is that very small things can be a change of circumstance. A new development next door could be a change of circumstance. That doesn't get to what I think is the heart of your decision, which is whether the condition on the map is, no longer appropriate or necessary. It's not just that there's been a change of circumstance. I think you can find a change of circumstance based on a number of factors that you've heard and that is in the evidence before you. And that might be one of them. It's for you to determine.
other questions or comments from the?
Just one more thing, Mr. Chairman,
Yates.
Commissioners. Just to, I think Mr. Allen said this several times, but there is no legal definition that we're aware of for either change or circumstances. So, unfortunately, I'd like to be able to help you out with that, but that means that you, as Mr. Allen has said, you've got the discretion on that. But the discretion regards the whole sentence as well taken in. Is it no longer appropriate or necessary? So it is change circumstance. It's something you're going to have to grapple with, I think.
Well, I'm going to make a few comments before we proceed, because I think I've done less than everybody else. I would say this is the hardest case I've dealt with in the 4 years I've been on this planning commission, because I think the applicants has been through the mill for year after year after year of running around trying to get this project taken care of. And I also think the can and will serve letters are very interesting. I'm not sure if they're determinative, but they certainly have a big influence on my feelings here. And the other thing is staff's report, which I think is well considered and spend a lot of time trying to grapple with a really hard subject. And as I sit here, I keep going back and forth between this. I'd like to see us send this forward with a recommendation. Excuse me. I'd like to see us. This will be appealed one way or the other, and I'd like us to have a decision on it versus not have a decision here today. So I'm gonna vote in favor of it. I've changed my mind. I'm gonna send it forward with a recommendation, and it's with a heavy heart. This is really a tough one, because I struggle the most with the issue of the findings of changed circumstance. But when I balance it, I think I'm going to have to go that direction. And I know I just got through telling Commissioner Overall that I was not going to go that way, but I can't do it. I think given that, I've got to do it. So if somebody wants to make a motion.
I just want to mention that that I'd be prepared to make a motion. It seems to me we're not sure what that language meant. I think it was initiated by the owner. The change of circumstances, so what is the language? As finding no longer appropriate or necessary. I don't know that it was ever necessary. We don't know what that is. There have been some change of circumstances, and the Montecito Community Plan's recognition of this as a vacant lot with the potential of having a single-family residence is a major issue, I think. The habitat has been so destroyed that we have an opportunity to make it better, and that might be a change of circumstance where I think we're down to 0 and we can start plugging that up positively. I think we can go that way. Or I'm more comfortable in council arguing that it may not have been a prohibition. It may have been a unilateral advisory comment. I mean, we just don't know, and it's very hard to deprive someone of their property. I hope we can maintain some jurisdiction and restrict this appropriately. It shouldn't be the biggest house in Montecito, and the trail has to be carefully looked at. So I can move to support staff's recommendation.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips. Commissioner Phillips, you just mentioned that you hope that you can condition something having to do with the house. I'm sorry, I don't remember your phrasing. But if you move the recommendation now and approve the project, you will not have deliberated on the issue of any conditions that you may or may not wish to apply to the project.
Well,
Ms. Black, do you want to add to that?
Hard to believe we won't get this back at some point, but
We don't
Mr.
know.
Chair
No.
and Commissioner Phillips, I guess my recommendation would be, if you're going to make a motion, it sounded like you were on the verge, that you augment the findings, recommend that the findings be augmented to reflect the change in circumstance regarding habitat and the change of circumstance regarding the trail, and that this particular action could help to remedy those. And you may also want to acknowledge the change in circumstance in the developed environment surrounding the property. So I'd make that suggestion. The second is, if that's the direction that the commission's moving in, then I do think you need to think about whether or not the conditions are acceptable to you. And I believe that that two suggestions were, well, several suggestions were made about conditions. One by Mr. Weston regarding relocation of the trail rather than relocation of the building envelope that was discussed in condition 3, so you may want to think about that. There was a recommendation, although very loose, by Mr. Giroux about pulling the building or development envelope further away from the creek. And then there was recommendation by, I don't remember whom, about maintaining a setback from an adjacent property owner of 50 feet. So those were sort of the comments I heard about particular developments. So that may be something you want to talk about. Just to relieve you and make you realize that when you're done with this, you'll be done. I'm going to recommend that we continue item number 3 until your hearing next Thursday.
Okay.
That's going to require that I bump an item on the County Planning Commission next week, but there's no way we can do anything productive on that item today. So you have a little bit of time to deal with those issues if you choose. You can also just move for the staff's recommendation, which would include the package of conditions that are attached to your staff report. But I just thought,
Will
you know,
you
we've been so
accept-
wrapped up in that.
Will you accept a motion with those vague kind of suggestions? Or do you want
No.
precision as
No,
to
Mr. Chair.
setbacks, building envelopes?
Mr. Chair
trail
and
placement?
Commissioner Phillips, I think I can accept the vague motion with respect to augmenting the findings, but if you want to make condition changes, then I think you need to be pretty specific about what you would like to address. And with respect to this item, the commission retaining jurisdiction on this item, you wouldn't retain jurisdiction on subsequent development of this lot. Obviously, the BAR review process would be appealable to your commission. The land use, is it land use permit? Land use permit approval would also be appealable to your commission, but you wouldn't have primary jurisdiction over subsequent development of the lot.
Mr. Chair, isn't the right to approve the right to condition somewhat? And
It is.
could we discuss if we're going, we don't know how we're going to vote yet, so
Oh, it's
discussing conditions is a little premature. So I'm just going to be quiet and let the chair handle this.
But I could see a
Well-
motion that included, the single story, which has been offered, but is not a condition. Is that appropriate for us to put that kind of, and the setback items at this point in time?
Mr. Chair,
And I'm not sure if there's a nexus to get to
and members of the
those.
commission, I think what I would probably recommend your commission do is to really look at biological resources. The major issues that we've been talking about are biological resources, the creek,
Right.
trail resources, and visual resources. And so to the extent you can craft conditions that would draw a nexus to those policy issues, it's fine, but I don't think you should just arbitrarily.
That makes sense to me, and for my part, the trail issue, I don't have a concern about it. I think it's been addressed adequately from my perspective.
So if you're fine with the conditions as they're proposed, that's fine with me as well. I just thought, we've been so wrapped up in this changed circumstance, I didn't want you to forget that there was a package of conditions along with this.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Overall.
I'd like to make a suggestion that we at least entertain. It's been a long day. We've had a primary focus. We haven't discussed the conditions at all. I think we can go forward and make a determination about whether we're going to remove this restriction on it being built on or not. But I don't think we ought to take final action. I'd like to see us come back on Thursday next Thursday.
we-
Having had a chance to reread the conditions and think about what we've heard today, and perhaps make a decision at that point. Personally, I feel uncomfortable saying, yes, I bless all the rest of this stuff, because we've really been focused on this one issue. I don't know how others respond to that.
Commissioner, please, Burrows.
I would like to see us complete this today. It seems to me that we might have greater clarity, having heard all of this today, than we would a week from now. What we might do is ask Mr. Black to please reiterate for us the conditions that were discussed here. My reading is that we have at least a conceptual agreement to move this forward to the extent that we eliminate the condition that was there. I would ask my fellow commissioners, are we in agreement on that?
Commissioner Overall.
There's at least one of the four of us who is not, and at the risk of being overly repetitive, I'll just tell you what my thinking is, so you know. If you refer to a map that was provided by one of the neighbors, there is nothing, with the exception of the Spear property, that at least that I can identify here, that's less than an acre. They seem to conform with the lot sizes that were required at the time. The Spear property, as we know, has had property taken by the county to create the debris dam. So I personally have a great deal of trouble saying that the restriction to require conformity with the zoning laws that existed in 1961 and is more restrictive today is no longer appropriate. I just have difficulty with that. So that's my rationale, and I don't feel I can support the removal, but I may very well be in the minority.
I really don't have any additional conditions. I'm willing to support staff's findings, exactly.
I will agree with that, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry you didn't, I should have been recognized.
No, it's fine, Commissioner Burrows. So I would suggest that, I think it's appropriate for us to just move this thing forward. I don't see coming back as going to significantly change what we have in front of us.
Mr. Chair, there was an offer of a change condition with respect to the trail location.
Yes, you're correct.
On the Siemens property.
Well noted. I made a note of that and have forgotten it. The trail easement.
Yes, the trail easement proposed by applicant.
Right. So we should probably incorporate that into the motion. So, ready for a motion?
Mr. Chair. I move that this commission finds that the relocation of an existing county hiking and riding trail easement on the subject case number is consistent with the comprehensive plan of the County of Santa Barbara, including the Montecito Community Plan, and direct staff to submit this staff report to the Board of Supervisors. Additionally, adopt the required findings for the project specified in Attachment A, including CEQA findings. Third, approve the negative declaration more fully explained in Attachment B, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval. Approve the lot split plat modification, subject to the conditions included as Attachment C. Number 5, approve the lot line adjustment, subject to the conditions in Attachment C. And last, adopt the point allocation of 55 points, which we haven't discussed, under the Montecito Growth Management Ordinance, and that is ministerial, I guess, and not under our purview anyway.
They run the numbers.
And that concludes my motion.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, and revise the conditions to the map to include the change to the trail, the proposed trail relocation at the south east corner. Isn't that what we were talking about? That they were going to move it a little bit away from the development envelope? That was the offer?
That was the offer. I didn't hear the commission say they wanted to accept that.
I want to, and so included in my motion. Will you accept that?
I need clarification. Mr. Chair, I need clarification.
Do we have enough clarity on that issue to make that? I don't think we have the
We
clarity.
have not fully discussed that. The applicant's proposal to relocate the trail 2 to 4 feet further away from the development envelope as shown and drawn on the map is part of their proposal, but they were also proposing to change, to modify the condition language that staff proposed, and staff does not accept the proposed changes that the applicant has suggested to that condition language, because staff believes that adopting condition 3 as it is written, which would allow for some modifications to the building envelope within the greater development envelope, would provide for additional setback between the trail easement and any future structures so that there would be adequate landscaping provided with native species to screen future development from the trail.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
All right.
So it sounds like we're better off to move it forward as is.
And Mr. Chair, I assume that you incorporated those changes to the findings or additions to the findings that I mentioned before about adding habitat destruction, the trail issues, and the pattern of development in the area as part of your changed circumstances that would warrant consideration.
Yes, and that's part of the motion, and the justification for this motion is changed circumstances, the change in the building pattern in the area.
Yeah, the building pattern,
the
habitat, and the trail issues.
The trail issue, and I think also the
as well as the enumeration of issues that are already in the
Montecito
findings.
Association's recognition of a vacant lot with permissible building opportunity.
Montecito Community Plan.
Community
Right.
plan, that's right.
That's already in the findings.
Yeah.
We have a motion.
That's the least artful motion I've ever seen.
I will second that motion.
Okay. Motion and a second. We don't normally do roll call votes, but I think it'd be good on this one to do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Overall? Commissioner Burrows? Commissioner Phillips? And Commissioner Bierg?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 votes to 1.
Mr. Chair, as promised.
Black.
So on item number 3, and I apologize to people who are watching and expected to be able to come and testify on this today.
Can we
But
postpone this to?
I would
to next
recommend that
week?
we continue this until your special hearing next week. There is time on that agenda. So let's entertain a motion to continue this to March 29th.
We have a motion to move item number 3 to our next hearing, to our hearing next Thursday. Is there a second for that? Second. Without objection, so moved.
Great. Thank you.
So, I believe that's the last of our agenda, and so I would move that we adjourn to our meeting of Thursday, the
29th.
29th.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are done.